Good morning. Don't know what happened there. Am I live? Somebody give me a thumbs up on YouTube. Twitch is live. I can see Twitch is live, but I don't know why. Morning, James on Twitch. I don't know why YouTube didn't go live. I was clicking go live, go live, go live, and it just wasn't going live, but it looks like it is now. Yeah, that's better. Good morning. Morning, all. Morning, morning, morning. Great to be back. Happy weekend. Happy, very rainy UK weekend. And it's not going to get much better this weekend. So I hope you had a good week last week, or good halfway through week, because I think I streamed Wednesday, my last stream, I think it was. And funeral on Thursday, unfortunately, for a relative. And then did the big run on Thursday night, which, touch wood, I've recovered from pretty much okay. Did it in a decent time as well. Didn't set a PB, but it was never going to be good. But I came. Well, there was a bit of controversy. Did I come first? Did I come second? We both kind of passed the finishing line at the same time. Well, there was three of us, but one were 2 or 3 steps behind. So that was quite apparent. But yeah. There was kind of a finishing line, and I kind of crossed the finishing line, went over to the left, and they kind of went up the finishing line, went straight forward. So looking back at the video, I was about a step or so in front. Not that it were competitive, but you know, when you're racing against 8-year-olds, you've got to make a stand, haven't you? You know. But no, I felt like I'm either first or second. But it was a really good event. Didn't rain, and yeah, really good. And limping a little bit on Thursday with it, but overall, yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. So we'll say some good mornings for YouTube. Good morning, TFN. I hope you're well. He was the first today, sat in there. And morning, Nick. I've still got my pile of ironing to do, so I empathise completely with you. I'll probably do mine sometime either tomorrow or Monday, I would have thought. I tend to have Monday as a Sunday or Monday as an ironing day, depending on week. Household chores. You don't know the real time. I just couldn't get live. Farm Tech just would not go live. So as you can see, I put at least I'm first on Twitch. James was first on Twitch today. Doing pretty well with Twitch. I think we're up to about 78 followers on Twitch. I mean, probably 76 of them are robots and AI bots, but and one's James and the other one's me. But yeah, doing all right on there. Morning, Chill. Morning, Mick. Hope you're well. Hope Bronson's doing okay. Morning, Ronnie. Frozen Repairs. Hello. Happy weekend. And sitting here enjoying a cup of peppermint tea out of my mug. Oh, TFN was one of very lucky winners at the competition. There was 3. There was TFN, Rusty Russ, and oh crikey, name's gone out of my head. Phil. I want to say Popper Land, it didn't though, is it? Phil won the other one. So I think Rusty Russ's and TFN's has arrived. I think last time I checked, it was still shipped for Phil's. Philly Bob has won the other one. So so those 3 are there. Philly Bob, James got it right. So there we go. Anyway, guys, I didn't work really yesterday. Didn't do anything yesterday. What we're repairing, I'm fixing a GPU NVIDIA one. Ooh, which one is it, Ronnie? Which GPU? Is it a new one, or is it a more classic one, like a 10, 20, or 30? I've got a few in today. Why, Ronnie's just typing that. Right, first of all, we've got this one here. Came in with, they thought it was a battery issue. I said to the customer, well, I need to perform full diagnostics. He went, no, don't perform any diagnostics. Just put a battery in it. So couldn't get an Asus battery in any reasonable amount of time. So I said to the customer, look, we will put a third-party battery in it. He's fully aware that it's third-party battery. And I sent him a message saying, look, with it being a third-party battery, and I laid out all the issues that it can arise. I mean, these are decent third-party batteries. So he's agreed to a third-party battery. So we're going to put a third-party battery in there. Hopefully, it'll sort the issue. I think it probably will. I'm about 95% sure it will sort the issue. But there's always an outside chance that it doesn't because it's just not charging. So he told me not to do anything other than order a battery. So onus is on him. If it doesn't work, and then we'll have to diagnose it. After that, we have a white one sat here on its side. That's not booted. That was bought in February last year, so just over 12 months old. That stopped booting. We've then got one here, which the last time I looked at it, I put it on the chair and the RAM was unplugged. So I clipped the RAM in, plugged it in, and it worked. So the customer took it away straight away, didn't charge him, and that worked. So since that, which was about 2 months ago, it's been having an ongoing issue with it turning on and off. So the customer's replaced the power supply and the motherboard, and it's still doing the same. So he says sometimes it'll turn on, sometimes it won't. So not too sure what that is, so we're going to have to diagnose that one. We've then got a laptop here which is not powering on. It'll come on sometimes, not others, and he says probably 2 out of 5 times it's not coming on. I did try it yesterday and it didn't come on, so that's in essence dead. And then we've got one there which is the other laptop which is sat just here, which is completely dead. And then if we are really careful, we might see there's a pile of parts sat here, which is a full system build. So we've got that one to do as well. Certainly battery one needs doing today. That needs doing today as well. And the other one's not mega important because they're on holiday now until Thursday, but we'll try and get that done today. And one of the other desktops, but we'll just see how the day goes. We'll see how the day pans out. So there we go. So that's what we've got planned anyway. Oh, it's a 1070 OC. I have a 1070 sat up here, Ronnie. A customer's kindly, I've got a couple of graphics cards at the moment. I've got a 2080 Super in there as well. Customers give me. This is a this particular one is a. Oh, I'm going to zoom down so we can see. It's a 1070 Armor, fully working. Customers give me it. Out resolved system didn't want it, so yeah, I got that. And I say a 2080 Super as well, got sat through there as well. Customers give me. To go with the 3070 Ti, I've got sat on the shelf as well, and other bits and bobs which customers just kindly give me, which is always nice and a bonus. A nice repair today. Let's have a look. Urgent one. This is my son's laptop. Weird display, broken cable. Had to put it back together after testing it. Doing his own work. Definitely display cable. Do you know what? I never really get display cables broke. TFN. It's a rarity. I think I can probably count on a couple of fingers how many display cables I have had to do. I did one the other day and they thought it was display cable and it wasn't. It had actually destroyed the. I don't know if I kept it. It had blown the fuse so much. Oh, I know. I made a video from it. I actually made a video of the fuse of what's exploded, and I had to pause it halfway through the video because I had to speak to a customer, see if he wanted it repairing. And I rang the customer and he said, no, don't bother repairing it. I went, it's only a fuse. He went, don't bother repairing it. I said, well, you know, it's 10p for a fuse. No, don't bother repairing it. Oh, okay, so I just put it back together. So I've got half a VOD and other half is not a repair because all we did was rebuild it, which is a bit like that, but yeah. Anyway, morning Zola. Not seen you in a while, Zola. I was thinking about you the other day, Zola, actually. I was looking back in an old video and there were some comments from you. And I thought, oh, I haven't seen Zola in a while. Just hope he's all right. Doing it on live stream. Oh, we'll catch that one. Make sure you subscribe to TFN, guys, if he's doing a laptop on live stream. Cracking content creator. If you don't know who he is, yours is a Gigabyte. They come under some scrutiny, don't they, from Tony at Northwest as Gigabyte. But I think it's the newer ones which aren't have fuses. Older ones I didn't think were too bad. Hate the fans on the Armor. Yeah, well, that's just been given me, so I'm going to use that as a test card. In fairness, that's what it is. Nick, the one Grand Prix that I don't watch on TV is Monaco. No interest in it at all. I have been to Monaco, and It's an amazing place. If anybody's not been to Monaco, I would say put it on your bucket list. It's an awesome place. It's not where you could spend a week, but certainly if you're in that area, France down there, we stayed in Nice and drove through. It's an amazing place just to go and visit because it's just like out of this world. How it is. It's a bit like Dubai and places like that in the respect of how clean it is, how nice it is, how quiet it. Well, not so much quiet, but just the feel you get from it. It's brilliant. But I'm probably not even going to watch the qualifying unless I'm sat there with nothing else to do. I'll probably watch it, Nick. But yeah, I'm not even going to rush for that one. Grand Prix tomorrow. Certainly will not watch Grand Prix. I can't even remember the last time I watched a full Monaco Grand Prix. I bet it's 6-7 years ago. It's the only race. I don't even like driving it because I drive online, and it's one of the few which I skip every time. I skip it. It's not for me at all. It's not that I'm bad at it. I find it a boring track to watch and race. But hopefully this year cars are 10 centimetres narrower, so we might get a couple more overtakes rather than just person up front winning. Oh, it's an Acer. TFN, it's an Acer. I'm not going to question how you've diagnosed it's the cable, but as I say, I rarely get the cables doing it. You've been working a lot of years old. Oh, that might be why it comes to us all this working for a living. I hate it. Morning, Board Rev. Hope you're doing well. I was catching some on your old videos yesterday, I think it was. I was laid in bed last night and one of yours popped up on my home screen. So I was flicking through some of your older content on there as well. Another amazing creator. Anyway, let us crack on with getting this done. We'll do this battery one first. I'm going to put battery in, see if it solves the problem. If it solves it, it's a nice easy fix, isn't it? If it doesn't, I'm sure I've got a piece of paper actually telling me what else he complained of. Let's have a quick look. I'm sure this is just battery. I'm sure it is. Disassemble the screen and did continuity test with a multimeter. Between 2 or 3. That'll be right. So at least you've kind of confirmed it's that. Yeah. Once Windows 11 putting on here as well. That's it. It's got Windows 10. Yeah. So once Windows 11. So we might need to just do a quick sort out to get Windows. Put my screwdriver somewhere. Got that one. The electric one. Oh, exactly where I keep it. So weather forecast for the UK. I know we're all spread around the world. We've had some really nice weather over the last few days, and then this week has been, well, it's been crazy with weather, and it's not looking brilliant for next week. I was watching weather forecast this morning. Now, wind clock back 2 weeks, and we were into 30 degrees. I think one day last week we're into low 20s, so it's not like it's anything other than that. But it's now going about next week. Hail, thunder, lightning, hailstone. I mean, who on earth done that? Been raining here lately too. Yeah, I mean, the forecast for today, so tomorrow, Monday, is torrential downpours with, I say, hailstone. Right, guys, I am going to do this because I want to edit this bit into a VOD because I want to do a battery one. So I'm going to do this as a VOD. So I'm not going to ignore chat on purpose, but obviously I'm going to try and do it as a bit of a VOD. So if it's raining cats and dogs there, Mick, whatever you do, don't step outside in a poodle. Cats and dogs, poodle. Oh, come on. It's Saturday morning. Yeah, so I'm going to do this as a VOD, guys. A bit like Nathan does on Parts People. He messaged me yesterday, actually, did Nathan. And I got a notification come through. I couldn't see the message. But yeah. Poodles seem more likely. Is that what PSML stands for? Poodles seem more likely. Right, so we're going to do this one as a VOD, so I won't ignore chat on purpose, but obviously just be aware if anybody starts going and Sonny can't. Oh, so did you misspell that, Zola? Sonny can't. I know. I thought you were calling me something there. Yeah, I'm going to do this as a VOD, guys. So I won't ignore it on purpose. But if somebody comes in asking, oh, is that why? I saw the message come through. I just didn't see it message, so that could be why. Yeah. It's probably that same thing as what Mick got. Yeah, I was going to say it's probably that. Yeah. I would imagine it could have well been that. Everyone in his friend list got them. That'd be why then. Oh, that's nice. At least I'm in his friend list. No, he has messaged me a few times as the Mason. But it's a pain in the bark side when you've got to put everything right. Anyway, guys, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to ignore chat, but I will ignore chat. So if anybody comes in asking questions, just point me in the direction of it is a VOD, so I might not be able to do it. And I am going to turn off because I don't want it on me live VOD. I'm going to turn off. Good, I don't have friends. That makes two of us bored. Right? I'm going to turn off iShip command for obvious reasons because I want to put a VOD out there. And I don't really want it saying I'm a little ship. Because we all know you'll do it out of fun, but it will spoil me VOD. So, guys, we will... How was the... All right, there we go. Right, I'm going to start now. Hello, world. Welcome. We are doing a little Asus laptop today. What's coming for a battery replacement. If you want to know this specific model, it is the Asus X555Y for Yankee, and this one has been brought in as it's a non-working laptop. Customers just said, please put me a laptop battery into it. Not bothered about diagnosis. He believed it is the laptop battery, so we're just doing as requested. We're going to pop a battery in here. Hopefully that will then sort his problem out. So we'll make a start at removing the screws at the back. This is the battery we are going to be fitting, which is a non-genuine battery, a third-party battery. Couldn't get hold of a genuine battery. Customers requested this specific one, so this is the one we are actually going to fit for him, so we'll get that out shortly. So a bit more of a complicated one to do on this. Some of them just unclip from the back. Some of them you can get into a little bit easier. This one can be a little bit tricky. Just make sure when you are taking the screws out that the screws can be different lengths, as you can see here. So just keep them in the right order, because the last thing you want to do is put a long screw into a short hole. That's never good, and that is definitely something you would never catch me doing. Still getting used to my new screwdriver. Very nice thing from AliExpress. If anybody's wondering what it is, it's the ES screwdriver, electric screwdriver. I think that's what the ES stands for. USB rechargeable, really nice thing, but it takes a little bit of getting used to. You can use a normal screwdriver, just normal crosshead screws in here. One missing just there. Take the cover off for the RAM as well, just so it's not flapping about or flopping about. We then need some type of pry tool. We're going to be using a couple of different pry tools on this one. One something quite thin just to try and open it up, and then we'll use a plastic pry tool just to stop any damage occurring around the edges. We'll find a seam on here. We'll just try and open the edge up, like so. Then we can get our plastic pry tool in. You can use a credit card, debit card, anything small and thin. And then what I tend to do is use my fingers as a guide, and around and down. We're doing this video as part of one of our live streams, so if you are watching this for a video tutorial, please consider hitting the like and subscribe button and joining one of our live streams. So this particular one has side IO on here, which will catch when you're trying to take it off, and same on that side as well. So you've got to put a little bit more force. It's difficult to explain how much force, but you've just got to put enough force to get it open and not enough force to break it. But please be careful when you are doing this, because you will have keyboard ribbons, as we can see down here, sat in the way, holding things together. And the last thing you want to do is rip one of those off. Okay. Just going to make sure there's no screws under the feet, rubber feet under here. I don't believe there is on this model, but better to be double checked now. There's no rubber hidden screws under there. I've taken these off apart before, and they are very, very awkward, this particular model. The actual keyboard membrane, or the keyboard top panel, sits inside the bottom shell, and they are very well secured. Not so well, so once you get it started, you can just lift it up, and as you can see now, we've got that nice and loose. Don't take it off just yet on this model. Just double check that there's no ribbon cables, and we can see there is a couple there. So we just need to pop those off. One there, like so. We've now got the keyboard detached. We're greeted with the internals of the computer, and this is the area that we'll be working on down here to remove the battery. So nice classic laptop design inside. We've got the onboard RAM here, we've got the system fan here for cooling the CPU. We've got the I/O, which is the input and output, things like USB, HDMI, Ethernet and power. We've got an SSD drive which has been replaced here, a CD-ROM, DVD-ROM sat here, and obviously the battery, which is where we're going to be swapping today. So we'll take the screw down. What I like to do with there is, if you hold the screwdriver at the bottom, so you're holding that, as it's unscrewing, you can either use a manual screwdriver or an electric screwdriver even, like I'm using. And you can just hold it at the bottom, so if it does slip out, it's not going to go anywhere. You're not going to damage any of the components. But again, with the manual screwdriver, hold it at the bottom, guide it in, so it's always going to be supported, so you're not going to suddenly slide across like so. This is stuck in a little as well. There is a glue pad on these, so you need to be a little bit forceful on taking those out. This thing here does tend to adhere to the back of the battery, sat just there. So that is the battery unit now out. Nice and straightforward for you to take it in and out. And we'll pop that down to one side for recycling. The one we are going to be using is this one. Comes nicely packaged with all the nice foam. We have a little instruction card, how you should treat the battery and so on. Rechargeable batteries are dangerous, so please be very careful. Read these if it's your first time, but just know if you do puncture the battery, certainly the inner and outer here, these can go up and explode and catch fire extremely quickly. So be extremely careful on A, how you handle this, and B, how you dispose of it. Please do not throw it in your normal recycling, normal garbage, normal waste bin. These need recycling properly. If this gets punctured all the way through, this will go up within half a second to a second, and it'll be like an extreme firework. This will burn, this will catch fire, this can explode. Be very, very careful when handling these, certainly around anything sharp. And as I say, do not dispose of them in your normal waste or recycling. We'll get this battery open, taking it out of the protective anti-static bag, and we're left with the battery, which is the same voltage and so on as the other battery. 7.6 nominal voltage on there, and then you would look at the part number at the top just to confirm it is the same. Easy enough fitment, this one. We've got the battery connection terminals sat just here, and we've got the receptive terminals sat down here on there. Pop it in place, guiding those into there. Got the screws we've just taken out. One of them sits just there. Secure it down. One up there, again holding the screwdriver at the bottom. Doesn't have to be mega tight, it just needs to be tight enough so it isn't going to come out, so it's nice and snug, but holding it at the bottom. If you do happen to slip, it's not going to slide the screwdriver across the circuit board. The last screw goes in there. There we go. Put it in the correct hole. So that's the battery now fitted. We'll get the keyboard put back down. So offer the keyboard in place. Remember, there are ribbon cables which we did disconnect. The ribbon cables will go into these holes and fasten like so. On the ribbon cable itself, you've got a little, this is a keyboard one, you've got a little flap which opens and shuts, and same on the trackpad one which sits down here. So the little thing opens and shuts. So we'll see if we can pop those in. It's going to be difficult to catch this bit on camera. Put that in its place. I like to sit it up vertically, and then we'll pop the first one in. I was a little bit tight under here to do this, when you've got big hands like mine. That one's in. Both of those are in, just double check, both of those are in. So that's the battery fitted. What we will do is just give it a quick power test just to see if it is powering up. The battery will come with a little bit of charge. It won't be fully charged by any stretch of the imagination, so it should be a little bit charged. And whilst it's doing that, we'll grab a power lead and we will just see about getting the unit actually powered up with a power supply, and then we'll see if it is actually taking charge and charging. Put our power supply in now, just see if it's going to gain any current. So keep an eye on the screen. Right hand side, we might get a current draw up here. If not, it could just be because we need to swap the end on there. Currently we're getting 1 amp current draw, as we can see. So we are getting a charge on the battery. So press the power button and we can see now it is actually fully going into a power cycle and a power boot as well. So we had charge voltage, charge current, sorry, of 1 amp. It's now going through into a, we've got picture on screen just there. Just see if it comes through into the Windows login screen, and if it does, we'll power it back down and we will just ensure that it's, yep, we're now booting into Windows Recovery. If you do get this screen occasionally, if you just go to restart my PC, sometimes it just corrects itself and does that. This could be because the customer's used it on flat battery and it's gone off a couple of times and it's just corrupted the boot sectors, and Windows will try and repair itself. So just try it a couple of times rather than panicking, and then that might just sort the problem out. But again, we do these tutorials and videos live, so we can actually see anything that does come up, and at least you'll know. There we go, it's booting into Windows now. And you can see how you deal with it and how we deal with it. We'll get this into Windows and then we'll get this closed down. It is a little bit slow on this one. It is a slightly older computer. It's a quad-core AMD A8 processor with Radeon graphics. So a nice enough system, bit of a classic system, but it will run Windows 11 or Windows 10 on here. Probably Windows 8 when it was originally in use. Might be a sticker underneath. Windows 8 by the looks of it. Still booting into Windows, but again, that's because it's an older hard drive and it's just come up with a welcome.
Hi there. I'm Cortana, and I'm here to help.
And as you can see, the very helpful Cortana is here to help.
A touch of Wi-Fi there, and we'll have your PC ready for all you plan to do.
So it looks like it has got a fresh install of Windows.
Use your voice or the keyboard along the way, and if you'd like me to stay quiet, just select the little mic.
And boy, do we want Cortana to stay quiet. So we'll give that a shutdown and everything else. We'll spin it over. You can see we've got nice charge current up here. We'll disconnect the power and we'll just put the screws back in. You need to make sure that the case is clipped down. So just work your way around the edges. You'll hear them all clip. And again, it's difficult to say how much pressure. You just need to put enough pressure so it clips together, but not enough to actually damage. And if you can open the laptop up when you're doing it, don't push it down because you've got a danger of damaging the screen. Just work your way around and do that. Just remember that the screws came out at different lengths, so you need to put back in at the corresponding holes. Yours may not be different lengths, so they might all be uniform, but this particular one had 2 different sizes of screws in it. We do a lot of other tutorials on the channel as well, from keyboard replacements, screen replacements, and battery replacements, as well as Windows installs, hard drive replacements, and RAM replacement, and also many other more difficult and challenging repairs down to component level. So please do consider hitting that like and subscribe button. Once we've got the case on, we'll give it one final confirmation that it is actually still posting and charging, and then we'll perform some battery drain tests and a battery calibration on it as well. But other than that, this should be a job done. So as you can see, it is something you can do at home yourself. If you've got any questions or queries, please drop me a comment in the video section, and I'd be more than happy to offer any help or assistance where needed. So we'll pop the charger back in. What we're looking for on here is just a charge current. So we can see the pre-charge current, and then it's zipping straight up to just over an amp. So that's pretty good charge current there. It will sit there and charge the battery fully. So we'll leave this on charge off stream and get that sorted. So that's the Acer battery replacement done. As you can see, nice, easy, quick job for you to try yourself. Again, if you need any help or assistance, please drop me a comment below. I'm more than happy to help. Please consider liking and subscribing. We'll catch you all very soon. Bye-bye now. Right, guys, that's me VOD done. Needed to do that because I am a little bit behind on all my VODs. So, I need a piece of paper to write on now. Have I got a piece of paper? Have I hell got a piece of paper? Where did we go there? 33 minutes finished. So, in 33 mins. So at least I can drag my VOD off. I will put commands back on so you can all abuse me. Morning, Andy. I did see Andy drop into chat on there, so do beg your pardon, Andy, for not responding, but I was in the middle of creating that VOD. And I did see that he put "oh now" on there as well. I had disabled them. So sorry about that being a little bit dry and boring, but just wanted to get that out of the way. Because they're all coming very useful. So good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Nice easy one, this for a Saturday morning, that one. It's just that I'm going to try and do a lot more of these kind of self-help DIY ones.
PCDD, little shit. PCDD, little shit.
There we go. You can abuse me to your heart's content now. Morning, Mike. Morning, Joseph.
PCDD, little shit.
Morning, Gear. Morning, Gear. Liking the mug you've ordered, Gear. Thank you very much for that one. I think he's ordered the little ship mug as well. Ah, that's better. You can abuse me to your heart's content now. Yeah, I was just doing that. I just need to get some VODs done. Just to get that done. I was talking to ta-da's and do you know what I might do, Nick? I might do. Got to have something a little bit different. I was talking to Arnold, Lead Farmer. Can't remember what day it was. Thursday, no, Wednesday night, I think it was. It was helping me out with some stuff off stream on Discord, and I needed to order something to do with the BIOS programmer. So as we've all done on AliExpress when you start looking, so I've ordered about 20 things off AliExpress. Only one thing what I needed. Rest of the stuff you don't need, but you just order anyway. So I've got quite a big AliExpress order arriving. I've still got on the shelf up there a box what I've still not opened. Anyone else getting little buffers? I tend to get little buffers, James, if I forgot to reset my fast forward speed, and that's when VOD mod deactivated. Yeah. This is still pulling over an amp, so I need to put Windows 11 on here. So by the looks of it, the customer has probably reset this. I don't know why they've done that. Yeah, it looks like they've reset it. So I bet they've got no info on here. I think it's our app. I'm not getting drop frames at my side, James. Oh, wait there. Oh, I am. Tell a lie, James. I'm not recording, so it's not because I'm recording. And my task manager is sat at... CPU sat at 16%, GPU sat at 70%. So GPU is high, but there's 30% in there. My RAM is sat at, I've got 64 gigabytes of RAM. and it's all running off M2, so it's probably not a lag at my side. My Ethernet's a 1000 gigabit, whatever it is, so it's probably not that. But as I say, I did notice this morning, James, that I couldn't go live straight away for whatever YouTube. It pressed live, and usually it's live within about 5-6 seconds on my stream, and it must have took 25-30 seconds. So whether YouTube's struggling with something as well. I wonder if YouTube's been hacked by Mr. Beast as well. Yeah, that could be why. I have got 113 missed frames. Look down here. We've got skip frames due to encoding lag. That's saying rendering and encoding lag. So I don't know why it's saying that. I am at my maximum bitrate for YouTube anyway, but I've got 1000 megabit, so I'm well within my tolerances on that. Yeah, I don't know at all on that one. That's strange. YouTube being YouTube again. Many people streaming. Yeah, it could be that. Could be because it's raining. I think it's the primary ingest server that's struggling. Yeah, I suppose. Do you know what we lose track on is how many people must be actually consuming content at this time of day, whether, you know, no matter what country they're in, whether it's late at night or during the day. It's a mammoth load on the on YouTube, isn't it? Just for VODs, let alone people doing all live streams and everything else. Yeah, Twitch is the way forward. But anyway, let me just see if this is if this is completely blank. I'll just stick in my memory stick in and bang them onto. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is the. I do remember now. Do remember. He said he'd upgraded to Windows 10. And I said, well, I'm not going to go through diagnostics because he. So let's just stick that in there. And let's see if we can get into a BIOS. Get this closed. And then we'll. Why this is doing this, I'm going to get one of my AliExpress boxes down because I've got an Yeah, I've got an AliExpress box set up there of something I bought and I've never got around to even opening yet, which is just sacrilege, isn't it? How dare I buy things off AliExpress and not open them? I've done that again, press wrong button. So while this is installing Windows 11, we'll open that box. We'll see what it is. We'll see if we can guess what it is. I bought it with channel donations yet again. Thank you to everybody who's either donated to the channel, membership on the channel, which starts from, I think it's 99 pence, and also drop me any merch or anything like that. It all goes back into the channel, and we buy things for the channel for doing that. And if anybody's got any suggestions what they want me to buy, I'm happy to consider it and I can't multitask and buy it and then do a review. So we can do it off a pooled resource rather than thinking, I won't mind that, but I want to see if it's any good first. And we'll choose Windows 11 with the latest updates. We'll just get this doing it, and then once this is doing it, we'll get into that unboxing. Oh, what have you ordered, Joseph? AliExpress. I'm gonna do a big AliExpress unboxing because the rest of the stuff hasn't turned up yet. So I have got. It's getting time to do it. It's the editing which I struggle with. You look at James's content, and James's content is amazingly well polished. If anybody's not, well, if you're not a member of James's channel, go subscribe to his channel and get a member, because he's got a members video out there at the moment where he's repairing a Lenovo laptop. And I'm not going to spoil it, but there's two Lenovo laptops, and he uses one which he tried before to work on a second laptop. It's a nice. It's a nice video on how James approaches the problem and works through the issues and anything else which kind of brought up, and yeah, and leaving the power plug in like I've done many a time. It just shows that we make mistakes. And I quite like that in videos, because you watch some creators and all you see is, oh, I've done this brilliant, I've done this brilliant. Problem is, it's not always like that. I'm just going to drop into disk part. And so disk DIS 0, and then clean that disk, and then exit, done. Get this on here. So that's one of the reasons why when I do my VODs, and anybody watched the VOD I did last week about the water damage one, I do it as a live interaction. I don't edit anything out. Sometimes I'll, if phone rings, I'll pause it. But other than that, I'll leave it kind of running all the way through. And I will say that this is done as a repair rather than anything else. So if we do come across anything which is untoward or wrong, it's then seen and addressed. So anyway, we got this turn up from AliExpress. I weren't planning on doing this, but I just thought, whilst this one's installing Windows 11, we'll do it. It is good to show mistakes. I think it's good to show real world. It don't look artificial. And one thing about live streams, you can't hide behind edits. And anyone doing live streams know all too well that we all make mistakes. We all make mistakes, and even the great and the good will make mistakes, but they're edited out. That's the thing. So let's have a look. Anybody want to hazard a guess at what this might be? It is to do with work, so it is a work-related thing. So it's not like it's a stuffed toy or anything like that, or a mug. It is electronic orientated. I do know that a couple of people in chat have these. I think one person in chat, at least one person in chat, has more or less the identical one to this. It's a mug. It's not a mug. Close, Andy. Close. Close. It does look, actually, it's about the same size as the box as what your mugs do come in. I do plan on doing a review on this as well. That's why it's sat here. This might give it away. Certainly for anyone who has one of these, this will probably give it away. It is. Well, what it is, because it's been warm in the UK, I'll show you exactly what it is. I've ordered some air for my aircon machine. And this is how it comes packaged. If you don't know how, you know, when you order air, fresh air for your aircon machine, this is how it comes packaged. You get things. You can open one of these a day. So you've got half a day and you've got a full day one there. And then you get another half day and a full day. So if it's only warm half a day, you just open one. If it's warm a full day, you open that. They're brilliant. They think of everything in China, don't they? It's a dim bulb tester. Andy's got it right. I've not even looked at it, like I say. It's open. Yeah, dim bulb tester. There we go. I will zoom down. I think, do you have the same one as this, Andy? I'm copying James. I've been thinking about getting one of these for a while. The issue I have is, I know I've got a laptop sat there, my plug socket for it is behind here, and I just don't have the working room. As you can see, this is kind of the only space I've got. And this gap here is just big enough for a normal PC, and I've got no desk here. So my thought process is, I don't know if I can't turn it around, is to put it actually above the shelf. So kind of put it up here above the camera height, this main box, so it's mounted right up there, so I can see it, and then just bring an extension cable down so I can just plug stuff in. It's a bit rattly. So that's my thought process behind it. Oh, did you build your own, Andy? I'm not clever enough for that. Not clever enough. Also have a home built one. Ah, Justin Spider's got an home. I think there's a lot of people. I looked at the pricing on home built ones and the form factor of the space it would take up, because I didn't have a great deal of space. I liked this one. This has worked out at, I think, about £27, Great British pounds. So what's that, about €32, something like that, about $35. So I thought this was ideal because we've got the RCD twin breakers there. We've obviously got the on and off for the actual unit itself, and we've got a little current meter and power meter, and the universal plug socket there, and obviously somewhere for the bulb. Input goes at this side, got a bit of a rattle on it, but yeah, that's basically what it is. I will take screws out and have a look inside as well. I copyright, mister. I wanted one with 2 lamp holders so I can mix the... that'll be why you've done yours then. Yeah, I thought it was good value. Good value. AliExpress, about 27 pound delivered. There's all different mixed ones on there, because some advertise at 8 quid, then 26 quid delivery. Some advertise at 30 quid delivered. So I just kind of looked round, but I had been looking for a while, and I just thought, due to the fact that it's all pre-built, all in a half decent form factor case, and it's got the extra RCDs in, but we'll take the screws out and have a quick look inside. Let me see if I can find a big screwdriver. We'll see what's inside. And I liked it because it's got the additional protection on there. Not that I know what I'll be looking at in here, apart from being input and output some wires. I think Learn Computer Repairs had... Oh, tell you what, it's pretty impressive how they've wired that already. Move them screws out of the way. I'll have a bit of a close-up. I plan on doing a... mine was nearly 70. Wow. Got a hell of a deal with that. Oh, thank you. Let's hope it just... yeah. I tell you what, there's a bit of weight in here. So we've clearly got the feed coming in to the switch. We've got the 2 trips there. That is obviously the plug output, bulb, and then the display. So there's not a great deal in it. I don't know what that's for. Oh, temperature sensor. So that's just hanging around in there. There's a temperature sensor, I would imagine that one is. Wonder how they have a temperature sensor. Yeah, I did look at the power supply. I think I spoke to you about that, James, didn't I? Yeah, there's no earth on it. I suppose I could put an earth through, because we've got an earth terminal there. And I can pass an earth through to that terminal there. So it's only one wire. So should we do that now? Seeing as I've got it open, I might do that now. Yeah. Yeah, I did look at it with the sorry, I'm just looking for a cable which I can butcher with the power supply. But I just thought, with the power supply that I've got, I didn't really need it. Yeah, that'll do. Let's get an earth on here whilst we are... Oh, computer's restarting behind it. Yeah, it's long enough. Snip. Let's all find faults with this because of the price. Do you know what? You start thinking... I'll show you advert. You start thinking to yourself, did it look so cheap for a reason? I mean, it might be a load of garbage. It might be a case of it's unsafe and dangerous. But I mean, it looks well built. All these look really well crimped and whatnot. It doesn't look shabby on that. I suppose the proof will be in whether it'll work. Let me just see if I can find it on here, and I'll just show you which one I got. And £32.69. Do beg your pardon, guys. It was a little bit more expensive. I'll tell you why. It's because I went for the one with the double protection. The other one was a little bit cheaper. That's why. And I'll show you. Zoom down onto there. So yeah, it was £27.69 for the basic one with the single trip, and I went for the double one, which brings up to about 32 quid. I went for that one, so it was £32 for the double one. But even so, I mean, I don't know what extra protection it gives you. Oh, it's disappeared off that, 27 quid. But it's still good at that, and that is with that. Nice form factor and neat wiring inside. Yeah, I'm replacing mine with EU plug. Yeah, you'll need to do that, won't you, for yours? Morning, Bristech. I like even where they've gone to trouble of putting some hot snot around the connectors here to stop them coming out. Just a little bit more attention to detail. Do you have heat shrink? You could unplug the spade and slide down over those connectors. I do have some heat shrink. I'll do it properly, shall I? I'd have just bodged that. Well, I won't, because my thought would have been, I'll just leave it there, and it'll never come right. I'm going to get distracted now doing this, aren't I? Rather than getting some work done. I'm easily distracted, but I ain't got any heat shrink, which is going to be wide enough. I have a box, but it's going to be tight if I use that. Anything bigger? Got some blue. Blue might be, yeah, blue's far too big. Could do with clear, because clear would look nice, or green at least. Green's going to be far too nice. I'm going to have to use black. Oops. Oh, I've got a piece of that black. I've ordered some more Chicago screws yesterday to need my pliers, which are in this drawer. Yeah. Do the laptop screen repairs. Let me see, like Justin uses on Just Inspired. Pliers. Did you get a bulb? No, I didn't. Didn't get the bulb included. I thought I did, in fairness, because it had a picture of a bulb. But you know what AliExpress is like. They show you pictures of all sorts and they don't always give you. Let's widen these up a little. That's it. I'm pretty jealous. Yeah, I must say it's. I say just with the nice, pretty form factor, I thought it was nice. I need to find a way of doing it. I'd rather put ventilation. Will it get really hot in here? Just put big ventilation holes there. Can't understand. Do you know what? I don't even mind power plug too much. Power plug looks, yeah, I mean, it's unfused, so I mean, I'd never use it. It's unsafe, but it's still a nice power plug. Let me get me solder iron turned on and see if I can get some solder and a bit of fluxation. This Amtex flux is shockingly bad. Get that out. Not a UK plug. No, it's not. It's one of them silly ones. Looking in again from Australia. Hi. Oh, Alan. Hello. Welcome from the land of Oz. I haven't got any spade connector. I actually have got a spade connector, so I could have used a spade connector here. I'm not going to bother though. I'm just going to solder. Because only an earth wire. We don't need to be safe, do we? Of course, we need to be safe. Right. Oh. Joking myself. I have finally got everything turned up for my solar panels now as well. Woo! I've been waiting some roof brackets, which finally turned up on third attempt from City Plumbing. So they've finally come good because they say supplier had sent them wrong to them. So that was them finally coming good at what they needed to do, which was send me correct ones. I've got the electrician coming next week to put me a bidirectional RCBO in, which again is something that is advised. So I'll be doing that. Chill, thank you very much for subscribing on a member. Oh, you've become a member. Thank you very much to those two people who've become a member. And also, I can't see what that is. Has somebody gifted a load of subs? Who's gifted? Oh, Gear. Didn't see that. Sorry. Wow. Dreams received a sub. Chill, Ryan. Oh, gifted. Oh, Gear. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. If you're in the community, thank you very much. Please do thank Gear for that. Didn't have to, but thank you so much for that. Very kind, generous thing. Doesn't it do anything? I'm not. I didn't see how it was wired. In fairness, one's a 16 amp and one's a 1 amp, I believe. So I would have thought the 1 amp would trip anyway. So I couldn't see, and certainly how it's wired on there. Thank you. If you're in chat, guys, and you've received that, please do thank Gear for that. Very generous. Amazing guy as well. Amazing creator. Morning, Tom. I thought it was an RCD, and the other was over current breaker. Letters rip it, I think. I like gifting. Thank you. He's a generous guy. Thank you. Please, I mean, I'm saying check him out. I think everybody knows who he is. I will flip this over and have a look, and we will investigate the wiring, how it wires a little bit more on that one. Get a big blob of solder on that. Gosh. This old solder is just terrible at not giving off fumes. I picked wrong roll of solder up, Anna. Oh, there we go. Please pop over. Thanks, James, for that. Please pop over and show Gear some love. I think I'm pronouncing his name correctly. I copied James when James used to call him it. So I think that's where I've got the name from on there. So I'm hoping I'm pronouncing his name correctly. There you go. We'll get the spot on. There we go. At least I got something right today. We'll get the heat shrink shoved down here and stretch that heat sink again because it's a little bit, it's shrunk again. If we just stretch it out on a pair of these, get that over the other end, even. Oh, I can't even talk. That's still installing Windows 10, this laptop. So, sorry, we're installing Windows 11. So we're still okay with that. We'll just get this slipped down here. Open up a little bit more. Should have put the blue on after all. Sit down. Right, let's get a bit of fire and just melt that back down. Seal that down there. That's one earth on. Other than just going over here, I'm just going to tack this one on because it's in a slightly different place. And I've already soldered it all up. Tin the wire. Done. Bit of heat shrink on that one. Stretch that. Very quick with this one because this one will not hang around. Done. down. Look at this. Uncle Clive would be really happy. Big Clive would be really happy that there's an earth on a Chinese product now. So we put that on. So let's just have a look how this is wired then. So we've got two. So those are the breakers that we were referring to. I would imagine they'll probably mean something to other people. One's red. They look to be the same pattern instead. DZ4763s. 3 amp and a 6 amp. So they do look to be the same sort of thing. I mean, there is a 16 amp and a 1 amp sign there, but I mean, that's only print. It probably doesn't mean anything. So the red one's on the bottom. So the input from the bulb is bridged between those two. So it looks like one triggers the other, because obviously it comes, the power will come in this side. Oh no, it's triggered there anyway. Neutral. That's if it is neutral. Yeah, it is measuring on neutral side, isn't it? Going through breaker, back out to bulb to make a circuit. So they look like they're in parallel. Yeah, I think it secret laptop. Yeah, so no exposed contacts. Yeah, in fairness, they've put everything on apart from these two here, which has got no heat shrink on. They're soldered on. It's the only poor bit that they've probably done. So we'll put a spot of glue down there. Morning, Auto GT. Soldering iron keeps falling out of the thing. We'll work independently, but do the same thing. Yeah, it looks like it will, won't it? I'm just looking how they're kind of fed through. So they're both kind of in parallel, but they'll both trip together. Do you know if one of them trips? That's all I'm really bothered about. But I mean, idea is it's bulb works anyway. Bulb should negate that and stop us getting electrocuted, or stop anything untoward happening. To say not electrocuted, because that's the wrong thing. Find a glue stick and drip a bit of hot snot down there. Yeah, the only bits they've missed is on those terminals here and those there. So I can't understand why they've not. Just put a bit of hot snot on that one. Same on this one. This is still installing Windows 11, so we're still waiting for that, so that's good. I know hot snot isn't the best thing for this. We will plug this in and just see if it actually works and lights up. I just need to find a cable. I have got a hot glue gun. It just takes for an eternity. Why don't they have a quick heat hot glue gun? I've got 3 hot glue guns and none of them actually work really quick. They just take far too long to heat up. You know, I know it's not pretty. Neither were I at school. Well, school now, whenever. Cool that down. So that's that bit sorted. Give that a quick blow, which is what my girlfriend often says, and we'll get this put back together. Woohoo! Pretty. Do you know why I went for this one? Because it looks pretty. I'm a sucker for, oh, let's get that because it's got another button on. Not that that button's useful. Let's go in that. Better. Can't do it when you haven't got aligned nuts, can you? It's slightly off-centered to the left. Just hanging to the left a little bit, that was.
Oh, you!
What have I done?
Might need to verify power meter wiring. Dream said wired incorrectly.
Oh, okay. I will. I'll not put any more screws in. Then we'll have a look at that. I will plug it in and just see if we've got power meter illuminated. Let's put it like that. It's just a standard computer plug. That one will actually work, but I'm going to get a fused one out. And just to be safe, I am going to use my little RCD connector. Let's plug it in a bit. Oh, I can't plug it in, but that don't fit. And reset. Turn that off, actually. Right. On, reset. Ooh. Tell you what, that looks all right.
What's this thing? It's a dim bulb tester.
It's all right, isn't it? Turn me soldering down if it's beeping. So we've got a power meter on here. We'll try plugging the. Can I plug in there? Okay, what we'll plug in there? We'll plug a phone charger in, and I'll plug my not that one. Plug a USB charger in. Oh, grab a USB cable. Which is it's in here. I'll tell you what, I'm on not on live chat, am I? I'm on top chat. Damn, live chat. There you go. Yeah, I need to create a short on the load. That's to see if the bulb lights up, but I ain't got a bulb. I'll have a look. I'm just going to test the whatchamacallit there. Just to see if it is. Right, so those are off. I presume they're now on. Yep, charging. 230 volts. Yeah, we're pulling a little bit. So that seems to be working. I can't test the short because I ain't got a bulb yet. I might have. I'll go pop upstairs and get my box. Just while that's on a second, let me pop upstairs and get my box of bulbs. I think I've got an incandescent. A incandescent bulb. I think it needs to be between 1 and 200 watts. The bulb. I do have a huge box, as you can see, of bulbs. We can't use an energy saving one, can I? That's 11 watts. Definitely not going to work. Ha 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 ha. Oh, what's that? See what wattage that is. That is 46 watts. That's no good. Yeah, it must be incandescent. Yeah. I'm just looking to see if I've got a big enough. This box has got all sorts of types of bulbs in, including car headlamp and halogen bulbs and stuff like that. And I'm just looking to see if I've got anything which is a load of candle bulbs. I suppose as long as it's right wattage, they're fine. But I don't think they'll be right wattage. I've got bulbs. I ain't even got. I've got boxes of bulbs here. I don't even know what they are. 40 watts. 60. Now I don't even know what size of that one. That fits. Here's a question. If I put wrong wattage bulb in it, let's say I put a 60 watt bulb in it, what detrimental effect will it have? Because I think the biggest I've got is 60 watts. Yeah, it's an E27. I've got screw thread. I'm just thinking of the wattage. Like I say, I think the biggest. I don't know what's in here. I ain't got a clue what's in here. Oh, GU10s. Anybody wants any GU10s? I've got billions of them. I don't even have anything. What? Oh, I do have some things. I've got headlight bulbs and all sorts of them. I got 150 watt. Stick with my 60. Can I? Yeah. Well, I reckon GT, it'll burn the bulb filament. But for, do you know the short period of time? Because I can't actually see what wattage these bulbs are. I reckon these are probably 60 watt bulbs. Oh no, it's a 40 watt. They're 40s. That's definitely not going to be. Because I don't have any. I can order one, but. Do you know, for testing it today, I reckon that's a 40 watt as well. For testing it today, I can get away with using a 40 watt, and I'll just pop to hardware store and get a whatchamacallit. I bought a load of these when Wilko's, which were they used to sell about everything you can imagine in the UK, was shutting down. They're 3 watt. Oh wait, what's that one? And they were selling incandescent bulbs off because they became illegal, didn't they, in the UK? It's another 40 watt bulb. It's fine. Yeah, I'll try that for testing, and then I'll order a. When I go to hardware store, I'll buy a correct, I think, a bulb for it. That's a halogen bulb, 46 watt dimmable halogen bulb. I'm not going to get all these back in here. So how come they went in and they won't go in now? Put these in the garage actually. Don't like keep them upstairs in wardrobe. I don't use them. Put these out of the way because the plastic box is broke as well. So I'm going to go through here and drop them all. So we'll get this in here. And then you're going to have to tell me how I can create a short. I would imagine I can create a short just by... Does it only do negative to positive shorts, or will it do to ground? Will it do ground shorts as well? Yeah, everything is LED. Yeah, they made it a legal requirement, didn't they, to do that. Let's stick one of these in. Oh, that's good. Just let me run. I'm just going to run Snappy Driver whilst we are finishing this off. That one, can't see the screen. It's Snappy Driver. 29 I'll do. I don't think there's any updated drivers between now 29 and 30 for this Computio. Check with way bypass switch on. If your bypass is on, it will blow electrics. Well, I've got my other RCD, and it'll only blow the office anyway now, because that's how I've got the office wired. Doesn't actually blow, and it doesn't take me offline either, which is a good thing. We'll just get this turned on and do select all, allow. Come on, this computer's so slow. Select all. Right, done. Morning, Electro. Bypass switch off. Right, so let's turn that back on at the wall. That's now back on at the wall. Do a reset on my RCD because I don't have RCD on the wall. So we're now on with that. If I plug that in, we are pulling right voltage, and it is pulling 0.6. It's only charging my phone, so it's only a phone charger. So if I plug, I don't think if I can plug something in. How am I best off testing this? Because I don't really want to plug, I don't really want to touch them negative and neutral and live out with a piece of wire, because that's pretty darn dangerous. Or is that the way I'm going to be doing it? That's a computer lead. I love that mug. Tweezers in the holes. Do you know, I did think of that. Plug a kettle in. Will that do it, a kettle? RCDs are off. Draw enough to light up. Bridge the plug, wire a plug dead short. I could do that, I suppose, yeah. I'm just thinking whether I just shove a piece of insulated wire between those two as well. I stuck a small screwdriver in each, then alligator clip them together. Yeah, that's a good one. Let me just grab kettle like Andy's suggested. Will a heater do it as well? Yeah, I'm going to say a heater. James just put a heater. I have got the heater sat on the floor down here, what I use at winter. And unplug that. Right, so that's off. Right, so we've got, this is a 5 litres, this probably 500 or maybe a kilowatt. Consumption 0.83 amps, 2000 watts, and it's on full. Bulb's on. That's better. So heater's now on. 1 off, 2 off. So I wonder what the difference between them two is. So heater's on. You need them both tripping. Bit weird, isn't it? Protection bit. I've got my glasses on, Mick. Got my glasses on. Wet fingers ultimate test. Yeah, I could just beep them. Are they acting as a bypass switch? I don't know how they're acting, in fairness. That's, heater's not on. It's not powering up and light bulbs come on. If I turn 1 on, because we're pulling 2000 watts. So it's pulling 2 kilowatts, 8.38 amp. But you've got to have them both triggered to get the light bulb to come on. They're both bypass switches. So basically, I can't use this. Am I right in thinking? That bulb's getting warm. I cannot use this unless I can't bypass the bulb circuit, can I? That's basically what this is saying to me. It's not allowing me to bypass the bulb circuit. Yeah, both off light comes on. Yeah. It's still pulling 1.68 amp, which is obviously the light bulb, isn't it? Do you know what? It's pulling 38 amp, which is a 40 watt bulb, 38 watts, which is a 40 watt bulb. Both off its bypass. But bypass to me would mean that it's bypassing the actual protection and putting it straight to there. But bypass, I suppose what it is meaning is it's doing its job and it's cutting power. Right. So if I did that, oh yeah, because fan's on now. Right. So just because I'm a bit stupid, So please just bear with me on this question. To make sure I'm safe when I'm testing things, I have it set like that. So it's on. I'm going to have to turn that off because I'm absolutely cooking with that on. It's pointing straight at my face. So if I'm testing things, I have them two on the on position and I have it set like that. And if there's a short circuit now, that'll illuminate and trip them. So for testing, I have it like that. I have it in that mode. Do I have these to the right or to the left? Both to right enables bulb. Right. So for testing, if I want my tester, I have it set like that. If it plugs in and gets a short, the light bulb will come on. Got you. Right. So I'm going to make a mark on there just so I don't forget, because I've got memory of a sieve. I said I weren't that bright. So I'm going to put a right to test. I can't write on here. There we go. It says right to test, but because I'm writing a bit funny. Right. And if I do that, it basically bypasses it. Wonderful. At least I know. So going back to this, I quite like that. I like it because of this as well, because we had a situation the other day where we had to use the customer's laptop charger and we couldn't see whether it was pulling any current. So I had to get my old fashioned power thing out for the wall, where if I'd have plugged it into here, we could have seen that. So yeah, quite like that. So a 40 watt bulb for the time being. I'll order reckon 100 watt bulb I should be ordering for this. They are pretty useless for anything. Oh, if it pulls more than the bulb will light. I see what you mean now. Need to make some, yeah, I do. I've got a thing. I've got a label printer. I did see your comment on that one, Tom. I did see your comment about should I request an Echo, but I was sat there on stream just kind of watching in the background, and I did see him playing some of the older games and whatnot, and I did think Echo the Dolphin, but yeah, I should have requested that stream. I did reply to, I think you and I can't remember who else were on at the time, who said hello. I did bang a thing in, so I'm going to keep those bulbs just so I remember. All right, that were a bit unexpected, weren't it? I went, ooh, dropped all my M2s off there. Weren't expecting to be doing that, but we did. And as I say, they sent me the aircon as well, which was the aircon regas stuff. Really nice of them. Does that mean I've just breathed some Chinese air in by stabbing that? I would imagine it is, isn't it? Oh, let's get back onto business. Thank you very much for that, gentle people, for assisting me with that. These silicon USB cables are wonderful. Really, really nice. Look how flexible that is. USB-C to C, 20 gigabit one, that. I have got the high speed, ultra high speed one set up there as well. Really nice. I do like them. I'll order some more.
If it does, then no, it's a DC side issue.
Do you know what? On the rare occasion where I've had an issue with something tripping the electrics, it's extremely rare because there's obviously a lot of protection in power supplies. So it is extremely rare that I've ever had to come across it. But if a customer brings it in and says, I've got a power issue and it's turned off and it's blown me electrics, I'll then be using it. I won't be using it probably like you will, Andy, or some others, where the first thing is they plug it into there. Because I know you deal with slightly different things to myself. So it'll probably be a rare thing that I'll use. But if I do bring it down and manage to get it, as I say, mounted, I'm thinking of mounting a separate double plug socket there, which will then just have one feed up there to where the box is going to sit, and then that'll go into the wall. So that's the idea for me. Anyone got pregnant in the meantime? What? It's not that type of stream. Have you tuned into the wrong thing there? It is a good tip, that, Andy. Yeah. My missus will break the cable in a week. I had triplets. Alan had triplets. I don't know how he managed that. Well done, Alan. Congratulations. He's the proud mother of triplets. Installation complete. Just want to reboot this machine. This one's just had Windows 11 whilst we were tinkering around with that. I do feel grateful on that, guys. Thank you. Because I don't fully understand the just because obviously instructions are in Chinese, but I suppose there'd be an argument to be said, if you're ordering one of them, you should really understand what switches did. Prefer the low voltage power supplies, i.e. consoles and laptop chargers. Yes. You don't tend to electrocute yourself at 12 volts, do you? We'll tell you nothing on a device pulling higher wattage than the bulb. I'll get myself a 100-watt bulb anyway, because that's what it recommends, 100 to 200. I'll pick one of them up if I haven't got one kicking around. So I might have one in the garage and another bag of bulbs I've got. But if not, as I say, it's only going to be on the to really stop my electric stripping in the office, because I've now got it all wired separately. So the office, the cameras and whatnot would go down, but my stream wouldn't go down, because my stream is now, and my PC is wired on a different way. To everywhere else, it's on a separate ring main. It's on a separate fuse and RCBO and all sorts. Completely separated now. Isolated, I think, is what they say, don't they? 100 watt plus sunglasses. Yeah, yeah. All right. This one is nearly done, so let's just get rid of the crap what these insist on putting on. Let's see if we can get an HDMI cable so we can have a big picture. Pictures. Is it still pulling current? It is. We're pulling 1 amp. I've had to get my other power supply out because for that reason my main power supply is having a bit of a hissy fit and will not work. We have a picture on here. There we go. That's what I'm looking at. So I'm just going to get rid of some of this crud. What we get with it, shift and delete. I'll delete them permanently. We'll get rid of that. Thank you very much, Steve, for your membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much, much, much appreciated on there. I'm going to try and pronounce that. One-eared Steve. Thank you very much. I know a joke about that, but I'm not going to make it because it's probably offensive. So yeah, better not make a joke about somebody working on a building site. Oh, somebody was asking me about a story the other day, and I said I need to tell them a story next time I'm on live stream. I can't remember what it was. About me in a gent's toilets. No, I can't remember that story. Now, completely gone. I'm sure it'll come back to me, whoever it was. I think it were on Discord we were on about it. Hello, Hasib Electronics. Good day. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have just finished, if anybody is wondering what we are doing or not doing or anything else, this one's just had a battery and he just wanted Windows 11 putting on. So we've put Windows 11 on it for him. And now I'm just going to run Snappy Driver just to make sure the remaining drivers. Then I'll pop this to one side, and we've got the other stuff to jump on with and get doing, start doing. Got several in today. Many a lot more interesting than this. Gosh, this computer's slow. Need to hear this, Joe. Do you know what? It's a joke that I got told when I was at school. That's how long ago it is. So, do you know, back in the 60s when you're at school and you get told jokes, it's a different time here, isn't it? So they probably don't translate to modern day thing. But it was a joke. Well, there's two and it was a joke about a building site. And this guy's walking. Anyway, this guy's on this building site, and he finds an ear just laid on the floor, and he's thinking, "Oh my God, somebody's got their ear cut off. What shall I do? What shall I do? I'll take it to the foreman." So the foreman says, "Oh, I've just found this ear." He says, "You've just found an ear?" He says, "I've found an ear. What shall I do?" He says, "Let's go round and see if anybody's lost an ear." I mean, like you wouldn't know. It's not like you've, dropped your keys out your pocket. Anyway, so he walks around and he says, he says to this guy, he says, "Is this your ear?" "No, I've got both ears." He says to this guy, "Is this your ear?" He says, "No, I've got both ears." Said this to this other guy. He says, "Is this your ear?" He went, "I don't think so." So the guy goes, "Oh yeah, one of my ears is missing." Like you wouldn't know. Bear in mind, this is a kid's joke. So he said, "Well, I think this is your ear." He says, "No, that's not my ear, sir. Mine had a pencil behind it." I didn't say it were a funny joke. I just said it were a joke. Come on. I don't think there's much to get with that joke. And I really don't think there was much to get with that joke. But it was a kid's joke. I probably got told it at primary school. And other one is this guy goes to this job interview. Goes to job interview on a building site, and outside it says on building site, "Handyman required." So he goes up to the foreman. He says, "I'm applying for this job." He says, "Oh, brilliant." He says, "The handyman's job." "Yeah, the handyman's job." "Right. So what is it? Can you do? Are you a joiner? Are you a carpenter?" "No, I can't do anything with wood." "So are you a brickie? Can you build walls?" "No, can't build walls." "Okay. So are you a labourer?" "No, can't labour." "Are you a roofer? Can you tile?" "No, can't roof, can't tile." He went, "So why are you applying for a handyman's job?" He says, "Because I only live around the corner." And he were handy in location. Again, they're not funny. They're just kids' jokes. Kids' jokes. They're just kids' jokes. It's what it is, isn't it? You get to learn these crud. And I'm not going to go any further than they are crud. Anyway, let's go back to that one. Please don't. Yeah, there you go, Tom. That's more like it. Just give me one of those arms up in the air sort of thing. It's what it deserves. It's not funny. Right. So the TPM is never going to reinstall because it's not supported. So we're just going to check that we've got sound, and we have. Oh, it's probably coming through HDMI. Let's get that back onto speakers. Just want to make sure we've got sound. Yeah, we've got sound. Make sure we've got Wi-Fi. This customer will need Wi-Fi. Yeah, we've got Wi-Fi. Are we done?
Any nice to see Hasbro, the master. Nice to see. I put A. It's A.
Nice to see everybody this morning. Nice to see everybody. I love a Saturday morning. Is it Saturday morning? No, it's Saturday afternoon. No, Saturday morning. Clock's wrong on here. I do like to see I like a Saturday stream because you tend to get different people in what you would get in the week. Bit of lazy morning stream. So let's set this time zone automatically, set manually. How do I adjust? Change. I don't even use Windows 11. I'm still not on Windows 11 myself. Let's use the Gregorian calendar. Long time aim. I just adjust the time. All I want to do is change time. Set time manually. Yeah, system tray. Am I being stupid? Is it not on here anywhere where we can? He's a legend in chat. Whenever I have some free time, I love you. Join. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Join stream at a good time there. Hey all, hope you're all well. Thank you to Be Kind Soul who gifted me. That was Gear. Let us repair. It was Gear who did that. Love to join live streams. It's always good to see you. I'm terrible on names and faces and everything else, but it's always good to see everybody. I'm still waiting for parts. It's second class, so second class is probably about as slow as this laptop. Let me connect to some Wi-Fi, and it's going to be European Wi-Fi, so 2.4. Connect now. And what is the password? I think it's that. Fingers crossed. Oh, not that one. It's that one there. Yay, connected. And let's do a quick sync. And then we can just get rid of this one, because these are, I won't say they're boring, but they're run-of-the-mill stuff. You don't want to see me just pressing a load of buttons on a computer. Here we go. At least we've got right time. 10:52. 10:52. And 4 seconds. And we'll just reconnect that up later on. Oh, wait, let me just do my Microsoft thing. I think there will be an update for this, but I'm not going to do this on stream. We're going to get onto that more interesting desktop next. We might have a vote actually, just see what we're going to do next, because we've got a full build to do, and we've got a couple of diagnostics to do. So it's whether we do the full build or diagnostics next. That's going to be the question. So we'll see. Privacy. There we go. Clear data. And last hour. Yeah. Get rid of everything. Clear now. Done. Close. And shut down. Done. Back onto there. Just like they shut down. Did you pop to Mr. Soren's coffee chat, buddy? Has Soren been chatting this morning? It's usually Sunday. It's usually Sunday where he's on Mick. I usually pop in and say hello, because he usually gives me a shout out as well. His favourite nephew, Uncle Soren, is a legend. Let's get this put to one side with customers, battery and details. And then we'll decide what we're going to do, what we're going to do next, because it all needs doing. And we'll decide what we're going to do. Drop that off there. So we have next, that one. So we've got a full system build, which is number 1. So 1 in chat for full system build, or we've got a couple of, that one I think is just Windows reinstalling. So Windows reinstall number 2. Or we've got diagnostics number 3 on there. But I think we should do this. So 1 for full system build, 2 for Windows reinstall, 3 for diagnostics. 1, 2, or 3. That 3, I'm not sure really what will really glean from that, because I think it'll just be relatively straightforward. I think that is either a power supply or motherboard. So I don't think there's going to be a great deal in there. So 1 for system build, 2 for really Windows install, and 3 for diagnostics. So we're going 3, are we? There we go. We're going 3. We're going 3. I were looking round, and we were going 3. So we're doing a 3. We're doing a 3. So we'll get this put to one side. So story behind this number 3 is, let me turn my power supply off. We don't want that on. Off. Yeah. This one came in about 2 months ago. And when I brought it in, or when he brought it in, I think it probably on stream, in fairness, when he brought it in. He said it's not working. So we put it on the chair like we normally do. We put it on my chair, and I looked at it, and I went, oh, your RAM's out. So I clicked his RAM in, and he went, is that it? I went, yeah, give me £500 for looking at your computer. No, I didn't. We clicked his RAM in, we plugged it in, and it worked. And he went, oh, how much do I owe you? And he tried to pay me a diagnosis fee. I said, no. It took me 3 seconds to do. So he left me an amazing review on my Google webpage, which is always appreciated. And up to about 380 5-star reviews on there now. Anyway, he also left me one on my Facebook review page as well, which is really nice to him. And didn't think else of it until he texted me at the beginning of the week saying it's not working, but I have done other things to it, changes in motherboard, things like that. So looking at it, looking at it. I'm hoping it's just not what it is. I was going to send you a message if you have Discord. I'm having issues with AMD drivers and Windows 11. Oh, dear me. Multitask 3. Yeah, but anyway, we'll get on with this. I can see maybe a potential issue with this. Oh, noodle flavour. I only noodle flavour I would eat is chicken flavour. My daughter loves noodles. I've got to be honest. I'm not a massive fan. It wouldn't be a food that I would do. I love that emoji. What GT Auto just put on Android? Is that? It's a bit late for that now, GT. They've decided. The masses have spoken. I need to set one of them automatic shout-out ups to make sure people are on refresh their YouTube stream, because a few people are out there. So just looking at this, guys, and you probably can't see even if I zoom down, but let me stick some under there to elevate it a little. Can you just see? Get a bit of light. Yeah. So down here we've got the RAM clips, and again it's really hard to see, but can you see that? A wasn't in, but that's the back one, so that's fine. That one is in all together. This one here, which is what I'm trying to point to, down there. So that one's in flush. That one's not. Watch it when I push it in. It went in a bit. So I'm wondering whether it's that issue yet again, whether he's been doing things himself and it's his RAM, because he's not clipped it in. I'd love it to be as simple as that, but I don't think it's going to be, because of how he was describing it. But it could be. But the way we're describing it, because he said he's changed his motherboard and his power supply, I think if he changes his motherboard and his power supply, the only things it could possibly be is maybe his CPU. But his CPU probably wouldn't cause it not to even illuminate, because he says even the power light doesn't come on, which is more often than not. Has he got that on the wrong place? Oh my gosh, he's got his be better on under camera, this under microscope. Let me just put microscope on, because this will be so much easier to see. Time to wrench, fellas. Have a good day. Oh, see you later, GT. Have a good day. Have a good weekend. And I've got the ramen in my head. Thanks, I've just had to dinner tonight. It's weird that, isn't it, how just one thing can trigger it. So let me put some illumination down here. Let's see if we can get onto here. So if you look at his RGB lighting, which he's got on here, which is you've got RGB and you've got your 12 volt here. He had his mounted. It's going to be really fiddly for me to show because of the way it is. He had his mounted like that, and if I can get it in the right orientation, you will see exactly what I'm trying to say. I know my big fat fingers are in the way, but we'll just have to pretend they're not for a second. Oh. Right, can you see what I am aiming at there? You might be able to spot it. If I come in from the side, you might get a bit better light. There we go. Can you see arrow on the, if you look at the B pin, which is the top one, we've got an arrow on the plastic thing, and he had got his positive. There you go, you see arrow now. So instead of going to positive there, it'd been put in voltage, which is the white wire. Yeah. Oh, straight down there. So that ain't good. I might give us a better illumination. Really difficult to get any light down here. There we go. You can see arrow now. Right, see that arrow? That's positive, basically. So if we try and... You won't believe how many things I've got sat down here to try and do that. So if we see where positive was plugged in and it wasn't plugged into... There you go. You can see he's got it plugged into his RGB rather than his 12 volt. So we put that backwards.
What is the black edge connector?
This one. This is his RGB for his fans and whatnot. So that should have been... He had that in that way, and it should have been that way. Should have been like that, basically. So notice where the white wire is. And he's got his... like that. And you can get them backwards because there's 4 pins on it and it will transverse, where the one next to it, which is the 5 volt one, won't, because it's a missing pin, so it means you can't plug a 5 onto a 12 basically, because they have a blocked pin on the thing, so it doesn't damage it. But you can't get them backwards either. But you can with the 12 volts, and you put them backwards. So I wonder whether he's done that, and that could be causing the issue as well. So again, it'd be nice. Sometimes it's not difficult jobs, it's just spotting what the issue is. I did one Wednesday off stream, and it was built themselves, and there was quite a lot of issues. They'd forgot to put standoff in the M2 drive, so that was just screwed down to the board at quite an obtuse angle. They put the RAM in completely wrong. The RAM wasn't clicked in, 2 of the slots wasn't actually pushed home fully. The fans were plugged in to the RGB headers, forced on, which I ain't got a clue to this day how they got them down there. So there's quite a lot of things. They'd actually mounted the heatsink fan, rather than the heatsink fan being in the correct orientation, which is front to back. They'd actually put it, instead of putting it that way, they put it that way. So fans were blowing. Well, they hadn't. It was a double fan. It was the, you know, the Thermal Master, thermal right one, which Peerless Assassin. So they've got the thing here, and they put a fan at the front, a fan at the back, and left a gap in the middle. But both, they were blowing in on each other as well. So they put fans in wrong orientation. But it's not a criticism. It's just, you know, if you don't know, you don't know. It's what it is. I see. How's the computer been working like this? Well, because he's a tinkerer, James, it's difficult. Sorry, because he's a tinkerer, James, I'm unsure what he's done and what he hasn't done. In the fact that it might have been working, it might not. He might have done this before, he might have done that afterwards. It's always difficult when you get something in, when somebody started tinkering. And with him saying he's done his PSU, he's done his motherboard, is this just after he's done this that it's not done that? Because sometimes they'll work, sometimes they won't. Sometimes it'll just show as a direct short, so it won't work. Sometimes it's just clever enough to turn it off. I've seen all different bits with motherboards on that. New motherboard.
PCDD, you little shit.
Grasspuddle, hello. People rarely tell you. Yeah, I've got another one in at the moment, and they've got a drive which has done 200 hours, an M2 drive. Is it overfilled? No, not overfilled. It's down to 81% health. And I went, have you overfilled it? No, not overfilled it, never overfilled it. It's 256 gigabyte drive, and he's a gamer, young lad. Not overfilled it. So I looked at it, and it's hardly done any hours, it's hardly done any reboots. Yeah, it could be a fault on drive. So I rang him and I went, it definitely looks like you've overfilled. Oh, well, I might have run it in red. All right, okay. If you'd have told me that, it'd have been a lot easier. Some people just don't like telling you what it is, do they? So let's leave that disconnected, because I'm not really bothered about his bright lights. And let's plug it in. He's disconnected his USB 3 front panel ones as well. I wonder why he's done that. Do you know what it reminded me of? If you remember on stream a few weeks back, we had a intermittent issue. We tried BIOS, we tried RAM, tried all sorts, and it ended up being one of these pins which had just creeped out, on the main power board, which had just creeped upwards by a couple of millimeters. So it working sometimes and not others. We just ended up reseating the actual pin, not the cable, because we'd had cable in and out a couple of times. We heated it up and pushed it in and let it reseat, and then it were all right. So it reminded me a bit like that. God, his cooler's not that clever. So let's just see if we can get this to post boot. What did it do? Whatever. Oh God, that's it. Power supply. Power. HDMI. Flick that over. But again, it's difficult when they say it's an intermittent problem. Let's just see if we can get any picture. We get a picture of it being bottom right. I haven't even got boot. That's me pressing the power button, what you can hear. Nothing. Not a thing. Make sure there's no issues with this cable. Voltage AC. No. 228 volts on there, so it's not that. Yeah, so that's a little bit more interesting. Let's plug that in again, flick it back on. Right, that's made it a little bit more interesting, hasn't it, gents? That's why it's not working. He was adamant to tell me that it weren't his power supply. Let's just unplug his power supply. Oh, dear me. Did he fit new power supply? No, we fitted a used one. That was the other thing as well, because it wasn't new. He said, no, it's about 5-year-old. But, I mean, he quite rightly said, he went, it's unlikely that both power supplies are giving me the same fault. I went, you're probably right. I said, but you never know. So we'll, I'm going to snip his wires, because it's not bad cable management, e.g., in fact, fairness at the back. I just need a bit of slack on his thing. There's a lot of, if he's fitted this, he's done a nice job of his cable management. He's bought himself a new PC now. This is a PC specialist PC, and he's bought himself a new one from Overclockers. So he just wants this now running, just so kids can use it. And I'm not denying that he's done this, because obviously cable management, but this looks nice enough cable management, but kind of a bit over, like it's done. So yeah, he's got a couple of mechanical drivers. There's a lot of stress on that SATA cable there. And again, he's got those. I'm just wondering whether he's a tinkerer rather than a builder. 450 watt power supply, so it is an older power supply. Let me get my, now that's disconnected. Let's get the power supply tester just plugged in. I know this only tests if it illuminates, but that's all I'm really bothered about. See if it illuminates. Flick that off at the wall. This won't tell me load, it'll just tell me whether it's coming on or not. So flick it on, off. Power supply in. Right, power supply is giving voltage and power supply is switching. So I'm now thinking it's probably a problem. God, I can't get that out. Blinking heck, that's tight. I'm thinking it's a problem with the board. Don't want to be doing that. Not on that customer's computer. Won't be happy if I break his glass panel. I feel fuzzy really behind. It's fuzzy really. Halogen will work. I would imagine if somebody don't mind typing in chat to refresh YouTube, that would be useful because I think it's probably behind. It's worth everyone just refreshing from time to time. My live stream, which I'm watching, is about 3 minutes behind, and I started it off. YouTube's just, yeah, not good. Fuzzy refresh, thank you, Andy. Right, let's get my test supply. Just in case it is powering and not giving current, or any decent current, we'll just bang my test supply in. Let's see if we can get it to turn on, because it could be a problem with this on and off switch, because that's the other thing as well. So we'll just test my supply in it and we'll try manually starting the board. Power supply 244 is 8. A little tip for you, if you are using a test supply, I would imagine people know this, if you cut your little secure, your securing tabs off your cables, you can just slot cables in and out, so you don't have to keep on messing around with the little thing. So on my test supply, I've just cut them off so I can just plug them in and out. Don't do it on a supply that you're going to be using in your PC, but as a test supply, it just means you can put cables in and out so much easier. Off. Done. All right, so I've got my test supply hanging. CPU and main board in. We'll flick it on there. We'll flick it on the wall. We'll just see if we've got any light. We've still not got any light, so let's just see if he's got the right ones here. If he has for a new motherboard, so we'll manually bridge the pins out. Right, so motherboard's coming to life. So is this just going to be a problem with he's wired the switch up wrong? Aha. Ooh, a lot of beeps. That was a post beep. That was good. You only need an indication of glowing or burning, but brightly, yeah. He's back with us. He's back with us. Fuzzy's back with us. Welcome back to the present time. So we've still got fan spin on. We've not got fan spin on case. Rear case fan's not spinning. Front case fans are. CPU spinning with a lot of wobble, but back one's not, which is really bizarre. I must have that set differently. Oh, it's now going. I think that's posting. Give me a picture. So could this just be a on and off switch? Now, I did say to him, I did one the other day with a faulty on and off switch, and he went, "Oh yeah, I had one of them once before." I said, "Well, all I did was rewire it to reset switch." He went, "Yeah, that's what I did, and it worked." And I just thought, well, I just wonder if it's the same thing. There you go. We've got a picture, bottom right hand corner. That's the output from the Computio. So I've put that there just for the purpose of not showing the customer's details on screen. Should be able to shut down now. Holding the power button. Let's just repeat that test with his power supply in. So again, we think it's an on-off button problem. Sometimes diagnostics are harder than others. The result, if it's just that for him, won't it? That one down there. This one, it's swine to get in. Just trying to get his CPU power, 12 volt power down here. Oh, these are so tight. It's easier when out a easier when you haven't got big hands like me. It was quite funny when he dropped this off yesterday. He was showing me pictures of his new computer, which he's got from Overclockers. I went, "Oh, you've gone for water cooling?" He said, "No, I ain't gone for water cooling." After we had that conversation, I told him I definitely didn't want water cooling. I went, "That's a water cooler." I said, "That's radiator, that thing on his picture." No. I've told him I do not want water cooling because she told me I shouldn't get it. He says, and I don't want it. I went, "That's a water cooler." I'm ringing him up. I'm not having that. I specifically said I did not want water cooling. So that was somebody who had said don't get water cooling. He's gone purposely looking for one without water cooling, and they didn't have it. So he told me he didn't want water cooling. They still fitted water cooling on it. I said, "Well, look, it might be all right." I said, "But when it gets to 2 years of age, I would consider," because it was just a Corsair AIO which was on it. And I said I would consider probably getting it changed just to be safe. Okay, we've got that back up. Plug power back in on there. Bridges power connector. We've got live. Keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner. See if we get a picture. Oh, get a picture. It looks like it was just miswired. It's beeped. We've got a single post beep. We've got a picture. We can just see it behind there, but we'll get windows coming up. You know when you just dislike people so much. Yeah. Picture. We do have picture. We have picture. Well, let me shut down. Let me just manually force shut down. Please don't do this all the time. There we go. So do we think that it was miswired? It's looking very much... I can't understand how it's become miswired, though. Are we thinking it might be his power button? So let's connect his power button back up and see if his power button is working. It might just be a fault on his power button. Power switch. The wires are so tightly done. Sometimes what can happen is when they wire the wires or tie the wires so tight, over time they shrink a little bit and it can pull the wires. And I have seen it where it's pulled them so much that it can actually stretch the little connector out of the end into somewhere. Oh, I just snipped the wrong wires. Yeah, I've snipped the wrong wires. So it's that one there. We need to pull through it a little. That's it. So if you are wiring them up, just leave yourself a little bit of grace. Tweezers, just pull these cables through. So we can get the power switch connected up, and then we can test see if it's the switch or maybe the cable. If it's the switch or the cable, we'll give it a clean. If that doesn't rectify it, we'll swap it for the reset one. Okay, power button on, now working. That's crazy, isn't it? So I suppose the question is, it weren't working. So RAM were dislodged, RGB connector were backwards, but we did remove both of them. It still wouldn't power. I removed his power supply and manually started it, and it started working. Put his power supply back on and manually started it's working, and it's working with there. So question is, was it the RGB, was it the RAM, which I don't think it is because it was still present after that. I think it was more like the power cables here were too badly stretched because they were incredibly tight and are still. I have loosened them up a lot now. At least we've got a bit of flexibility, and these are going to be an absolute pain to try and reset switch, try and get wired back down. and you've got sausage fingers like me, they aren't the best thing. Power switch goes at the front. Can't see because it's dark. There's my little torch. Turn that back on. These two at the front, make sure we get them in the correct order, because we've got a positive on the outside, negative on the inner. Done. Oh, easy pizza. Well, that's if it sorts it. I did one the other day, which I thought had sorted it, and it hadn't, because customers took it away, and it's one up there. Customers took it away, and the fault has reoccurred. So sometimes they appear to be easy, but hopefully it's what we think is easy pizza, isn't it? As well. And pull his RGB back in. So we've got his RGB back in the correct orientation. Now we've got his RAM permanently clicked in. We've got his. I'm not going to plug his. I don't know why he hasn't got his. I'm going to plug it back in. Oh, wait there. Oh, wait there. Wait. I know why. Really difficult to see. Ouch. Your elbow. Oh. Yeah, we are never going to be able to show you that. That's his socket there. And I'm not going to be able to show you it, so I might take a picture and show you it, actually, because that'll be easier. But he's bent all his pins in his USB-C 3 socket. Yeah, it's about as clear as you're going to get on this. That's his USB 3 socket, which explains why he's pulled it out. So that could be causing some issues. Oh, but that's going to be a motherboard to Pepcac. Slimy Show. Hello. See there? No, it's hidden out of the way, that, Nick, so we're absolutely fine there. But that does explain whilst... Oh, yeah, he's chewed his plug up as well. And it's a right angle plug as well, so it's not like you can just pull it off and straighten him. I wonder if I can get him from front. Yeah, I reckon if I can get front off and get those two fans off, might be able to get to that. Oh, let's see if that is a goer or not. Oh, gosh. Right, if we... Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to it. Let me get that front panel off and see. If we get the front panel off, I might be able to just... if we get the fans off, sorry, I might be able to get to the board. Ample space just to try and straighten some of them. Just to make sure there is nothing untoward down there. Yeah, it's all good. Just keep on walking by. These aren't the droids you are looking for. But again, I would imagine... I wonder why he's had that off. I mean, they won't bend unless you took them off and tried to put it back on yourself and got it a bit skewed. And again, they've put the cable so tight you can... Don't know what that is, but that's going in the bin. What that is, that's going in the bin. Whatever it is, it's dead. Might be able to... This might be the only way I can possibly do this anyway. So that'll be good for you guys because you can see. There you can see. I can see. We're aiming down there. I need some under there to lift it up a little bit. That roller duct tape. Put some bright lights on. And oops, wrong way. Where we're aiming is, might be tilted too much now. Yeah, it is tilted too much. That's where we're aiming. Right now, I'll turn this light off and I'll put better lighting on. That's it. You can see it a bit better now, can't you? Might need to put my head torch on and do this. See if we can straighten some of them pins up. I don't think any of those pins are touching, but, and I'm not even going to attempt to get his plug back on, because obviously he's not expecting the plug to be back on. And what I don't want to do is cause any other issues. Yeah, I don't think any of them were actually shorting each other out, fortunately. He's got a pin missing at the bottom there. Yeah, they are bent all over. So, yeah, he's I think he must have tried an attempt at doing these anyway. Definitely. A pin missing or just... Yeah, it is. It's broken off. So he has got a missing pin right down here anyway. Just want to make sure they're not shorting. So we aren't going to plug that back in because customers had that off. So we're not going to actually plug that back in. But now at least they're not touching and shorting. There's definite air gap between all pins. Yeah. So we're not going to have a problem with that. Get his fans back on. Oh, such a nice clean environment. Always. Always nice and clean. I mean, you probably can't see, but there is something a bit fluidy. Is that the right word? Is fluidy a word? Might get a reflection of it kind of on here. So, yeah, you can see it there. The reflection. So, I'm not going to lick it, but I would imagine that's probably some type of vape fluid or something similar, because it's a bit oily and greasy, and it is around this part here as well. So yeah, it's, and me hands are a little bit tacky. So I think there's certainly something which had been spilt in this area, because obviously it wouldn't congregate like that otherwise. And then hold it in position, and we can see there's liquid corrosion, contamination, whatever you want to call it, around there. Where's that other fan gone? 1 second, gents. My telephone now is ringing. 1 second. Repairs. Hello. I do, yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, we won't be able to have a quick look. We'd have to strip it down and have a look inside. So, yeah, we unfortunately we just don't do quick looks. But you can leave it with us by all means. Is it a barrel jack or is it USB-C? Yeah. So Yeah, we do keep some barrel jacks in, but not everyone for every single model because there's about 800 different types. So if it is one what we've got in stock, we can normally do it in 1 or 2 working days. If we've got to order it, obviously it depends how long it takes, but normally you're looking at somewhere between sort of 2 to 5 days for it to actually arrive with us and get fitted then at that stage. But it really does depend. It can be anything from sort of £30 to £100. It really does depend on which one it is. They're normally very cost effective. Let's put it like that, around the £30 mark. But you never know. I mean, other thing is as well is whether you can actually get one, because you can't get them for all laptops, and you never know until you take it out because they're not standardised. You see. But thing to bear in mind, if it has damaged something inside, I would probably say don't use it, because if it has cracked something and it's pushed it to touch something else, you could be causing a lot more damage even using it on battery. Yeah. 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 It's usually the angle which does it rather than the height. So, but yeah, you're more than welcome to drop it down with this Brink charger as well, and we can have a look at that for you at the same time to make sure that's working and okay for you, because that can get damaged quite easily, and then we can take it from there. Yeah, I'm open till 12 anyway, so no problem at all. All right, see you soon. Bye bye now. Sorry guys, somebody wanting to pop around. He's dropped his laptop off the bed last night and damaged his DC jack on there. So let's get these fans back on. I think actually I've gone and put that one in wrong slot. I think that one is this one over here. That's the middle one, not the left one. That explains why it was so tight. Should be able to. That one on there. Same on there. Get in that hole. You darn pesky fan. I need to start wearing gloves more. I definitely, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put that one on before I put that one on, and that one won't go on without that one, and that one done that one. And I've got dirty fingers now, which are all sticky and slimy. Ugh. You know, growling at it sometimes works. If not, it just makes you feel a heck of a lot better. That's better. I had one once, and the guy had said to me, "Oh yeah, we spilled some water on it," and it was a laptop. And I took the laptop piece, and I'm like, I was pouring it out. I poured it onto the bench, and I'm like, "This absolutely stinks." So I rang him up, and I went, "What is it you've spilled on here?" I said, "Absolutely stinks. This is not dog's peed on it." I'm like, "You told me it was that." I said, "I put gloves on." He said, "I don't think you'd work on it if I told you what it was." I'm like, "Yeah, but I just made sure I got precautions." You know what I mean? It's like, but yeah, dog peed on it. I don't know if that says something about the says something about the household where dog thinks it's fine to pee inside on things or not. But yeah, dog had peed on it. But it absolutely stinks as well, because I don't think it were a recent one as well, so it had time to mature at the fragrance, and not in a nice way. Not, you know, like when you put aftershave on and after a couple of hours it matures and you smell quite nice. Oh no, it matures like smelly feet. Well, I'm saying it with dog. He might have just blamed dog. He could have done it after being drunk one night. I don't know. Could have been that as well. That's the other possibility, isn't it? I can't see chat when I'm stood up, so I'm not ignoring anyone. If anyone is chatting, I just can't see chat because it's under there. Ugh. I do want to wipe my hands, which I'll do in a few tickles. I put this back on.
PCDD, you little shit.
That must be somebody abusing me. I will clean this off before handing it back to him. We'll just do that for testing purposes. Cows! Dolphins need adoption, you say? Leave. Noise. I could just leave it. Guys, I'm just gonna. My hands are incredibly sticky now from whatever that vape juice is. And you know when you get something on your hand, the first thing you want to do is scratch your nose and stick your hand in your eye or something like that because it suddenly starts itching. I just need to wash my hands. So I'm just gonna leave mine here and wash my hands because it is really, really sticky. It feels like I've got jam on them. That's better. Oh, get some gloves on. I'm gonna put gloves on with this because it is a bit mingy. 1, 2 gloves. Oh, I definitely need to do more than wash it. I think it were half dried vape juice or something as well, so it were even stickier than it would normally be. But only my thumb, second-hand glove. Not the last long, is it? I'm not saying these are cheap Chinese ones. This one's only got 3 fingers. Cutting corners, well, not cutting corners, they're cutting fingers, aren't they? That's good. Wow, look at this. Takes me back to my airport working days. Jam hands. Is that like? I think, Tom, it's probably probably the same connotation, just a different meaning. Jam hands. That was inappropriate. Hey, it's all amongst friends here. You'll let your inner appropriation or inner inappropriation out, Tom. Let it go. Let it go. All right, so we should be now good just to see if we have a post. Why has he got a sound card in it? Why? Aren't they kind of superfluous nowadays? Yeah, decent enough. I mean, you used to get them on there because they didn't have them on the board, but now you get them standing on every board. And the other reason I used to get them is because early ones on boards used to give you a lot of interference. Now they don't. They're really, really good. Even the little DAC control connectors for USB are decent. So they don't have it. So I don't see why anybody would have. I did have somebody ring me the other week though who said, "Can you fit me a..." It's not working again. What? This is RGB. All I've done is, you know that dodgy RGB? I've disconnected that RGB. I've disconnected his RGB. It is that RGB that he's obviously blown. Oh, postman's here. We've got. Oh, I thought it were a parcel. It seems it's a. So, mate. Oh, wrong street. Yeah. Guys, postman has come and is delivered wrong street. Oh, for some reason, I get them quite often. It's the same house. Well, it's only RGB for his fan. If I'm being perfectly honest, his front RGB is working, as you'll probably be able to see. So it's only for his fan. So I would say, rather than having to mess around too much for him, what type of side panel? And it's a metal side panel. There's no point having an RGB fan. He's not going to see it. Yeah, Fair Duke front ones you're going to see through grill. RGB fan, I'm not even going to bother messing around with. You can't see it. It's impossible to see. As such. So let's turn that off and get an HDMI plugged in. And plug that in there. Get it shut down. Oh, howdy, Chuck. Who's Chuck? Question 12 volt. That's, yeah, some LED. Well, it isn't. It is a 12 volt one. So if he has shorted it wrong way. What's remarkable is power button's now not resetting the PC. Price is about to crash with the AI bubble. Is that on AI centers being built and RAM producer withdrawn from non-commercial market? Yeah. Well, the problem is that a lot of the AI farms and companies are in signed contracts with the people who produce RAM. So Hynix, Samsung, and I can't remember the other one. So they've got contracts for the next 12 months, well, probably about 8 months now, because we're about 4 months going over reading it. So even if the price crashed, they're still going to hold them to the contract and say, well, you've agreed to this price. So price is still going to be artificial high, and they're going to force them to buy and pay. So we're stuck into it, even if it does crash for some time after it crashes anyway. Yeah. I did this system which is sat on the floor here, which is probably what we're going to do next, full build system. That system I probably built 12 months ago, and I think it was probably about 500 quid or something like that. Today, well, not today, the other day when I ordered it all, 900 quid. That's how much stuff's gone up. And the only thing which really hasn't changed in price is the cooler. Everything else has eked its way up. Hard drive, 2 terabyte hard drive, £130 for a mechanical hard drive. Now, that was 55 quid a year ago. So that's doubled in price. RAM, 260 quid I think I paid for RAM. It's got 32 gigabytes of RAM. Processor, I don't know, about 130 quid, 140 quid. Power supply was about 70 quid. Case was about 80 quid. I think I was paying about 40 quid for exactly the same case because I always build it in the same case because I like them. Motherboard was about 70, just short of £80. That was probably about £50 back then. SSD, I think was about £90. Those SSDs, I think I was buying at trade. I don't know, for about £32, something like that. So, I mean, some of my SSDs I were paying, go back to 2024, and this is how crazy prices have gone up. I bought 100, mainly because they were so cheap, Crucial 256 gigabyte M2s, and I bought a box of 100, well, quantity of 100, and I paid £11.13 per unit. I use a lot of them, but I bought them because they just seemed good value because they dropped from £14 down to that. So I just said, well, will you do me a deal on them? And they still won't do me a deal because now they're so cheap. So I bought that, and then prices obviously increased. But you're looking now, what is it, about 40 odd quid, 50 quid for a 256 gig M2, which is crazy in price, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. Anyway, this is not responding to keyboard press, and we don't have picture. Yeah, definitely a bit of Trump. Just everything. I think with the war, with the fuel prices, with Ukraine, Russian conflict, with the Middle Eastern stuff, with Trump, with China doing whatever they're doing, with data centers, with AI, it's a bit like a perfect storm at the moment. Just a bit like a perfect storm. Right, that is now not responding to. Let me pull the. I'm gonna pull the whatchamacallit off. That is just the. Try and manually start it. Right, shut that down. I was buying bulk 32 gigabyte SD cards for £1.50 each. Can't find them now. £4.50. Yeah. And I know 150 to 450 doesn't seem like a big jump for a lot of people, £3. But do you know when you are buying quantities, or it's all relative to budget you're working to on them? You know, if you're designing something and retailing it for, let's say, $10, £10, and suddenly you've lost £3 that margin, that's as crazy as it is, isn't it? I'm going to swap the reset switch for the power switch and see if we're still having the same problems with this. My special little tweezers out that I made. I made some tweezers, you see, and all I did was literally bent ends over. So the tweezers were at bent ends, so you can pull things out. I use them for pulling chips off boards predominantly, but they're coming useful for tight spaces like this where you're just pulling the cable in and out. I'm not going to plug his on and off switch back in because I'm not really bothered about having a reset switch, but I am going to plug his reset switch into his board here. So we get that angle down. Da 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 da. Puppy power. Get in there. There is what looks like vape juice on there. There's white fluffy stuff as well. All my tweezers. Well, that's how I stumbled across it. I thought, oh, that's a good idea. All my tweezers. When I bought all them tweezers, I bought about 30 pairs of tweezers. I'll keep them all in one thing. As you can see, it never lasts like that. So I try and keep all my tweezers, mainly because I stab myself with them all. And you can always guarantee, I've got all these open. Only ones I ever pick up are ones which aren't open. And it's like, no, I just want to pick up ones which are open. Do that. And then again, you can guarantee when I come to do some micro soldering, I ain't got a sharp pair of tweezers to do it. Right, I've got now. I've got his reset thing plugged in. We could actually plug his USB 3 into there because there's another USB 3 header there. So if we can slacken that off, I might plug that in over there. So at least he can have access to his stuff on his front panel. So let's try it reset. No, reset switch isn't working. So board's not actually working. I'm going to take that off and short it. I'm not going to actually alter anything apart from short them 2 pins. Yeah, 170 quid. It's astronomical. Crazy, crazy. I had a customer who had a 2 terabyte SSD, and I fitted it not long back for him. I'm like, God, you must pay a fortune for this. He said, oh no, I bought it ages ago. I just haven't had time to get it fitted. I went, have you seen how much these are? He says, no. I said, what did you pay for it? He said, oh, about 95 quid or something like that. Let's have a look at prices now. When we looked at like 200 quid, I went, just sell it if you don't use it. I said, sell it now for like 150 quid, 170 quid second hand, but brand new, not opened. I said, if you're not using it, just buy one in 2 years. I might do that. But he didn't, he had it fitted. Perhaps the button was weed on first. It's next to it, maybe. I'm going to pull those cables back through from other side and just have a quick inspect at cables. it just seems a bit too silly that they're all doing it same. Right, somebody at my door. Just give me 2 seconds, gents. Sorry, guys. He brought it, but he parked his van straight in front of next door neighbour's drive. So give me 1 second. I just need to take details off this gent. It is, yes. Okay. When you say the on-off button, what's it, when you press it, it just doesn't switch on. Right. It's unlikely to be the on-off button. They rarely break. I can think on. I've probably only ever had to replace maybe 2 or 3 on-off buttons in all my time working with computers. More than likely, it's something else which is causing the issue. Okay. Oh, it's the 26-inch one, is it? Yeah. Okay. Depending what's gone on it, the short answer is yes. The long answer is it all depends on what we find when we get it up and running. Because obviously, if there's encryption involved and things like that, it can make it a lot more difficult and tricky. But more often than not, yes, we can. Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, I mean that's an easier job. Let's put it like that. Yeah. We've got different ways of doing it, but yes, it would go on to something like that for you. Mhm. If it's that age, I would probably say not sufficiently enough to get it really up to date. You're probably then still only looking at an operating system which is probably 6, 7 years old, on something like that. So it depends how much up to date you'd want it. But yeah, you're okay. Mm, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. 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 We can do that. Mhm. Okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Whereabouts are you based? We can, but we get somebody to help you get it into your car at that end. That'll be a heck of a lot cheaper than a call out fee. Because we all charge similar prices, you see, for that. I don't know. But it's not as straightforward as just wiping it clean, because obviously we need to get it working, or we need to disassemble it to get the drive out. So it's difficult to give you an indication as an exact price, if you know what I mean. There's a lot of things you want doing, rather than just the wiping, because obviously you might be interested in getting it repaired. You want your data off and things like that. So it's okay. Not Apple Mac. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah. And again, it all depends on what's going to be involved in that, because it's not working. We're going to have to disassemble it and remove the disk and destroy it in that manner, rather than just kind of plugging something in and doing it. So obviously, there's different time things involved for disassembling it and so on. So £30. That's the ballpark though. But if you come and it's £50, are you going to be annoyed with me? That's the problem with the. But did you know what I mean? That's the problem with the ballpark. Okay. Well, I can keep whatever you want me to keep. So I can just get photos off if you want, or I can get your other data off there as well. But again, it's difficult to say what is recoverable, because if it is something like the drive, which has started failing, we need to do data recovery, you're not always guaranteed to get anything back or everything back. So it's yeah, yeah. No, 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 not at all. To recycle, so it's not a problem at all. Mm. It can get that way. It can get that way. I think best thing is we'd have a look at it, and then we can ascertain what's needed from there. And then we'd certainly try as best to get what you need back from it, and then obviously sort everything else out what you need to do. so I know you're coming. I don't do appointments, but just give me a call beforehand, and then I can make sure I'm going to be about for you. That's correct. No, I occasionally I do, but it's not something I've could have helped with at the moment with it now. Sorry. No worries at all. See you later. Bye bye now. Sorry, gents. That lady just needed quite a lot of help and assistance with that. So let's just check these cabling on here. So have I missed anything? I hate it really when smokers PC jobs, especially if they clean. Said, oh yeah, sometimes. I used to hate doing smokers jobs, and I don't smoke myself, and I appreciate people want to smoke, so I'm not going to dish it. But they tend to be smelly, as in you'll come away stinking of smoke, and I don't really want to smell of smoke, so I don't like it. Vape, people think vape's a lot better. Vaping, you smell of strawberries, wonderful, but it's twice as sticky and messy. Twice as sticky. If I look in a vapor's computer compared to a smoker's computer, I just think, crikey, if that's going into your lungs, you're doing a lot more damage to your capacity of your lungs with that jam going inside of it than anything else. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. So let's try these for continuity. Get this on continuity, resistance, continuity. I get my little pad out to help hold this down. I can figure out where to put it. There it is. Get me a little pad. Found holding these little tiny things, a little piece of yeah, I mean, if you think about what they said in the sort of 50s, they used to say smoking was good for you, and doctors used to prescribe it back in 30s and 40s in the UK. It was crazy. It's a bit like vaping, isn't it? In the fact that it's sold as a healthy alternative. To some degrees, it was, say, it's a healthy alternative to smoking. So I under the same belief. Oh, how the hell have I done that? How the heck did I do that? I pressed a button and it came on like that. No, I did that. Really don't know how that happened. So let's test continuity on this power button there. Get in the hole. That's working. You'll want to hit 3 cigarettes before lunch. At least that's recommendation back in the day. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, when we think that that's what they used to recommend, which was, you know, have a cigarette to calm you down or to do this, to ail you. But I suppose in days gone by, 0.4, so it's not like there's high resistance on that either, so it's not like it's a thing of. Yeah, it's medical science has probably come on a long way, but I do believe as well, give these a spray of some of this gunk, I do believe as well that we will be in a society where they'll be saying, yeah, we did that wrong, and there'll be, well, no doubt there'll be some claims and whatnot won't be going through, like there has been to the cigarette industry over the years. I've been, well, you knew about this, why didn't you protect us? And it'll be government's fault. I mean, not that the fact that all these people which might be suffering are a load on the state because they can't breathe properly or anything like that. But no doubt. I'll get on my bandwagon now. That's cleaned off. Stick this up and down on the pins a little bit. What gets me is children vaping. It gets me. And sometimes the parents are buying the vape for the children. And I'm like, really? Should that be allowed? That you're buying it? And I suppose in some respects their view is, well, if I'm buying it, I know they're getting a safe one because there's a lot of counterfeits out there. Even though they're probably buying it from the same shop that the kids are probably buying it from. But you look at Red Bull, and you've got to be over 16 now in the United Kingdom to be able to buy a can of soft drink, or what was deemed as a can of soft drink a few years ago. And will we be in the same boat where we're just thinking, crikey, we wish we'd done something other than what we'd done with vapes? I don't know. But going back to this, yeah, vaping on computers is messy. Arguably smells better, but still not good. Right, it's now on. I'm itching. Norway 2. Is that what it is? It's 16 for that. Well, in some countries, it's completely banned, isn't it? But I know, in the UK, they've now put it down to... if this is responding to power or not. They've put it down to... I think that cable was just a bit iffy. I'm going to give that connector a scrub as well. I can't remember what I was saying. No, I'm completely gone. Where's my stiff brush? Give this a bit of a dose in my brilliant spray, which works wonderful, and give this a quick scrub down there. I would say on this, they've probably had something, a bit of that vape, because the vape, the fans which it looked like it were dripping through were these two here, because they're the two we removed to get into the USB-C header. And I can't understand why he's done that, apart from wonder if he had spilt it or something. But I wonder whether, and I'm itching now through this vape juice because it reacts with my skin. I'm wondering whether it has come through here and gone on down onto these connectors, because there was definitely some type of white corrosion or something similar down here on it. Get the pull through as best as I can and out of the way. Get the power switch on. I'm not going to put the reset switch on because it's only a tiny one, and I'll determine never to use it. Right, power switch is on. Do this in stages. Right, power switch is on. Power switch is working. Put his LEDs back on now, which is his power on LED. Positive to the outside, negative to the inner. I can see it. Nope. Can't get my big fat fingers in there. Oh, God. Done. All right, see if we've got any issues with that. No, it's now working. The only one I'm going to leave out, I'm going to leave it quite apparent that it's out, is the... Let me just try his RGB, just to satisfy our curiosity that we think it's RGB, which is causing the issue. Can't get my head down. That's a nice picture back of my head, I would imagine. That's it. I've got his RGB back in. So the only thing we've done differently now is put RGB in. Now it's working. Well, his RGB still isn't illuminating. Scammer zone incident. Right, the scammer zone incident, how that went off was 2 days after I put the 4th phone call into them, I suddenly got a refund off Amazon themselves, even though they said it weren't Amazon's responsibility. And then 5 days after that, after I'd actually got the refund, I got an email saying, we've noted your concern, we'll be refunding you within the next 2 to 5 working days. I didn't get a second refund, but I got the original refund. I did try and post a review on about the seller, and I couldn't post the review. I even recorded a video and posted it on there because you can do, and they wouldn't post it because they said it was to do with the delivery. Well, it weren't to do with your product. And I tried to post a product review, and they said you can't do that because it's to do with delivery. Well, other people have posted about delivery, but I did say in the review that Amazon are complicit for this scam because they were allowing him to steal money. But that shop and that seller, since I've done this, A, are still selling, and B, are still getting bad reviews. So he's still doing the same. So what's Amazon done? Absolutely jack. They're still taking that money off their customers, facilitating a scam. Criminal. Absolutely criminal. Right, we have got RGB, very, very, very tiny RGB on there. Am I thinking now that the issue was that? So let me power off. It is now responding. Yeah, Amazon is a scam, without any shadow of a doubt. Their view on how they treat customers is damn right terrible. I had another instance with a delivery driver who came to deliver all this computer stuff, and he came and he says, he said, I need your one-time passcode. I said, okay. I said, but what I want to do is just double check that what's in the bag. That's why that's opening up. So I said, do you mind if I open it? No, not at all. So I opened the bag, and what was in it was RAM and power supply. CPU, by the way, weren't a high-class item. So I said, all right. I said, there should be a load more stuff. Oh, no, that's all I've got. That's all I've got. You're the only high-value item. I said, does it say high value? He says, yeah. He said, when we get a one-time passcode, it goes into our high-value deliveries. He says, you're the only one I've got today. I said, no, I should have probably 8 or 9 items. No, it's the only one I've got. Only one I've got. I said, well, according to app, and I showed him app because it shows you map. I says, it should be here with you. He went, oh, it's probably other van. There's another van out. I went, all right, okay. So I give him one-time passcode for that because that was just for those 2 items. That were fine. And in fairness, all other bits were actually on a second delivery. So he's walking away, and I'm looking at my app. I'm going, no. That's the same van. There's not 2 vans on this street. It's parked in exactly that position on GPS on app. So I runs out. I went, this is definitely you. This is definitely you. He went, no, it's not a bit other van. I went, it's you. It's you. I said, do me a favour, just have a look in your van. No, it's not me. It's not me. I went, it's got to be. He went, no, it's not. So I went, just have a look for me. So we opened the sides door, and what are stacked neatly are all mine right next to the door. And I just thought, he then goes, oh, I don't know where they are. I went, well, that's a computer case there, and that's a thermal cooler, because neither one of them are in Amazon boxes. I went, that's my stuff there. I said, it's got my name and address on, my business address, and my company name, so they could see it with computer parts. It's trading under a computer name. He went, oh, all right, oh, yeah, it is all your stuff. I said, all right. I said, I don't want to be funny. I said, but I've been scammed or attempted scam for delivery drivers trying to steal it. So they're cracking down on it. They're sacking everybody who does this instantly now. He says, I won't do that. He says, I've only been here 2 days. He says, it's my second day. He said, but we hear horror stories about it. And I thought, well, I'll give you a benefit of the doubt. It could have been a mistake. But why have more stacked up next to the door? Don't know. But yeah, Amazon, getting real bad. Afternoon, interesting things. Good afternoon. Right, we have picture, which we click on there. We can see we have a picture. On and off button is now working. The annoying thing is, I'm not interested in logging into Windows. There's no point in logging into Windows for us at all. It's a power issue, so I just want to make sure. Yeah, I think it were a dodgy connection on there. His RGB is now working on his fan. His RGB is working there. Down there, we have separated the pins out there as well. We've now got picture all the time on there. What I am going to do is put this to one side, and I'm just wondering whether I can pull that enough through. See if we can pull his thing through. We'll see if we can pull his USB 3 through. I mean, it's all what it is. Let me just see if I can shut this down again, and then we'll see if we can pull enough through on his PS3. His, what's it called? USB 3 cable through, and there's a second port here for it. If you're wondering why I've got that in the middle of the screen, it's just so we don't show customers' username and things like that logging into Windows. That's the only reason I've got that in the middle of the screen. Let's shut down when it decides it wants to wake up and shut down. Here we go. So we can make a little bit of a room for his cabling. Wow. Which is that one there. Cut this cable off. Not the best view, but what it is. And yeah, I do think this might be an issue with the cable management being far too tight to actually give it enough leeway. So if we loosen that off and loosen that off, and just slacken his cabling off, stick that. Can I come under that? Whoa! Go through. Yeah, we're going to go through same old as we went through last time. This ain't going to look as pretty. Ooh. Yeah, he's got vape juice on it. I see some vape juice around his memory up here as well. A little bit of, you can't really see it on camera, but it is there. Trust me, I'm a doctor. We might be able to get his front panel back working. If I can get that into there. Don't like these connectors because they are a bit problematic. That's it. So at least we've got his front panel back working as well, just by simply swapping that over. Must have swapped it. I think he said he took his GPU. Because his GPU doesn't obviously get plugged in, because that's a non-thingy bobbed GPU. So we're going to leave that as that. We'll give it one last boot to make sure, and then we'll put the cable in on it, and then I'm going to leave it to fully cool down, and I'll try it tomorrow once it's had a good night's sleep. Yeah, it's coming on straight away. And we should get a picture in bottom right hand corner. Keep an eye out. We should get the Aorus sign coming up just above my hands in the center of the screen. Yeah, we've got it. So it looks like now it was either, well, I think we had several issues. I think we had issues from his RAM not being plugged in correctly. His RGB was definitely not plugged in correctly. It reversed polarity on that. Maybe some pins on the USB 3 connector, which were completely bent, what we've had to straighten. And obviously the power cables, which we think we'd had some type of liquid ingress or something like that. So I'm thinking if I can get this now done and it works on cold boot tomorrow, I don't think there's any point really saying it's anything other than one of those 3 or 4 things there. His name's actually Bob as well. None of Bob's versions are anything. So we'll move on to next. So while this is shutting down, we will tell you what we've got next. We've got a full system build. So number 1 for full system build. Number 2, I think that's a Windows install, so I think that's going to be a boring one. So number 1 for full system build. Number 2 for Windows install, or I think, yeah, it's going to be one of those 2 next. I personally would say number 1. So 1 in chat for a system build, full build. 2 in chat for Windows install. Don't really want to do the Windows install because it's a bit boring on stream, isn't it? But yeah, if you want that, we'll do that. But I think the system build. So number 1 for system build. Number 2 for Windows install, but again, I think that's all that one will actually be a need. This weren't a particularly hard one. This were just, I mean, sometimes they're not hard, are they? Sometimes they are just a little bit. Oh, he has got a clear glass side. A very dirty glass side. Sometimes they're just awkward. Not so much awkward. Time consuming to eliminate things. And some people go, well, that's an easy one. That all you've done is replug this and replug that, but it's a process you've got to go through, isn't it? To figure out what's wrong. So it looks like a drink. I'm drinking cows. Thank you for the reminder. I'm going to shift this one out of the way because I ain't got room in my orifice for this. And the system build. So it looks like system build is winning. Shift this out of the way. Oh. You lay there, dog. It's fine. Maddie moo. Maddie. She's sulking with me. I think I've got moodiest dog ever. Went out because I went out for this big run on Thursday night. It's 10k. She saw me getting ready with all my running gear and everything on, and obviously I couldn't take her because there were no dogs allowed. There's about 450 people there. But she gets ultra excited when she sees me getting up running gear on, and she thought she was coming. And I kept saying, you're not coming. And more I said, you're not coming, more she thought, he's having me on here. He's winding me up. I'm really coming. And I'm going, you're not coming. Ouch. That vape juice is making me itch. So she's still sulking with me. Move some of this crud out of the way because I've never got enough room on here to do what I need to do when I build. Clean my mat off as well. So we're building here. Turn the mat over to give us a clean surface to build on. Right, so we will run through everything we've got for this. And then we'll make a start on building. You'll see the case, but we will. Oh, right. So we have an A520 motherboard. Not a high-end motherboard, just a basic system. This is a system just to surf the internet with, and it is AM4 as well. Didn't want to go to AM5 for the additional cost, which is crazy. Crazy. Get an Afghan hound, and then you'll know attitude there. Generally like a teenager. She's half poodle. But honestly, she's absolutely temperamental. Cartho 60. She's just moody when she thinks she should be going out. She was scratching at the door and everything. So yeah, she was definitely moody. So we've got a nice little ATX board here, M-ATX board should I say, AM4 platform. So that's going to be our base system. It's only an entry level because it is just going to be an internet based kind of let's surf the internet sort of machine. Get that out, just get stuff out what we need out of here, which is not that, so I'll put that there, but we do need that. And then that box can go to one side. We will be pairing that with AM5 is expensive RAM wise. Yeah, that was the thing, Sub-Zero. I think I quoted him on two systems. I quoted him on an AM5 system. Bearing in mind he's come from a 2nd gen Intel. We did that one on stream actually. We changed the BIOS chip a couple of times, reprogrammed it was Dell pre-built. 4th gen Intel, sorry. And it looked like it was the ICE chip which was gone on it. the EC chip, sorry, which had failed on it in the end, because we're getting a heat signature bottom right hand corner EC chip. So they've opted for a new system build. So we're going to put a 650 watt power supply in. Doesn't need to be out big. Onboard graphics. Not got a dedicated graphics card, so it's only powering CPU. It's powering a 2 sticks of RAM, which is the Corsair Vengeance RAM, 2 16GB Mecha DDR total 4, 32 mega under transfers, again just entry level, an MSI 480GB M2 drive, and a 2TB mechanical, a Peerless Assassin SE cooler, which are amazing. And the CPU is I will show you this, it's a Ryzen 5 5600 GT, and it's the CPU which is sat right there. So yes, AM4 platform. So we are good on that one. Onboard graphics, nothing again too special. I do bench test before putting it all together. I'll build it on the bench test it, and then bang it in the case. Unpack an empty box. Grand Touries, yes. They're the big ones. Well, the GT is a little bit cheaper than the 5600G because it doesn't have the same level 2 cache, I think it is, or something like that. But again, it's going to be relevant for these. The guy is 86. So he says, I just wanted to pay my bills online and browse some photos. So it's never going to be anything majorly hard working on this. So we will get some of the stuff put to one side and we'll make a start on building. I'm glad to get them gloves off, in fairness. Don't like gloves. Put that way. No, I won't build that way. Sent them photos of what I did receive. They know I got the package because of delivered photo. Game Boy micro shell missing. Advertised faceplate. Is that on eBay or something? Or is that on... Afternoon, Ryan. Good afternoon, Ryan UK 100 on Twitch. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well, Ryan. I've actually put my Twitch chat on the same screen as my YouTube chat, so I can see now. Both from over there. Thank you for joining. We're just building a new system. We've done a couple this morning, if you have just joined us. This is just a full system build, this one, for a customer. We've done a desktop, and did we do a laptop to start with? Oh, we did a laptop to start with. Then we played around with the dim bulb tester, what I'd received, and now we're just doing that. What I like to do, and I do this on all of my builds, use that one, is I put a bit of sticky tape on here and stop it all falling off. With my games, I have an issue with the DDR5s, too fried to our reading XMP profile. Set manual, I can't afford to replace them. Wow, you've actually killed 2. Is that the power chips? Because obviously it's onboard power on DDR5 now, isn't it? Or is it the... Because they have a BIOS chip on them as well, don't they, DDR5s? I was watching Northwest Repair, Tony. I think he'd reprogrammed a BIOS on one of them to get it back working. Oh, just subscribe, Ryan. Thank you very much for the subscription. Oh, with Prime. Wow. Thank you very much, Ryan. You are my very first, Ryan. I'm a silent watcher for months on your channel. Oh, thank you, Ryan. You are the very first person who has ever subscribed on my YouTube channel. Thank you so much. You will go down in history for that. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated with your Amazon Prime. If people aren't aware, on Twitch, you can, if you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to any creator that you want. You can do one a month. Completely free of charge. You just tag it to your Amazon Prime account, go to Twitch, subscribe to them, and it's just a way of rewarding the channel. So thank you very much for that subscription on there, Orion. Thank you very much. I took my glasses off on there. Never had one of them before. I've done plenty because I use Twitch. I watch a few creators on Twitch, so I always make sure I use my Prime subscription, because why not give it to one creators rather than Jeff Bezos. So I always make sure I use my thing. But thank you very much. Nice to have you. If you're wondering what I'm doing, gents, this is the base plate, what the heatsink screws to. So this sits under the board. I've put a piece of double-sided tape on there, mainly because if you don't, it falls out of the board. So I like to do it there. So in future, if I ever work on this and I need to change the heatsink or take the heatsink off, if you don't put that tape on, this plate will simply fall off and it'll fall onto the base chassis of the case. So let's say it falls that way off the thing, and then you won't be able to screw the heatsink off without taking the base on. So you've just got to do that. You're welcome. Thank you again, Ryan. Thank you very much. And he's got the first on there. He's got the little first icon on there. Thank you, Ryan. So that's the only reason I do that, gents, is just stop it falling off. As you see, it now don't fall off. And if you ever need to work on it, it's there. It's like a couple of pieces of tape. The tape I use, by the way, is the thermal tape what you stick heat sinks down with. So even though that gets warmish, not toasty, it's not going to soften up and fall off anyway. But I use that for a lot of things. Yeah, if anybody is sat on YouTube and you have your Prime membership, it's well worth tagging it on a Twitch one, and you can go to, even if it's not me, just use it anyway, and delete them from that computer, and you can put it onto your favorite creator, and just show them a little bit of love if they are on Twitch as well. We are gonna fit now. DDR5. Oh, that was it. XMP settings. On my DDR5s. On XMP profile, it's setting my RAM at 23 volts. What? That's not 2.3. You've not missed a dot out of there, have you, Sub-Zero? On my DDR5s on XMP profile, it's setting my RAM at 23 volts. Then scary face. Wow, that is scary. I wonder how it's generating 23 volts, which fried the two of them, and other two won't boot the PC if it's set to it. Wish it would have done that saving. Wow. I was just thinking, how's it got to 23 volts? Because obviously your 12 volt is your highest. I mean, it can go through. It can increase it through transistors and things like that, but it's an unusual. I don't think the DDR5s have the chips you refer of. They have a little power supply on the DDR5s. Have I got a DDR5 RAM? I've got a broken one. What we tried to mend on stream for somebody, and that was the power supply which had gone down. Here you go. This was vengeance. We tried to repair this on stream, and they have their own little power board on them, which is here. So they have their own little power supply, and we assuming that it was the power regulator which had gone on there, or maybe one of the RAM chips which needed reflowing. But they do have a power supply on board. Wow. They have their own little BIOS as well. And apparently that's why, which I think somebody said was that one. I can't remember now. Well, it could have been the other way around. That could be BIOS and that could be power regulator. I'm not too sure. MOSFET. But that's obviously controller, I think, on there. I think Arnold, Lead Farmer, was saying the reason why they are slow is because of the way they're read. But yeah, 23 volts. If that's got to be a motherboard issue, that. I've seen 2.3 because that is I mean, that's about right for DDR5, isn't it? Because DDR4 were DDR3 were 1 point something, 1.2, weren't it? And you could overclock DDR4 up to about 1.9 to 2, I think it was. Boost converter, that's it. Yeah. So a buck converter, not a boost converter, yeah. Wow. 23 volts. That's got to be a problem with the motherboard, hasn't
Just did a test on my NVMe and it slows down to 58% health. Do you think it should change it? Ryan, I would say without a shadow of a doubt, I would advise customers, so on Twitch guys, Ryan is just asking, I did a test on my NVMe and it's down to 58% health. Do you think I should change it? I would say on that one, Ryan, change it. I would say on customers, if it's dropped below 90%, consider changing it within the next sort of few months, mainly because 1 in every 10 transactions is going to fail in theory. It doesn't quite equate to that. But it then compounds itself. So the drive works harder and everything else gets hotter and degrades really quick. So it's a slippery slope when you get down sort of below 80%. I have changed them as low as 40%. But yeah, it's crazy. Is it a big drive, that, Ryan? With you being my first and only subscriber on Twitch, Ryan, I have a number of used but still very functional NVMe drives, and I'm happy. I think you're in the UK with that username. I'm happy to send you one through the post. I've got some 1 terabyte ones. I've got some 500 gig ones as well. Certainly healthier than what you've got. And if you want, I'm happy to send you. I'm happy to send you one. I haven't got any new ones, unfortunately, but I'm happy to send you a used one if you want one, which will be a lot healthier than you've got, as a thank you for just being a member. 256. I'll bang you a 512 or a 1 gigabyte. You can have it. I'll come up postage and everything. I'll send it through. I'll send it through for you. If you want to drop me, I'm on Discord, on JFix's Discord. If you're on any Discords, I'm on JFix's Discord. I'm on Swindon Electronics Discord. I'm on Uncle Soren's Discord. I'm on Northwest Discord. I'm on Alex Gillen's Discord. I'm on a few Discords. Or my email address is on my YouTube thing. Just drop me an email and I'll tie up with you and get one posted and help out if you need to clone it as well. Right, so we've got the chip in. We need to get the M2 drive put in, and then we'll put the cooler on, and then we'll bench test it. My assist board is warranted, so there we go. The manufacturer of the DDR5 won't honour the replacement. I'm sure because the price raised 6x. If you're in the UK, you've got your consumer rights, which is irrelevant to warranty. I don't know whereabouts you are based, but if you're in the UK, your consumer rights is irrelevant to whatever warranty they want to put on things. Consumer rights is determined by law. Whisper me through Twitch, Ryan. That's a good idea. Whisper me through Twitch, and I'll do that. Sorry. I'm reading 2 chats. So if you are in Sub-Zero, if you are in the UK, consumer rights are irrelevant to any warranty they want to put on it. They might hide behind warranty, but that's irrelevant. They've got a legal obligation to fulfill within a reasonable. Oh, have I ordered I didn't order an M2. Could have sworn I'd ordered an M2 for him. I've got an SSD. Ordered an M2 SSD. Couldn't check that. I could have sworn I ordered an M2. They sent me the wrong one. Let me just check. Let me just check this. As Amazon sent me the wrong disc, part of my order. Because I thought I'd ordered an M2 for him. Oh no, no, I have ordered one of them. Must have wanted a SSD. So. Well, I can go to one side. We'll fit that in a bit with that. I will get around to sending my details, but after next week when you get that. Yeah, there's no worries, Chaz. I've still got that chip for you, that 5700G, I think it is. So yeah, it's not gone anywhere. It's still set up on the shelf. So yeah, no worries at all on that. Just let me I've got a Discord message. Who's Discording me? Okay, I've got a message off Mick as well I need to respond to. And Twitch. Got one of those as well. And we have... There we go. Cooler. Trying to think where I am. We do get a standard cooler with that, which is really annoying, but of course we don't need it. Put on the shelf with rest of coolers that I've got. I've got more coolers than AMD. I don't know why I keep keeping them because I never need them because I don't use them. And we're going to fit the amazing Peerless Assassin. Guys, they are at the moment. So let me tell you what I bought yesterday. These coolers are brilliant. And then I went on yesterday and I bought 4 more because I fit that many of them. And I wonder if they are still at the same price. Because I would say if they are, buy it. Yeah. So they've got one. This is the same colours I'm fitting, but this has got a display at the top with temperature. So if you've got a clear glass and you want temperatures display and everything else. So it's a twin fan Assassin cooler, and you will all know how I rate these. I think they are wonderful. So it's the Peerless Assassin 120, and you have that in your system. You can see all your temperatures and everything else all coming through there. They've got these on offer at the moment at £23.90. £24 for something with as much bling as that. I will say it's not one for me. I won't have it, but if you like bling and you just want something to look a bit pretty in your computer and you've got a white computer, why not? Why not? It's really good. Oh, right. Got it, Ryan. I will just give Ryan a thumbs up. Ryan, if I've not messaged you back to say I've posted it in the next few days, just send me another whisper, would you? Because I have got the world shocking in memory. But I will dig out I'll dig out biggest one I've got and best one I've got for you. Get that thing. Don't have Discord. Oh wait, bought a little over 2 years ago now. It's a difficult one with that one. Sub-Zero. If you have bought it such a long time ago, the legal recourse is reasonable amount of time, not 12 months or anything else. I live in the US. I bought them off Ali. Oh right. Yeah. I don't know how legal stuff operates in states and places like that, unfortunately. So I cannot comment. I just know how it goes in the UK. Being a business, you've got to know this sort of stuff. My mouse. There we go. Let's get the cooler unpacked. When I'm building a system, I like to fit the cooler before installing the motherboard, mainly because it goes in the hole and you can use it a lot better. You can actually pick the system up with the cooler. And they're just so much easier to fit, and yeah, there's just a lot of good things about it. And I do rave about these coolers. Love them. I had a look to see if they were an affiliate program. The amount I plug these coolers, because I fit them on everything, whether it's an upgrade, a fresh build or whatever. So I fitted them lots and lots of times. You get other brackets in here as well for Intel sockets, but we don't need them because we've got AMD. And they're just easily laid out. We're going to use red ones, which are AMD stuff. We don't need all of those. They go back in the pack. And I'm one of these. I keep all those just thinking, if I ever get a spare cooler, never get a spare cooler. And we'll keep the curved brackets, which are AMD, out. And we'll stick the rest in there because we don't need it. Wonderful. Yeah, Amazon have an affiliate problem. They do, yeah. I still haven't figured out how to.
I could share my Amazon link on it, yeah. Could do that on affiliate. I still haven't figured out how to do trackable links on AliExpress. Only way I can find trackable links is when I sign in on my mobile phone. And only time I ever get any affiliate links off AliExpress is when I buy stuff. Which is crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. So we put an orange, pink, green, whatever colour you see these as. I see them as pink on each one of those studs. Curvature goes to the inside, which I normally have to look up, but I remembered this time. And a screw goes through each hole. And because we've stuck that plate on the bottom, we're not messing around with it flopping about or falling off. It makes it a lot easier. Screwdriver. There it is. So give these a little nip down. Just stop them falling off. Not going in all the way. Hold it down. Same on that side. Done. Tighten these up all the way. Again, guide the screw at the bottom with the screwdriver holding it tight there, just in case you slip out. Because what you don't want to do, certainly when you tighten these up, is slip out and put a gouge in the motherboard. So I just guide it with my fingers at the bottom here. I see an awful lot which has got components knocked off. But usual one is where they can't get graphics card out, so they get a screwdriver and try and push that down with a screwdriver. Mr. Animal, lurking whilst I work. Always good to have a few lurkers. Making the curious post on my YouTube. Give me a second. I may need your assistance in a bit. James is always up for a bit of assistance. Paste-wise, we're going to use the paste which is provided. You get good clamping pressure on these, but I still like to, it's quite thick paste is this, so I still like to spread it out. I'm not one of these who kind of says, let's do a cross or any shape like that. It is pretty darn thick, so all I do is use a spatula, a metal one, and I try and spread it out best you can. And that is just for the fact that I find it covers the die a lot better when you do put the CPU cooler on. If this was a laptop, I'd be spreading this out a lot more evenly, because laptops don't always have the same amount of they don't have the same amount of mounting pressure as a desktop system. So as you can see, rather than just putting a blob in center, I've given it a fighting chance to go everywhere it needs to go. So I find it gets a lot better coverage that way. And just remember, with thermal paste, less is more. Keep hold of that. Done. Always remember to take the plastic off, as both me and Graham Lord has found out. Happens to the best of us. I'll line it on there, a long handled screwdriver. Just locate it with a couple of turns. Same on that side. No missing it by miles. That's that in. That's that side down a little. So I do it all out of the case because it's a lot easier to do it like this and it's still fiddly. That's it. And just keep winding these down steadily. Half a dozen turns up either side and it'll just balance the pressure coming down. So you're not just tightening one side down and tightening the other. So all the way down. Most modern coolers won't let you over tighten it anymore. So you can actually now pick it up like that. Nice solid connection, and we shouldn't have a lot spilling out. We'll see if we can get that on camera. Can you see where thermal paste is coming out? I know it's focusing on the wrong thing, but it's down here where we're looking. You can just see it's not outside at die. It's just enough to come out, but it's nice and level across. It's really difficult to see because it's focusing on the wrong part. That side we won't see. That side you might see just a little bit, but again, you've got just enough, but it's the full width that's coming out of the CPU.
where if you was on a blob in the centre, you might not necessarily get into every single corner. Then you can see down left-hand side at CPU as well, the same results. So spreading it out, I know it seems like, oh, you don't really need it because you clamp it down and everyone else puts it in a cross shape or whatever. Do you know what time it takes? I just think you're not going to open this for the next 2 to 3 years, let's say. Just take that extra few seconds doing it. Use your finger if you need to. Bit of IPA on your finger and spread it out. Okay, any files you need, I'll try to send them to you. Oh, what's the need? My 250GB SSD with all my BIOS and BIOS as a brain fart. Chosen from the local shop you're doing today. First is a Lenovo powered off. BIOS update. Oh dear. I've just subscribed to Bad Caps. But I'm trying to figure out how to get him to send me an invoice for my business, because it's going through obviously my business. But yeah, so we'll plug the power in for the whatchamacallits there, and then we'll get the fans on. So you get 2 fans. You can tell which way the fans blow air. Some of them have arrows on, these do not. But the way I always remember, it always blows air through the bars. See the bars there, which is the supporting bars? That's what it blows air through. So air will always exit through there. So depending how you've got your system configured, I like to use a front one and a middle one. You might not always get it on there. Say if you've got really tall RAM, you might have to do a middle and a back, but you might not always get it on here because you might have a heat shield here over your VRMs and your inductors here. Plus, if you do put it here, it's really close to the back fan, so you don't always get a nice steady flow of air, because obviously they can be spinning at different speeds. So I like to do front, middle, and then it's diffused a lot there, and then that can just suck the, not stalled air, but it can suck the more lower pressure air because it's not spinning immediately in there in front of it. And we'll get the 23.89 volts. What? I personally, if that was mine, I would not put that anywhere near a computer ever again. I wouldn't. I'd just, because if it can put 24 volts, however it's generating 24 volts, because that's got to be an issue. I can't see that being a design, even on DDR5. I would say there's something not right there, and I won't want to take the risk of it either blowing additional RAM or CPU or anything else on the thing, because obviously it communicates directly with CPU, depending what motherboard you've got. Might go through a chipset, but you could end up taking board out, you could end up taking something else out. I personally wouldn't put that anywhere near anything PC related. Do you know what I would do with that? I'd wait until JFix comes and sees you and say, I've got a board here that you can have. And you can repair it on one of his streams. That's what I normally do. Hey James, I've got something brilliant here for you. We are in here. We are done. Next thing we need to do is get with this being the SE, you get 2 identical 120mm fans, so you don't need to worry too much about where these go. I'm just going to put that one there. Clip that in place and that in place. We've put the RAM in to make the RAM easier getting in now before I put this fan on. If I put if I try and set the XMP, do you know what? It would just fry the chips instantly at 23 volts. It wouldn't even come into BIOS. Power hours on my NVMe is 33,257 hours. So it's had some use, Ryan. It's had some use on that NVMe. That doesn't seem a lot though. What brand of SSD is it? You have to drop down to that thing. But if it's a 256, if you keep it quite full, it will wear it quicker. But yeah, you shouldn't have that problem when you get your replacement anyway. No worries, Ryan. No worries. Friday, the other two.
Yeah, I would take that. I wouldn't even trust that board to do anything now. I would be saying I don't want out to do with that board if it's there. I'm going to put these two on a blow configuration rather than sucking a blow, because we've got plenty of space. Plug that in beforehand because it will be a little bit difficult to get into once that's in. Come on, everybody. Come on, everybody. Right. Click. Beautiful. As if by magic. Plug both the fans in. I would also recommend, I'm into recommendations, aren't I? Look at me. Even if you've got two fan headers down on your board, to use the adapter for your CPU, because A, they'll spin at exactly the same speed because they're getting the same signal and the same voltage, and B, it saves you having to go into BIOS and setting them to be the same speed and everything else. They will just run in parallel off that. So one configuration to make sure they're doing, because what you don't want is this one running fast, this one running slow, and then you get installed there and it pushing it through, or vice versa. You're better off running them there. So in essence, fresh air will come in at maybe an intake fan at the front. I don't think this has got one because it doesn't need one. Through here, blows it through this radiator, which will cool it. The radiator, and expel warm air through here, which will then speed it back up and blow it through here. And then it'll go out the end fan case here, and we'll keep a nice steady airflow coming through to there. Do you know, while it's measuring 23 volts, and I won't recommend even turning it on, but if you do believe it's 23 volts, just get your multimeter out and test one at caps on side at RAM chip, see what it's taking. Or on your whatchamacallit, coil. But if you're adamant that it's 23 volts, I wouldn't, honestly, I'd take it out and throw it away. It was the RAM, not the board. But the board. Poster pictures, yeah. Crazy, isn't it, Sub-Zero? But then again, do you know, with the amount of computers which are out there, we see some crazy things, don't we? But you would think, but they are notoriously bad, aren't they, anyway? Some manufacturers, certainly Asus, for doing anything. I think Tony says on Northwest, doesn't he, that they just don't want to know on any type of customer service to say this is right, this is wrong. All right. The beauty about getting this fitted beforehand, you can then tuck your wires barbarically out of the way. We've got a nice, prettier system. So we'll bench test this now, just see if we get a picture. I'm not going to use his, I'm going to use my supply. My power cable now. Plug it in. A little bit, because my fan is right over the top of the connector. That's plugged in. I get my 2 4s, which make 8 for my CPU. So 6 and 2 is GPU. 2 4s is CPU. The only thing I will be looking for on here is a BIOS screen. Keep an eye on bottom right hand corner. Just make sure this post might take a few minutes to post because it'll go through memory training, but it is DDR4, so it'll be pretty darn quick anyway. I'll load a test board and plug that in there. Okay. We've got a little test board here, which will enable us to turn it on. Power supply on, reset. We should have power. So we'll do, I think bottom one's power. No, top one's power. It does help if I plug power's playing. Then you didn't see that. Okay, we're now on. So top one's power, so press power. Yeah. We've got red light on here. Keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner down there. See if we get picture. And if we get picture, it means it's done its job. It means it's working. I thought you could change your memory voltage. It's usually in memory profile settings or something like that, isn't it? I know they're all a little bit different. I just can't see how, if there's 23 volts going to your RAM, how any of your RAM is surviving when it's designed to work on 2 volts. I would say that's a sensor reading issue or something like that. It would just, to me, it would just say it's never going to work. Not saying that your pictures are wrong. I think it's probably reading it wrong on there. Right, so let me shift this one out of the way. I'll leave it on. I'll go to HDMI. So we can see our computer is working. Let me grab a keyboard. Where's Keely? She's over here. So this is the one. What we're doing. Just try it on test bench just to make sure we are working. Have we got an advanced menu on here? 7. And settings. So that's okay. Yeah, so just looking at this DMI information. Overclock. So if let's say we put XMP on. I don't enable XMP. Just having a look what Sub-Zero is saying on here. Normally you can alter the RAM setting. I know it all depends on. There you go. DRAM voltages. This DDR4 is 1.2 volts set to auto, but you can override it. So let's say I want to put 1.22, for example. I could then override it to 1.22. I'm not going to. I'm going to leave it on auto because there's no reason why I need to. But that's in essence how I would do it. Check his YouTube channel, PCDD. Let me have a look. Have you got a link to it, James? I'll bring it up on screen. Let me put that there because that will overheat. Oops. Put that one on. Sub-Zero. There we go. Let me just see if I can find him. Sub. Are you all right me putting it up on screen, Sub-Zero? James has put it on there for me. Get the mouse across. Yes. So this is what I don't care. Yeah, I'm scrolling right. I'm just looking at rest of information on there. Temperatures don't seem to be too high. That's what I was looking at, temperatures up here. Because I'm presuming that's RAM temp, isn't it? Weren't there some issues with AMD 9800s and 9850s where they had a memory controller issue? Or was that just on the 7000s? But that's definitely nothing else on there.
It's 7800s, was it? Yeah. I knew it was one of them which had it. I just couldn't remember which one it was. Because I've upgraded to the 9850 and I took my 7850 out. I've got my 7850 sat on shelf actually. There we go. Permanently ended errors. Can I do it on big screen now? 23.8. I mean, down here where we're looking. So it's basically reporting as 1.35 and then 23.9 in essence. Is it 9800s which was the issue? Ah, right, okay. I was going to say I thought the early 9800s. I know the 7800s had some other issue, but they were cache issues, weren't they? And instruction set issues on CPU. And then I thought the early 9800 X3Ds had some issues as well. You would think, Cows, that if this was the issue, if it was a common issue, it would. But it just might be a case of it's the first time he's done it. I just can't see how board can generate that voltage. I know they have an onboard power supply. How many sticks of RAM have you got in it at that? Have you got 2 sticks in at that? Yeah, you must have. You've got XMP on, because XMP will only activate into more than one stick in pairs. Have you tried it with one stick? So just try one stick of RAM and see if it comes back at the same. And try another stick of RAM and see if it'll come back at the same. Just to see if it's one stick or something else. I mean, if both sticks are coming back at it, but I ain't got that much experience with DDR5 to say. Still sets to 23. I had 4 sticks. Is it so? This is an old reading then. What? But it's working now, but it's not reading that. It's lunacy, isn't it? How it reads so high and still functions. That's the bit I can't get my head round. Why it would read. I mean, it's in red because it's too much. I mean, it's a Carthor. Carthor didn't write this BIOS, did he? Here he is, Arnold. One stick at a time, number the sticks. Yeah, I would have said let's kind of bring it back to some diagnostics and put one stick in, and if it reverts back to a sensible voltage, and then you go to that. But again, I can't see why it would even report that voltage, because it would surely just fry, like you said, it's fried two of the chips. It is an older BIOS, I think James was saying as well, isn't it? I know I can't understand how it's generating 23 volts unless there's an issue with the chip. Yeah, I think it's reading incorrect. I think it's more like 2.3. And if you look at it's the same, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. No, that's 4 digits. I think that's. I mean, sure, way you could test the voltage with a multimeter, couldn't you? But it's certainly a good one. That certainly a good one. Acer said the RAM doesn't have the chips you refer to. It's definitely a bit bizarre, that one. Definitely a bit bizarre. But anyway, we are sitting at. Let's get back to this one because I've got loads of work to do today. But we'll keep up with that one. 36 degrees and everything seems to be hunky dory. I'll just go to there and we'll do save and exit, and it'll just remember those settings. Boom. And we can get this put in its case. We'll just let that do a quick reboot, and then we'll unplug Keeley. You can have a seat down here. Oh. You're wondering how I am switching this on and off. I've got this little tiny board again. Nice to share. This little tiny board here, which just sits on top of the on-off pins, and it'll just give you the indication of power, reset, and obviously everything what you get on the front panel. Just basically a little mini thing for front panel, and that just sits straight on here, so we can see when it's turning on and off, and it lets us to do all that. I've just caught the off button as I was doing it. So that's just a nice little thing. I think they're about £2 on AliExpress then. Really affordable. Really affordable. Right, let's get this out. Out. Test supply over there. HDMI put to one side. And we'll need SATA cables for the 2 drive. I have DDR3, DDR4 in other PCs with no issues. I bought the DDR5 from them. Sadly, I think it's because the power chips aren't on them. If you go back to their new RAM sticks, they point out the new power chips. So they're using it as a, well, let's tell people it's new power chips, but it's probably not best thing for them sort of scenario. Let's unpack the supply, power supply. It's non-modular, this supply. We'll need the power cable, we'll need some screws, and we'll need the big blob of things out. Nip. This is where I start running out of room because we're going to get the case out. What's in the metal box? Is it a cheeky chicken tender? Which metal box is that? Which metal box are you referring to? You were hiding some sweets in our sour sauce. That's confusing me with tasteful thickness. I think is that referring to something else? Somebody else? I don't know. I don't know which metal box you're referring to. So that must be. I'll probably just hijacked a conversation there, and rather than anything else. Sorry about that noise. That was me opening the. Take my address label off the side of this box before everyone comes and sees me. And they can all go, "Hey Dirk, where's your dolphin?" And I'll go, "Dolphins aren't here, they're in Miami at this time of year." Let's be sensible. Love these cases. These are brilliant cases to work in. They are really quiet. They are no fuss. They ain't got the glass panels and everything else on. They are really good value. If I had to choose, well, I do. I choose the stuff that I buy in wood building myself. Not that I got actually this case for me, but this is another one like the thermal take Assassin. I build in these all the time because they cause me no hassle at all to building. Lovely cases. The downside is, I think if I go to that one and that one, it's probably about the best shot we're going to get on this when I start building. I can run the PC with other 2 sticks on 600 megahertz and the rest set to auto. That's a bit tight. Right, with this being a non-modular supply, do you know what I like about this? This case is, I don't know, 50, 40 something pound. It's fully, hear that? That's me tapping on, listen. As opposed to a normal metal case, which I haven't got over here. Listen to this. That's a normal case. It's all soundproofed and deadened. You've got it on the top, the case, everywhere, soundproofed and deadened. 40 quid case. Yeah, it's not the thickest steel, but it's not flimsy by any stretch of imagination. Brilliant case. If you want it, it's the Silent ES case. And they are brilliant to work in. You get a fan at front, fan at back, all supply. Yeah, they're not, you know, knocked to a fans, but they don't need to be knocked to a fans. They're just wonderful, absolutely wonderful to build in. You've got insulation, soundproofing on the front down here as well. So soundproofing there, soundproofing there, soundproofing on both of the things. And the only place you don't get soundproofing is down on the base itself. But everywhere else is soundproofed. Love this case. Loved it, loved it, loved it. Sorry, I missed. What did you say? What case is it? It is. It's the City, C-I-T. Let's get that. Oh. Straight on here. That's the case. Look it up on. That's it. It's a City, C-I-T, silent. And every part of this case is soundproof, barring the base. It's all soundproof. It's got really good airflow. It's not filtered too much because you've only got a filtration, just plastic gap, but that's not uncommon for anything. But they're sturdy. It doesn't really twist. And that's me trying to twist it. A lot of cases you have to do that. Don't flex. Honestly, they're just really, really well built for the money. I haven't got a bad word to say. I mean, that's why I build in them. And I always build in the same cases. Your configuration, brilliant. You've got one hard drive tray here, but chances are you probably don't need any more than one because it's only a smaller form factor case. You've got somewhere for SSDs because this comes out as well, so you mount it under here, and you'll see when I start building it. But yeah, they run virtually silent because of the soundproofing. I paid. Let me have a look how much I paid. Case. They have gone up in price. £46. £46 they are. Now, and I paid, what did I pay? Probably about the same. Oh, £48. I paid a bit more, £2 more, but they do vary in price. But yeah, for the money, no frills case, some good, decent quality is brilliant. And as again, I like it because they are so quiet, good airflow, and really well put together. They used to be better because they used to be about £30. Obviously, everything's gone up because it must be shipped from abroad. But yeah, I'd have a look at it. Just Inspired Kent. But yeah, Amazon. Amazon on that one. Oh. Ouch. And not sharp corners either, like some manufacturers leave on their cases. Let's see, don't need that off actually because I ain't got a GPU running it. Oh, another thing I like about it, again, there's a lot of things I like about this case. You've got decent size gaps coming through as well, and they're well positioned gaps as well. The only ones I don't like, and they fall into the same thing as a lot of manufacturers, the side ones down here tend to be a little bit close. If you've got a full size board in, you can't really do a great deal here. But I never put
big boards in these. It is, and again, it's nice and sturdy as well. I'm flexing it, but it's a big chunk of metal. You've got reinforcing things underneath. Some, when you start screwing down, this flex is more like tin foil. It's just really, really, really pants. Yeah, they're, enough said. They just work really well. I'm just going to line up my screws and take off the ones I do not need. Not that one. Get the right size one, which will be that one there. Get the screwdriver which goes on the other end of that. It sits here. I left them in once, and a customer insisted that I'd forgot them, and I should have screwed them in. So I take them out now if they're not needed. And he insisted that I put them under the board. I went, but there's no screws for it. No, they're for support. I went, it'll blow your board. And he was adamant that I had to put them in. I went, it will blow you. I want them in. I went, right, I'll put them in, but if it blows your board, it's your fault. And I don't know whether it did, never came back. But sometimes customers are just not always right. Not always correct. Done. So before putting the board in, with it being a non-modular supply, I will now fit his power supply, because we will need to get his cabling through for that. Customers are sometimes not always right. Lead farmer, you can if you can change settings. I ran DDR4 7800 for almost 2 years before I got. I'm going to stand this up. I was trying to do this so I could show you guys better, but I just don't think I'm going to manage to do it that way. Get the screwdriver ready. So if it's a non-modular supply, you've really got to put it in at this stage. If it's a modular supply, you don't need to, because you just put the cable in. But because I need cables for CPU, that's why it's going in now. Done. Sorted. One last one in there. I think a lot of people, I tend to encourage people. I had one Wednesday, and he had a used motherboard bought off one of my other customers who was selling it because his motherboard had blown. And he says, can you fit it? I said, well, I can, but knowing what you've done to your PC already, fit it yourself. I says, I don't think you have any problems. Well, he did. It was one way to put cooler in sideways and everything else. So he ended up bringing it back and ended up fitting him and not charging him. But I think for a lot of people, most people could actually build a computer if they just took the time, because they have made it so much easier. I know it looks a bit complicated for some people, and some people think, oh, I could never do that. But it's not. For me, it's not really hard. But when you build so many, you kind of just get a little bit more used to it. So pull your CPU one through. Pull your CPU one through. This has only got a 4 connector, but you can leave it on an 8 connector, which is what this is. And the reason why I do it like this, and we've put the one in now, is because it's easier to hold the board like so, and plug that in. And I'm using the cooler as support. bend that into shape because that needs going down there a little. And I'm using the it's just fiddly. Ouch. Okay. Drum all the way in. Make sure it's a firm connection. Get the IO shield, which I bet everyone's going, I bet he forgets the IO shield, bet he forgets the IO shield, bet he forgets the IO shield. Hey, look what I forgot. The IO shield. Yeah, not really. I'd have just said it were a test fit. But I forgot the IO shield. Right, we've done test fit. We just need to take it back out now and we'll put IO shield in this time. That's what I would have said. I've blagged my way through it. They never quite fit right. Razor sharp piece of metal. You've got to shove your fingers down. Poor thing about Corsair power supplies, the cabling is that thick. Just don't like to move. This is power supply wiring rather than anything else. Right. Yep, none of holes blocked it back. Oh. Always looks lost in here, a small board, but it'll find its way. Let's open bag of bits. What you get with the Dun, dun, dun. We've got screws. You do get several different types of screws with motherboards. With cases, sorry, not motherboards. You just need to make sure you choose the right thread. A lot of motherboards I come across, they've fitted the wrong thread, so you can't really see on camera, but they have wider thread. You can see that the length, the thing on that thread compared to that thread. So you just need to make sure you choose the correct ones. They're pretty much standardized now, but there are still some anomalies where they don't fit the right ones at factory, just to confuse you. So it's usually the thinner thread. I think it's an M2 thread they call it. I'm not too sure. I just know by the look of it. Oh, a couple of locating ones just to get it in place. I'm not going to tighten these down all the way. So the reason why we've put that cable in first, one down here, because we wouldn't have got his arm down here to do it after the heatsink and fan and everything in, and I took that back fan off for the same reason. It's fiddly enough trying to get screws in. And that one you might be able to see it a bit better. Oh, we'll get that out in a minute. Magnetise my screwdriver a bit more. Alright, we're nearly there, so we'll just tighten these screws all the way home. Thing about motherboard screws, they need enough bite just to give you a good contact for grounding, earthing, 0 volt, whatever you want to call it. But you don't want to mega tight because A, you don't want to crush the board, which again is difficult to do because they don't usually put circuitry around there, but some manufacturers do put it close. Another thing you don't want to do, you don't want to slip out as you're tightening it because you try to tighten it too tight and it slip off and damage something on the board. So crucial thing is tight enough but not over tight. Just going to get that loose screw out that we there we go. We have that spare screw that we were keeping as a rattle toy. That was the extra one. Board's nicely in. We can make a start on moving this other stuff around. XMP potato. The next things I would normally do is, certainly if you're fitting a GPU, don't fit your GPU just yet. We're not fitting the GPU in here, but if you fit a GPU now, you're probably not going to be able to get your hands comfortably down to the on and off switch, reset, hard drive lights and everything else, which sits down here. So just make sure you plug them in as the next stage before GPU. We haven't got a GPU, so it's going to be next stage anyway. But yeah, don't get too carried away thinking I'll put a GPU in now. You wouldn't. You would do that. And obviously, if we had an M2 drive, that would have been in when we had the board on the test bench. Find the correct cables. We should have 3. We should have one for audio and USB, and that one. So audio will go hopefully through there and somewhere up here. It's audio through. USB go through maybe that one there. And USB 3, is this got USB 3 on it? Yes. I can go through that hole there. And the last ones are front panel connectors. And that can go through there just for neat and access. You're going to see cabling, you see bits and bobs on here because of the smallness of the board. These always go in the same order on 99% of boards. The hard drive light goes to the back, and the positive is always to the outside. To the, depending how you look at it, but looking from this orientation to the left, the other 2 pins are the reset on the ones furthest away from me, which is on the edge of the board. In front of the hard light, you get the power and the LED, with the LED ones like so. And then the ones straight in front of the reset are power switch. So that's all 4. I can never put them on as a block, so I always put them on separately. USB can go into any of these USB sockets. USB and audio look very similar, but they are different. Let me just zoom in and see if I can show you. So this one here is audio, so it's the same form factor of plug, same amount of pins, but if you notice there's a blanking pin and they're in different places. You can't put them on the wrong thing. So if you are building it for the first time, you can't get them wrong on there. So that is how you see the difference. So I normally say to people, if it goes on, it goes on. If it doesn't go on, don't force it. Waggle the USB 3 one down. Give these a gentle pull through. Taking slack up. I'm going to pull that one off. Pull that one back in. Done. That's back on. Right, I'm going to get a cable tie, just to cable tie those together. Will be a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. Never going to look beautiful because it's not what it is, but it'll help to stop them falling off. So USB 3 cable is by far the tightest one on there, so most secure. So make sure they're all done to that height and length. But remember, you're not going to see inside of this case. It's a solid sided case, so we're okay with that. Next one is your main power. Get that through. Pre-bend this. So we can see orientation. The clip's going to the front on here. So if you put some bend in it, it's going to be easier to A, orientate, and B, run in the right direction. So you can see I've kind of bent it. I will soften that bend up a little because you shouldn't really put too much bend in things. And just remember, if you are pushing this down firm, it needs to be firm, your board will flex. So don't go putting a lot of weight on it, just be enough to get it in, and just make sure it's uniform, that you've not got, you know, a 2mm gap at one side and at that side. So that is all the power cables in for the board. We don't need the GPU one because it's not got a GPU in it. So we're just going to simply tuck that out of the way and do cable management in a bit. And now we're going to take off the caddy for hard drives. We can put 2 hard drives in. We've got a 2TB mechanical and we've got a SSD. Nice caddy on this case as well. Nice, yeah, caddy, hard drive caddy. So the hard drive caddy comes out, which they all do not do. Some make you fiddle and fumble in the dark. Get the drive open. Yeah, customers opted for 2TB mechanical, and he's got a 1TB. So he's got 2 1TB mechanicals in his current disk system, which is the Gen 4 Intel, and he's using about 300 gig. So, and then what he used to is copy 1TB to the other terabyte to use as a backup. So I said, instead of doing that, why don't you get a NAS? So they're going to get a NAS for his photos, because he definitely didn't want to lose the photos. And then transfer it over his network. So that's the way he's doing it. So he decided then to go for a 2TB single drive, and that. Just be aware, on Amazon they are selling what appear to be, like you've seen me open this in static bag and whatnot, new drives, and they are not new drives. This one was actually produced, see date code on it, which is here, in February of this year. Valentine's Day, bit of love in the air. Date of manufacture, DOM, 14th of February 2026. If you get a drive from Amazon and it's claiming to be new and that is too old, I would send it back, because there's a lot of unscrupulous sellers on there which get these, wash them, reset the BIOS firmware to negate all the hours and everything else, and then sell them as new. And they are by far from new. You will have lots and lots and lots and lots of issues. Because we are putting 2 discs in here, we need to put a SSD in, which I'm going to line the holes up on there, and we'll put that in first because we need to screw from underneath before we put that in. So that's what we're going to do. Seagate is made by slaves. Are many of the manufacturers too different on how they do things in some of these countries? They all built to a price, aren't they? And yes, there's a guy I watch and he tests hard drives, and it confuses the hell out of me. But his knowledge on, I think it's one of those, you know, when you've got so much knowledge on one subject, it sounds really interesting, even though I don't quite follow what he's saying some of the time, because he goes into the way the data is written to the disk and how it overlaps and how they do this and how they do that. But basically what he says is there's not a good drive out there for a lot of manufacturers. There's just some better, worse ones than others, and that's the feedback. But again, when you work into a budget, you work to a budget, don't you? Right, just note the screws which go in the hard drives are a different thread to the ones which go in the M2s. They're a bigger thread. They're like the K screws. Afternoon, Tony. How are you doing? How the dibbly devil are you doing? Tony's put some really good videos out recently. If you've not caught him on his channel, guys. There's one where he opens it up and he went, "Where's all thermal paste gone?" On a, I think it was an amplifier, weren't it? And he's doing a custom amplifier as well in a case, which is seen. So that is the 2 drive. Oh, put it in backwards. Why didn't somebody tell me before I did that? So that was the test fit done. So we've test fitted this and it fits beautiful. So once you've test fitted it, just take it back out and try it again. Hi Martin, it's Chris. You changed my 3070 Ti for a 5070. It's working great, thank you. You have any? Not as yet. I thought I had somebody, Chris. Sorry, that was the one we've got on the shelf up there, guys. Oh, wrong button. No, I can't find my button. Still up there, Chris. Still sat on the shelf. I did have somebody was interested in it, but he's decided against it because. Well, I don't know why, in fairness, because I think what he was telling me, Chris, was not right. So not as yet, but it is still sat up there, Chris. If anyone's wondering what that is, we did a graphics card swap last week, and we had to... Arnold will remember this one. We thought it was the riser, and it weren't. It ended up being BIOS Arnold, if you remember that one. Remember the one where we thought it was the riser card on the card, why it wasn't working on the 5070, and then... we sent you the BIOS, I think, Arnold, and you altered the BIOS and we got the BIOS working on there. Yeah, it's still sat there, Chris. I've not forgot about it. And I know I said chase me after 2 weeks just to see. So, yeah, I'm aware. So, yeah, I have put it to a couple of people. But no, it's still sat up there. If anybody is interested in that and you're in the UK, we have a really nice... Oh, got a really nice Founders Edition card. Fully boxed, 3070 Ti, Founders Edition, stunning condition, not a mark on it. And these are so nicely built as well, so nicely built. So if anybody is interested in that, just drop me a Discord or a PM, and more than happy to try and facilitate anybody who's wanting to relocate this to their nice shiny computer, and do that. But yeah, 3070 Ti there. Actually, Chris, I'm just thinking, because Mick has actually messaged me today, about another card that I've got, a 2060 or 2070, I think it is. So that might be something for him, so I'll mention it to him when I speak to him. How would you guys go about finding drives, BIOS updates for laptop that isn't listed on HP's site anymore? Oh, have you tried Badcap, Sparta? It might be on Badcaps or something like that. It was the it was the BIOS, weren't it, Arnold, on that one? I would say same on that one as well, Sub-Zero. I've got 2 failed Western Digital Reds as well. I think I just answered a question you weren't really answering on that. I answered a question but you weren't asking. I think you're asking not much how you find them, how you would go find the information about them. That was me getting a little bit confused. Oh, put this back down. Should now locate. It's got rubber feet, and again, this is something what other manufacturers don't always do. And what I like about this case, the caddy's actually got proper insulated rubber feet. You see so many of these caddies which are just bolted straight back onto chassis of things, so all vibrations go through it. This has got little rubber insulator feet, and just another reason why I quite like this case. A bit like the Thermalright, it doesn't cost them a lot to actually put little things in which make life so much easier. Like the Thermalright coolers have brilliant clips for the fan, so the fan don't fall out of place as you're moving it around. And it's just like these have little rubber insulators on. So that's done. Which just gives it that little bit of dampening, doesn't it?
I have a WD RAID 2 terabyte for 7 years. Yeah, my 4 terabytes I've got in my CCTV, both have now failed. They work just fine on my Windows 11 IoT, but the NAS is garbage. There we go. This will annoy me because we've got one right angle and one straight. Why can't you just send me 2 straight ones? I just want 2 straight ones. Or send me a right angle which goes correct way. Please do that. I'm just going to take these 2 together just to keep a little bit of stress relief off individual ones. Okay, we'll tie them together. Cable tying both the SATA data cables together, just to try and negate a little bit of stress on the cables, or help it that it's not going to bend them or pull one more than the other. Oh, get that down and in there. We've got sideways and we've got front ways. We'll go inside. Been looking at a new car guide. I don't know if anybody can offer any advice. And we were looking at the. Let's see where I'm going with that. Oh, BYDs. Got a test driving one next week, which is all electric. The Atto 3, but I think probably Atto 2 is one we're test driving. But I was originally looking at the Skoda Elroq, and I think from the reviews that I've read, the Skoda Elroq is the better car. So might look at that, the new Elroq. Do fancy that. Full electric, not hybrid, full electric. But do quite fancy going. I don't do many miles, probably I don't know, 3,000 to 5,000 miles a year. I'm not a heavy mileage user, so it's not like I'm going to really get a lot of benefit from going solely electric. But the car that I've got at the moment, I struggle to get anywhere above sort of 30 to 34 to gallon. It is really, really not good. Yeah, wonderful. We've got 2 fan headers on this board, one for CPU and one for rear fan. So we're going to have to extend that rear fan one. Oh. Fan extender. I have one up here. Don't need a triple, just need a double. That's a triple. You got a double kicking about. RGB doublers. That'll do. Got a double there. Again, not going to look pretty, but it's got a solid side in it. No, I don't NAS yet. Do you run TrueNAS? I've got a TrueNAS system. Put them in for business as well in the past, TrueNAS. I find it really convenient to use. And really, once it's set up and configured, I quite like TrueNAS because you can forget about it. Turn it that way. Get this rear fan back in. Get rid of my bugbear, which are these metal cable ties. Put my plastic one in so we're not going to short out on anything. As bad as putting liquid metal in your computer, never a good idea. I had a phone call Tuesday, I think it was. Younger inquiry, which is how I will term it, who said, I put liquid metal in my laptop and I've spilt it. Or I should probably presume he's not so much spilt it, he's probably put it in and put too much in, and it's gone all over my laptop now, won't turn on. I said, all right, I says, it's not a job for me, I won't work on it, unfortunately, if it's had liquid metal in. Why is that? I said, well, it's kind of a bit dangerous putting the two things in your computer which aren't good, which is anything liquid, and then generally if it's made out of metal. So he went on to tell me that I didn't know what we were on about. I mean, I think he was about 14, so clearly 14 years of experience being on the planet is more than my 60 odd years of experience being on the planet. So, you know, I took it on board that he knew a lot more than I did. So I agreed with him. I went, oh yeah. And I think I ended up saying to him, now you put it that way, you've trained my mind, but it's still not a job I'd want to work on. Yeah, he'd spilt or put too much or done something with liquid metal and regretted it. And then didn't believe me when I went, it's a bad idea. And I just thought, well, where's irony on that, in the fact that you've done exactly what I'm telling you is a bad thing about it, but you still think it's a good idea to tell me that it's a lot better. I really couldn't understand that bit. Hey ho. Hey ho, Swashbuckle and Co. Take on the pirates, yo ho ho. We need a little cable. It's too big, that one. Little cable tie. That's better. Cable tie that to there, which is the fan. And that'll just make sure it doesn't go flopping about, because we can't be doing with floppy things, can we? Not at my age. Oh, we're getting there. Right, last thing I'm going to do before we test it is move that fan up there. So we've got air coming in over there. The reason why it's there, because it's for GPU, but we're just going to move that up to the next stage, and then it's airflow directly for CPU. So we'll spin that round. And I'll put that there. Always fun getting them off. Won't need any more cooling. More fans don't mean cooler computers. Airflow means cooler computers. And again, watch any of my streams, you will know why. It's about getting air coming through the computer, picking the hot air up and moving it out of the computer, not having lots of air. Look at me, I'm cool and I ain't got lots of air. Hey, that's what I tell the ladies. And they usually just say, yeah, just lots of hot air. Not a lot to cool in here. I think it's only like a 65 TD, 65 watt TDP, and that cooler, I think it's good for 210 watts. That cooler what's on, so it's never ever going to struggle. So truth be told, you could get away with not even a front fan, but it's there, so we might as well utilize it. Plug some SATA cables in. Get some of these out of the way, get some more cable ties, get some a bit longer, different varying lengths. Should do it. Just want to mess around with a Reddit kid who was advised to use the liquid metal. Yeah, I think he said he'd seen it on online that it cools his computer a lot better. And he says, I didn't know what I was talking about because he's seen loads of people using it online. I said, all right. I didn't bother telling him that I stream, and I tell people not to use it every single day. And I didn't tell him that I have seen computers absolutely wrecked by it because he obviously knew better than me. So, but do you know when you know better than me? Take it on board, you know better than me. Unfortunately, not everybody can take it on board that somebody might know better than them. Don't profess to know everything. They always say, smartest man in room isn't the one that tells people they know everything. It's the ones who does know everything. And I never profess to know everything, and I don't profess to be smartest man in room, which is abundantly clear when I stream. I know what I know, and I do what I do. We all do stuff differently. Tuck down there. Looking better, Mr. Bond. I've been playing around with ChatGPT for the last couple of days, and I've been trying to do a picture of somebody, and I wanted to make them look like James Bond, and it says it's not allowed to because it's a public figure. I went, James Bond is a public figure, but it's a fictional public figure. Why can't I make somebody look like James Bond? And they won't let me because it were a public figure. And I just thought, well, so I said, can you make him look suave, sophisticated with a martini in his hand, and like a British spy? And it did. And guess who it looked like? Johnny English. It looked like James Bond. It looked more like Rowan Atkinson. And I just thought, yeah, that's probably not the look I was aiming for anyway. Let's get that down there. That's power. Done. Again, no point really worrying too much about cable management because it's never ever going to be open. It's never going to be admired, and it just needs to be enough to get it out of the way, not disturb anything. Side on. Beautiful case. Beautiful case. I'll try and demonstrate how quiet this machine is with the microphone. The fact that I think my case, which is running now, which is my streaming PC, my server down there, I can hear, and I'll end up hearing that, which is about 6 foot away from me, over the top of what this will sound like. Cooling then. It's not about the fans, it's about airflow. So we've got a fan coming in here. It'll be pushing air to the first fan on here, which will be putting it through the cooler, which will be cooling the vapor, but heating the air, which will be coming through to this second fan, which will be speeding it back up and coming through there, which will be blowing it straight into this fan, which will be blowing it out of the case. So we've got a nice transition of cool, fresh air coming in and through. We will be working on probably a slight negative pressure case, just for what it is, because a fan coming out the back will always be able to put more air out at the same speed as one coming in from in here because of the resistance it's got. Plus we've got more of a flow. So it's not the right way of doing it. We should have more of a positive flow. We can tune that with the fan speeds at front to back, but it's really not going to make any difference on this case or this computer. We're going to have such a massive delta for temperature. It's really not going to have any massive impact, and it's still filtered at the front, so I'm not going to worry about it really in any stretch of the imagination to be a problem. Right on, and it looks beautiful, and then we can get it posted. And then we'll install the magic operating system, which is called Windows. And you want Windows 11. Well, I did test bench it, so they say never put the side on. I'm always confident. I always put the side on because I'm always confident I've done it right.
I rarely get DOA equipment. I probably can remember 3 things in memory which has been DOA. And rarely get them. Get Keely shoved in that hole there, and let's get Mickey out. Hey, Mickey, you're so funny, you're so fine. Where is my mouse? Where is? There it is. Look at the Microsoft mouse. A bit like my glasses, these mice. I keep getting new mice out of my box and never remember where I've put my old ones. But I'll turn around one day and there'll be 76 mice sat on thing. I never seem to look at the keyboard, just mice. Get our magic memory stick plugged in. Back onto that shot there, and we will see if it powers. We've got power on there, we've got power there, we've got power there. We have fan spin. That computer is on. I can still hear my desktop PC over and above it. Let's get rid of that. And let's get onto HDMI. HDMI. So we'll just keep an eye on the screen for a second or two. It will be going through a little bit of training. And we've got a cursor top left flashing. There we go. There we go. Yes, that's just basically saying we've not got any security keys. I can't see it because my eyesight is terrible. I think it's that one. I think it's there. And I think it's there. And I think that one says confirm. That one says enroll keys. I've probably done this twice now. Yeah, I've probably done that twice. And I think I can't read my key. Am I? Yeah, I am. Oh no, that's it. I wanted to go back one key. That was it. Reboot. Can't see because it's so small on my screen. I just kept reinstalling the same key. Silly me. So this should now boot from my USB. It's having Windows 11, which is that one there. And we'll install that. We'll tell it to install onto the, it should have 2 discs in here. The 2 terabyte mechanical, and we should have the 500 or 461 or whatever it decides to format down to SSD. So we'll tell it to install on there. We've got 6 people watching on Twitch as well. Welcome to you all who's watching on Twitch. If there's anybody who is watching on Twitch or on YouTube and you want to pop over to Twitch, you're more than welcome to. And if you do have a Amazon Prime account, you can get a free subscription to support a streamer of your choice on Twitch. Completely free. We get about £1.60 from it. So there is an incentive for there. But it just means you can support us. You just tag your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Very easy to do. And then you go over to Twitch and click subscribe with Prime. And it says, welcome, thank you for subscribing. I go, woohoo, thank you. I'm eternally grateful. And yeah, you've subscribed for a month, you get no adverts while watching me on Twitch. And that's what it is. Anyway, we are going for that drive there. Get my mouse, because I'll need the mouse. And we will tell it to install Windows 11 on. Whilst that's installing, we'll leave that in the bottom right. So what we will be doing next is, just while that's installed, I'm just going to tidy a little bit of this stuff up, because one thing you do end up with when you do a full build is a lot of bits. Certainly in a small orifice like I've got. And I will be giving customer all the boxes. Probably not that one though. And probably not that one either. Put them in my recycling. And probably not that one. So box what we are giving them is the big box for that. Right, so the one after this is going to be, I'm going to leave that desktop because I think that's just Windows 11 install. So that one I'm going to leave to one side because I think Windows 11 is a bit, what do we call it? So we have this one, which we're probably going to look at next, which is, oh no, I need to do this one. That one's next, tell a lie.
That one's going to be next. We need to do surgery on that one. We need to do a hinge and whatnot. So we're going to do that one next. And then probably that one. And then possibly that laptop which is coming today. Yeah, possibly that one which is coming today. Because that needs stripping down as well. And then leave the windows, that one there. Leave that one because I think it is just a... I think that's just a Windows 11. What's me call it? Don't have to patch me Twitch. Don't hit it when you get it all together at the end. Oh, I've done that one, yeah. Just let me text Chill and Relax because he's messaged me. I just want to reply to him so he don't think I... Right. So I've got several messages now on here. James has sent me that. Thank you, James. And so I was reading some what cows have sent me. Oh dear, made me laugh. I'll be synonymous with dolphins from now on, won't I? I do get the. It's surprising how many people send me stuff about fish and dolphins. To say that. Go back onto there. Woohoo! Let's go back on to get rid of that because I don't need that illuminated in the center. I can't see what percentage that's on because my eyesight is really bad. Craig, it's 2:15. Where's today gone? What time did I start streaming? 9ish. Yeah, 2:15. Where's today gone? I'm going to put the kettle on. I've got one of these remote kettles. They are wonderful. Put the kettle on. Kettle's on, so don't be long. Mate, what to have for dinner? I had a bit of toast for breakfast this morning, but I don't know what to have for lunch. That's installing updates on there. Oh, right, I just got a message from a customer. Let me see what this message says. Hello again. Time to possibly drop the laptop off the laptop and phone. Don't repair phones. Open between 10. Oops. Right. I don't know why it's bringing a phone. Don't repair phones. All my bits are in transit. I bought some really interesting stuff from AliExpress, and I'm not going to tell you what it is until it all turns up. So I'm not going to tell you what it is. Good, keep working. I am still at it. Yes, still at it. We're just waiting for this. We're doing a reboot on this. We're onto HDMI. Right, just while that's doing that, I am just going to pour myself a very quick drink because I've not had a drink since this morning and I am thirsty. I'm going to pour this while that's just doing that, and that'll reboot. Is that installed? Yeah, we're getting flashing command prompts. Wow, that's hot. There is a bit more to do with this because the customer, my dog's coming to see me now because she says, "You've got a biscuit there, Dad." Up. Hold it. Oh, that one. Oh.
Who's a good girl?
Who's that?
No, I don't want you to spit it. I want you to hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Leave it. You can do it on your nose as well, like a seal. This is what I train dolphins like. Yeah. Hold it. Right, take it to your bed. Take it to your bed. Come. Take it to your bed. She won't take it to bed. She'll eat it right behind me because she thinks you've got some more on there. She is a good girl. She is. She doesn't sulk me when we've got biscuits. A Zigbee 10G millimeter wave. I must have missed what that was on about. I've got Zigbee network. Well, a lot of the smart lights and smart home devices create a Zigbee network, don't they? Ooh, we're getting there. Please wait. Once we've got this doing, we're going to get his old computer, because I need to take... I agree, dog. We need to take both of his drives out of his old computer. Take both of his drives out of his old computer, and I need to transfer his data to here. I'm not going to do that on stream because A, it's got customer data. Sorry, wrong fingers. A, it's got customer data, and B, it's a bit boring to do. So we'll put this then to one side, and I'll crack a my laptop. I found a box of blackberries. What, you mean the fruit, or you mean... Oh, no, found, yeah. He beat me to that one, Ronnie. Do you know you get raspberry pies? I didn't realise you could get strawberry pies, banana pies, and pineapple pies. And if you don't believe me, have a look. And I don't mean eating ones, I mean the computer ones. There's all different fruit biased little mini computers, isn't there? All different ones. I'm not. No pies. The Zigbee one. Yeah, the Zigbee one's an internal network, isn't it? It's a bit like a mesh network it creates, isn't it? I am keeping an eye out down here. That's the dog's being optimistic, and she's brought the ball now. If I bring it ball, it says, can I swap ball? Up. Can I swap ball for a biscuit? Have I taught biscuits? Speak, speak, speak. Woof, woof. Speak, speak, speak. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof. Go on then, speak. Woof. Right, go on. She's no good at singing. She's even worse at whistling, I tell you. There's no there. She's come back in because she thinks I've reached over here. It's a cup. There's nothing on there. Nothing on there at all. Yeah, I remember Zola. I were paying about £29 from back in the day. And what they're now, about 60 quid or something. I know they're a lot more advanced and stuff's gone up, but even so. I think my first one was, I had an original one. And then they brought Raspberry Pi 2 or something out, which were like immensely quick compared to that one. And then I was using them as smart TV boxes and RetroArch on them and things like that. So I could have them streaming from my NAS Plex server in-house, and then putting arcade ROMs and whatnot on them. You know, obviously legitimately backed up ones. They're £100. Wow. And I had RetroArch on it because I've got a collection of probably about 4,000 backed up ROMs. It took me ages to back them up off my cartridges as well, buying them all individually from car boots and places like that. But I don't think I've still got them anymore, in fairness. But yeah, I used to do that with mine. Probably chipped it on board RAM. Yeah, it's got one chip of DDR4 on it, and that's how much it is to get now. Have they lost their way a little bit on market? I know there's still enthusiast market. I know Tony uses them, and I think James did one on Mainboard Medics. He had the Zero, didn't he? Pi Zero, Pico Fly, because they're all, are they all same people? Pico Flies, are they the are they Raspberry people as well? Even the cloud, yeah. I've never even heard of that one. Bata Sierra. Sarah? Kira? I can't read. I am dyslexic, but I use Bato Korea. Is that what it is? They were designed as a low-cost option, weren't they? So people could learn programming in schools and children and things like that. That was the idea behind it. What the heck is that? Oh, that's setting all me stuff, which is what I now go and delete. Thanks for that. Delete. And get rid of that. Get rid of this. And start home. We want to get rid of that one. And I need to change this. Oops. Google.co.uk, that will do for that one. And then we just need to go into privacy, clear browsing data, all time, play now, done. Then let's open Snappy Dragon, which is that one. This will have all the drivers on, hopefully. It is number 30. I ain't updated it in a week or so. I might have a few missing, but I can't see much missing. 14. And hopefully that's not going to hold it up, because sometimes it does. Nope, we're through on there. Right, just while that's doing that, I'm going to grab his old machine. We'll strip his old machine down. So we'll keep an eye on that in the bottom right hand corner. We'll strip his old machine down. Hit Wax. It's pretty good. I tried to do the OS and the setup used. The test wasn't working. Got to add you to it. Make it compatible. It was either Intel or AMD that wasn't supported. Right, oh, dog ball. Let me grab his old machine. His old machine weighs a ton. Watch out, dog. Oh. Oh. Back here. I'm a day behind because I told him Friday on this. Oh. Am I still Snappy Dragon installed? Yes. Yeah, still installing. Let's see if I can get his drives out without using my bench. Finally installed version of Snappy on an external drive, and it's okay. Yeah, it does 50 gigabytes, I think it is. Love the app. Sometimes though they refer a driver not working. Yeah, they do. I tell you what, I have noticed sometimes as well on mine. I've had to use Snappy Dragon 3 or 4 times on one machine. all after each other because it just kept missing some drivers. And I think that's a bit like what Windows does sometimes. I know you can't install this update at the same time. So I have noticed that. But yeah, it saved me so much. I think it was either Ice Squish Worms or Falcon or somebody who recommended me to it originally. And yeah, it's been a game changer for me. Because normally what I would have done in the past was sit there and wait for Windows to install all the stuff, which was never a good thing. Oh, with this being a Dell, with this being a Dell, I wouldn't say it drives are easy to get out, but they're not because these are screwed in. Not in the caddy, this one. Oh, you darn thing. Oh, why have you done that to me? Just not fair, that. I'm going to have to take the power supply out to get this last drive out. No, power supplies on lift up on these, but even so, I could have made that easier. Need to see what graphics card this is because I think Mick was saying he wanted it. It is. Don't know. Let's take the graphics card out. I think it's a 20, more or less. I'm almost sure it's 2060 or 2070 or something. Ooh. 1060. No, 1060, not a 2060. Might not be any use. I have told him about that 3070 actually, of Chris's. So he might get some use out of that. We've got two 8 gig sticks of RAM there. PC4 RAM, so 16 gigs of RAM. And CPU. With a lovely Intel stock cooler. I think this is the 4th gen one. If memory serves me right, but then again I couldn't even remember what. Yeah, I had changed CPU. It is no 60M i5 6600K per kilo. Do you know in the day you'd have gone, oh, I've got an i5 6600K. I think the laptop, what James did on his channel the other day was a 11th gen. You just think, well, I won't spoil his video, but £55 he paid for an 11th gen laptop, Lenovo laptop that was not working. And you need to watch his channel and his video to see if he managed to get it working. But somebody had sold it because it wasn't working. For I think £55 he put on stream that what he paid for it. So some very affordable, nice quality laptops out there. That power supply, you know, if you need a Dell power supply, you've got no option. You've got to buy it from there. I do like the system where everything lifts up. I like it and I don't like it. I like it because it fits into a small form factor more, but I don't like it because you've got to take screws out to get to bits what you don't really want to take screws out of to do. But I like it in the fact that it's an ingenious way of doing it. I'm not going to put the GPU support back in because there's no GPU in it. This is all being scrapped now anyway. Case back on 1060, been gifted to us.
Got another 1060 graphics card there to try stuff out on. Because with the 1070 we've got on the shelf, and the 3070 I've got sat up there as well, because we've got that 3070 Ti Final Edition of Critters. I think I've got a 3070 and a 3060 there as well. And what's I've got sat on the shelf as well. That somebody has given, which comes in useful for a test system. Right, let me just stick this through here. Don't move. Oh, I do like Lenovo laptops, build quality and ThinkPads. Yeah, they do. They are nice. And do you know what common faults? What they have? They're easy to repair. Because they can be easier to repair because there's a few common problems. I have a 7700K in my living room Kodi media player. I think mine's a 10th gen. I've got an old laptop. What customer didn't want repairing because screen had gone, so I just took screen off it. An old HP laptop, and I've got that stuck under telly. Only thing I've got on it, in fairness, is Sky, because I have Sky. My friend has Sky subscription, and he lets me use his Sky subscription because he didn't use it online. So I use it online. He watches it on TV, but you can't put that on a box, so you need it on a PC. So I've got it there, and I just use it with a cordless mouse. Kodi's really dead nowadays, isn't it? Their consumer light IdeaPads are not the same quality. No, they're not. No, they're not. ThinkPads are great. IdeaPads not at all. No, they're not. Yeah, Kodi's a bit dead in water. Move, dog. I thought. Dog, move. I'll run over your paws and then you'll yelp. Sat up there with the others. So what we've got up here? We've got a 10. Got a Gigabyte 3060 Ti. I've got a 3070 as well, non-Ti. We've got the 3070 Ti, which is Chris's, and we've got a 1070 and a 1060 amongst the other cards that I've got to test with. So I've got several cards we can test. So useful having enough spares. Put the RAM in our RAM drawer. Put the GPU bracket in the GPU bracket bin, and we will keep those two drives for his data transfer. And we'll see. We'll see what Snappy has done to this. Done. Is that says reboot? That does. I can't see a blinking thing because it's so tiny. Give that a quick restart. Oh, Maddie wants out. She's sulking with me, in fairness, because I was saying earlier, I don't know if you're on it from the start stream. I know you kind of sit in the background, but I went out running on Thursday night for this charity run, this 10k run. And she saw me getting ready. Me and my other half were getting ready. We got running gear on. So she thought she was coming out for a run with us, not realising what we were doing. So she was sulking with me a little bit because I didn't take her there. And then it rained all day yesterday. So she didn't really go out much yesterday. She only went out twice yesterday. So she's sulking with me a little bit. But I have promised her that we're going to go on a bike ride tomorrow. So she's coming on a nice bike ride with me tomorrow. Yeah. She definitely is bringing me a ball. She only came in. She was sulking all morning. There is a. It's. Do you know what? It's not the lead she's looking at. It's the ball. It's the ball. There's a ball. It's the ball. There's a ball just here. There, or somewhere around there. I'm trying to do this. That is a ball on a throwing stick, and it's that what she'll be looking at.
She'll be laid on the floor going, "It's there. Where's your ball? You going outside?" Yeah. And she has brought the other ball in, so she's ball orientated. That's all it is. But she's going to go out later. Been out this morning, and she'll walk in there and just remind me that it's there and things like that. Not stupid. Now she's brought a ball, as you can probably hear. No, I'm not having that then. Not having that. Cody got in a lot of trouble because other people running pirate stuff. Because there you go. Yeah, it's because all Cody is a front end, isn't it? Basically, it's the other stuff which is hosted on repositories. They did facilitate it by doing what they did though, and in the day, because it were XMBC, if you are old enough to remember XMBC, which was Xbox Media Console, XMBC, yeah, Xbox Media Control or something like that. Xbox Media Center, that's what it was, Xbox Media Center, which then changed its name to Kodi, and it was on original Xbox, and it was part of the. We didn't jailbreak them as such. You put a chip in them and then you could do that. So it was part of that, and it was kind of the front end for that, from what I remember. But it is a few years ago. Certainly a few years ago. So let's see if we've got all. I'm just going to make this bigger so I can see what I'm doing. Dog, you're going to have to move. Move out of the way. This all because I've got a cup of tea and she thinks I've got a biscuit. There you go. I can see it now. I can see. What was it? XMBC, Xbox Media Center. That's what it stood for. XMBC, Xbox Media Center. And it was when you, on the original Xboxes, and there are plenty of people who remember this, you used to put a chip in them. Back before you had software mods, you used to put a chip in them. And you could then put a front-end dashboard on and back up your games discs to an internal hard drive, because they had an internal hard drive in them. They were basically on a patch version of Windows NT, which was the original Xbox, or a modified version of Windows NT. I think it was a Pentium equivalent processor, Pentium 2 equivalent processor. I can't remember. But when you modded them, it was modded onto XMBC, which was then changed its name to Kodi when it became a bit more mainstream. Done. We need to go into eject that. Yes. Wonder why Windows 11 doesn't tell you that it's now safe to unplug. We need to go to disk management. We should have a disk there. We do. And we're going to make a new drive, and we'll call it D, and we'll call that a 2 TB HDD. So the customer knows what it is as opposed to their boot drive, and that is D drive. Done. Off. And going to Explorer, right click on that, go to properties. And for some reason, you've got to do this two ways, because it doesn't always do it. We'll change the location manually. He has lots of photographs going on here. Not that I think he's going to run out of space, but I did say I would do this. Put that to D, enter 3 times. Before Kodi as a fax machine. You can still get add-ons for it, but VPN is advised. Yeah, VPN is strongly advised. XMBC. I've got to get out of my chair and reball a GPU. Oh no. I'd stay in your chair. I would stay in your chair. STOR. Rage. Ah. There you go, storage settings, that's the one I'm after. Yes. Where new content is saved. I know I've already told it to do this, but we're going to tell you to do that yet again, because you are very, very naughty and don't do what you are told. Who on earth has offline maps For goodness sake. And why would you need to put them on a subsequent drive? I mean, I don't even know what offline maps are for. Stupid. Right, shut that down. We're going to move on to the next. When that shuts down. I can only feel it working because the fan's blowing there. You can't actually hear it. I'm going to move. And if you understood that, you were better than me. I'm going to move the customer data over later when I'm off stream, because I can't really do that on stream for obvious reasons. And we'll get on to some interesting diagnosis of other computers. Put them up there. There you go. Thought it had gone dark. HDMI out. I will need my multimeter for this and power. My main power supply has failed, so we are back up onto my Tempo one. I am in contact with Ridon. Reference it. And they want me to take it to pieces, which I think is a bit wrong. They've asked me to take my power supply to pieces and test the board inside for different bits and bobs. Bear in mind, they ain't got a clue what my skill level is, and I'm messing with 240 volts in there. I don't know whether I'm particularly happy doing that, but they've asked me to do it. So, guess what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Right, let's bring some of this garbage on screen. Oh, is my meter not working? My meter. For some reason now, I'm using this new software, but it is freezing. So disconnect. Connect. It thinks it, there we go. Continuity. Yeah, so we're now connected back up. And we should have DC on there as well. We do. Let's get the little thing out. We need that one as well. And we need the multi-phase discrepancy adapter. There we go. We need the multi-phase trajectory adapter. In other words, that cable. Oh, the other thing. I've got my Ridon power supply. If you want to look it up, it's a Ridon RD6030 Max. Okay, so it's 60 volt, 30 amp power supply. They've told me in the email, and this is more for James because I know James has got the same power supply for me. They've told me in the email, because I said in the email, I was powering a laptop with it and it stopped working. So they've told me these aren't designed to power laptops. Were you doing voltage injection or powering the laptop? Because if you're powering a laptop, they are not designed to power laptops. I'm like, it's a 30 amp supply. I'm powering, I think at the time I was working on a HP laptop, which were drawing 1.2 amps at 20 volts. It's a 1500 watt power supply. But apparently James, or anybody else who's got Ridon power supplies, now Carthor's got one as well, and Max and some others, and Mick, you're not supposed to power a laptop with it. Did you know that? I don't remember on any of the blurb it saying that. We'll tell you that now. But apparently we're not supposed to. It's a power supply. You can power anything you want. Yeah, honestly. They have put... stiff neck. Let me just see if I can find it on here. And I'll tell you what they've put. I will say the customer service so far from them has been brilliant.
A lot better than it would be from AliExpress, even though I bought it through AliExpress. This is directly from Ridden who are talking to me. I'm just trying to find because the only way you can get to the messages is by finding product and then going to contact us. I can't find how you get to messages if not. All right, so they've put in the message. And because I've put our power on a laptop. So they put, can you open the case and power on the device and check that the input for the DC to DC panel is present? Well, I don't know how to do that. And then they want me to open the 1500 power supply, because your power supply inside the head is separate. Open the 1500 power supply and check that. You should have 68 volt output. I think mine was set to 60, but yeah, 68 volt, we'll check that. And then they've put, because I had put on one of the earlier images, I was powering a laptop, doing some testing. Oh no, I were installing Windows, I think, when it went. And they've put, and you mean you power on the laptop. Can you show me the connection way? Because normally laptops don't use such input power. How do you connect the laptop, as you aren't supposed to use for power a laptop? And then another message, use it as input power of laptop or power on some chips for repair, voltage injection. So I don't really understand what they're asking me. I mean, obviously there's a translation there and things like that. But I've sent him a video of it, because what it was doing, it was turning on and instantly turning off, and instantly turning off and instantly turning off was the display. And now I went to use it another day and display went off completely. Now it's like fuses are gone, but I've tried different power cables which working, so it's like the units died. There might be an internal fuse, something like that. I just didn't want to go poking around inside of it because it's 240 volts and I don't want to kill myself, because I don't like it when you die. It hurts. And getting electrocuted, I've been electrocuted far too many times, and that certainly does hurt. Let me turn ampage down, so we don't need 14 amps. We probably need around 5 amps for this. 5 amps. Here we go. Turn that on. Beep, 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 beep. There we go. We set to 19.8 because it'll come back as 19.5 once it comes through, because it'll drop a little bit to 5 amps. So I've got my overvolt on my replacement power supply set at 20 volts for me overvolting and 6 amp for my overcurrent. But it seemed like the overcurrent was kicking in on the other one, even though it was probably set to the same. And I was pulling that now for crikey on a HP laptop, less than 2 amps, because I didn't have a battery on it. So probably around an amp, at 1.4 amps, something like that. And it just kept overcurrent protection, kept kicking in. And then I ended up using power supply, actually my other HP power supply on it, and repairing it with that because I couldn't repair it. And then next time I went to use my Ridden, it went down completely. Maybe the supply voltage screen. No, it's completely dead. There's just no power at all. It's like the actual, because obviously the two parts, aren't they? You get your front end panel and you get your power supply at the back. It's like the power supply failed. Because it was flickering on and off and then it went off. There is a video on Ridden's website where there is an issue with the 6030s with the main resistor or something burning out, and that causes the power light to flicker and then the unit stopped working. But this wasn't a power light flicker, it was the main display not doing it. I think there's a pot to adjust. Yeah, I mean supply voltage shouldn't be an issue, but anyway, I'm trying to deal with their thing, but I'm not too sure what they're asking me, like I was saying. Right, so this, if we look in top right hand corner, because we've still got some things working, I'm just going to turn it on. So we're now on. We should get a little battery is on this laptop, and we're pulling 120, we're pulling an amp. It's going to go up to charge, which is really good. Right, that's sat about there. Now, when he brought it back the other day, it wasn't working. So I've just tried the power light. It's now working. And the screen's coming on. So I'm going to take out his drive. I'm going to put a test drive in, and we're going to do some stress testing. Because the way we're describing it to me, he said it's when it gets hot, it then doesn't want to work again. So I'm just wondering whether, because this has had liquid ingress, water ingress, and I'm just wondering whether I've got my mat upside down. I'm just wondering whether it's maybe either under one at chips or whether it's damaged something under one at chips. And maybe a crack on solder or something like that, which is manifesting itself when it gets wham. So that's what I am thinking. Ooh. You don't stream, do you, Ronnie? Yeah, crack on solder. That's what I'm wondering myself, if it's some type of crack on it. Certainly if it's had water in there and it's caused some type of arcing or something like that, whether it's weakens a solder joint or something like that, you know, with it getting a bit older as well. It's probably about 3-4 years old, this laptop as well. And they are pretty flimsy. Whether it's just caused something to, yeah, fail a little bit. I ain't got all that up. Fine, hey, thingy bob. Ah, it's a shame. We could have admired your skill. I bought all the sensors and everything to attempt to reball some chips. I just haven't been brave enough yet. Well, not so much brave enough, because they would be broken chips anyway. Well, it would only be to try. But I just hadn't had time. But I need one which is working, if you know what I mean, rather than a broken chip. But something which I can prove is, oh, I've reballed that and it works. So something which was working, so I can reball it and say, oh, it still works. Now, I did say to this gent on here, if it is something like a cracked solder ball, if we can identify where it is, we'll probably, it might need reflowing. But obviously with reflowing, you always run a risk of it not coming back to life. So I don't really want to do that. He said, well, I can't use it as it is because it's unreliable. He said, so if you do kill it, I'm not really bothered. So I've had it a few years, and he says it's do or die, isn't it? I either get it working or I buy another one. He says, so don't worry if you do kill it, which is always nice. I'll bring you a laptop that is working, and if I get it back not working, I'm happy with that. Why aren't more customers like that? I know what he was saying, if you know what I mean. His battery out. Right, laptop is off. Put that somewhere safe so we don't puncture it. Take his, leave his RAM in. I'll take his RAM out because I'm going to take board out, and I'm going to strip board out completely and give it a full clean down with some IPA and whatnot, just in case there's any water ingress under one of the chips. I think the problem is though, is that it's probably going to work and then might fault again for him if it is an intermittent fault. But we'll just see if there's anything on the other side of the board that is screaming out to say, I'm not well. Get his Wi-Fi card out.
because. There we go. Power cable. And we should be okay to set the board out now. I've got a few screws in. Just remind me, silver one goes at the top. I'm going to have to take his heatsink off, which I will do. 1, 2. I've got wrong screen, haven't I? 3. Sorry guys, you're looking at my bald head. I'm just counting on screen. 4. Must have been. I almost bought a SVOD back in 2000. What's an SVOD? I've heard of SVOD. Is that a type of reballing machine? Oh, that paste is a bit dry. Another one hiding right up here. Another little tiny screw. 2 silver. Oh, it's a really tiny one. It won't even get my screwdriver in that one. Two more down here. Should be all of those done now. Come on, come on. Yay. I'm going to inspect this under microscope and just see if there is any signs of burning or liquid or anything as such. I think it was around his 3-volt line, I believe. Don't damage that. Oh, the cooler. I've got an order from Acer is due now on the 12th of next Saturday. June next Saturday. Is the Acer cooler. So we'll be doing that on stream as well when we get that. I did let the customer know because it was a bit delayed compared to what they originally quoted, but can't really do a great little about it. The company pretty rightly or wrongly quoted me 5 days, and then just clean my lens. Why am I blowing? I've just wiped my lens, so I blew my screen. There you go. Let's see if we get the zooming device. That's it. Keyboard EC, yeah. I know I'd heard of one. So we're just going to have a look around this board just to see if there's anything which is, so we can just angle them a bit better so we're not getting too much reflection. See if there's anything which is kind of jumping out at us and saying out at us. That's a bit common way of doing it. Out at us for flight the talk up north. Well, open. No, that's fine. That's fine. Right, some discoloration around here. If you look here. If anybody's watched my VOD, this is the laptop from the VOD. It had the water damage on here. which we cleaned, and it came back to life. So I might need to see if we can do something with that chip. Whether we take that chip off and clean it and re-put that back on. So we have got a bit of a, I think I picked this up, we've got a resistor here and we've got a cap here. They weren't shorted, any of these. These were all reading as fine. I did a lot of testing after the VOD had finished, in fairness. But I'm just wondering whether that's just not connecting. So whether we just reflow that chip or not, I'm not sure. But we will have a look and see what that is. That look a bit burnt. Yeah, that looks okay, doesn't it? Oh, you sorted dreams, brilliant. Did you get it back up and running? Oh, tell you what I will do. Let me change my microphone now, because this microphone will probably go flat any moment. Yeah. Been streaming 6 hours. Wow. Get that one off. 1, 2. Yeah. Oh, that's it. So there's not a problem with the power delivery. As you saw, the laptop came on and worked. It's just an intermittent fault. So it could be a cracked piece of solder. I do think it's around that section where the water was, because before I cleaned it, it just didn't work at all. I stripped and cleaned it, and we thought it was a bit of an easy pizza, and it seemed like it on the surface. But again, sometimes they seem like they're fixed and they're not. I did test it quite a lot afterwards, and there was no issue at all with any of the bits and bobs which were coming up. I don't think that's it. And if you've just seen, I've turned it on and it's worked, and it's booted into Windows. So that's what's making me think that it's still that single chip, because I can't see any other major issues with any type of liquid or burnt components or anything like that. We'll give the other side a quick look, but I think that'll come back exactly the same. I checked all these on stream, in fairness. Like a piece of rice. Don't think it was rice. I think it was a piece of plastic. Yeah, nothing. Well, miraculously, when I did speak to the customer, he rang me to say that it was still switching off, even though it didn't for me. But all of a sudden as well, because he thought I'd done this, part of the water damage, that he was getting notification from Norton Antivirus saying that it'd been compromised and it wouldn't let him to a particular website. He didn't write website name down. So he wanted me to sort that as well. I said, okay. I said, but doing that, we're going to have to probably reformat your system because if Norton's let it on, Norton's shocking, blah, 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 blah. So it was like, well, you need to do that for me because obviously I brought it to you for this water problem. I mean, it's not a water problem. Spilling water in your computer will not cause Norton Antivirus to get worse, mainly because it's bad anyway. But it won't cause a virus to get on your system. So, don't know. Was it just a reason to say, I want to bring it back because you should, I want you to do this free of charge, e.g. do that, or whatever, because I've just turned it on, it just worked perfectly. But that is the only area that I can see on there. Yeah. No, I think you're right, Zola. They do look discoloured a little bit around here. Certainly down here. I'm just thinking if I just bang some flux on and reflow it. Yeah. Let's change my tip for a smaller, more friendly one. And we'll get the soldering iron on and I'll bang some flux down. I reckon let me position the board a little bit easier for me. And there. I think what I'll do is reflow that with some flux and whatnot, because they do look a bit grey down this, certainly down this side over here when I find the chip, this side down here. So we'll get some flux on. Let's give it a reflow. Get my nice flux, my nice solder out. We'll just tin the end. For some reason, it keeps going to 450 degrees. I don't want it that hot. I want it at 380. Is this my burnt tip? I believe it is. I need to swap that tip. I've got the wrong tip on. That's my broken tip. Yes. That's better. Got the right tip on now. There you go. That's better. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, it's not a good idea. Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. Ouch. Right, see this blob of solder there? There were a blob of solder on there and I went, wow, wiped it with my finger. And it was still, I thought it had set and it hadn't. So I've just wiped liquid solder off with my finger and burnt my finger. Ouch. Anyway, we'll forget I did that. Now I've got a burnt finger. Just blow it a little bit. I have a A5 size sticky paper labels with no fault found on them. Proper pain in the ass to get off. Annoying customers. A5, oh my gosh, that's half an A4. Yes. Are you talking to me for AliExpress? The one that I really like is the Nano Flux. They do some clear Nano Flux. I've moved back to me Amio M53 Flux at the moment, and I do not like it compared to my other one. I would have my other one every day of the week. It's just I've got 6 tubes of this. Give it a bit of a touch up on there. Same along here. These are all one pad, aren't they? So if one's connecting, they should be okay, because I would imagine they'll probably all connect underneath as well. That should be okay. Let me just reorientate the board. It's right-handed. Yeah, they do a clear nano flux, and I bought some of that, and it is brilliant, brilliant stuff. But I've run out. They did a clear one, and they do like a white one as well, which looks a bit like moisturizer. And I didn't mind that as well, but it was just the clear one was wonderful because you could just see what you were doing. It was just so much better to just so you could see everything you were doing when you were soldering. But this is the Amtex flux I'm using now, and I thought this was good until I'd used the nano. I'm not the world's best solderer, so anything which makes me, I mean, I'm not bad, but I don't pretend to be anything other than adequate. Let's see if we can just touch that one up as well. And I don't think that cap's really going to make any difference because none of them were shorting or going anywhere, so we're okay with that. Right, was there any others that you could possibly see when I was going around the board? Still don't like the look of that one. Put a dab more fresh solder on my iron. Can't see chat whilst I've got microscope on, so just have to. You are chatting, sorry. That's better. I know someone's selling candle waxes. Candle wax? Wow. I like as I said, I use the nano flux. That was clear. I found that really useful and good. But yeah, this stuff, whatever I've got now, I thought this was decent until I started using it. I've got about 4 or 5 different types. I'm not a proficionado on fluxes, so I don't pretend to be. I do like these brushes, and these rags have just transformed how you clean up. These they're like a silky material. They just clean up incredibly well. I would highly recommend these to anybody. Even this terrible flux, it just cleans up really well. One of these soft nylon brushes as well. There we go. You just see how well that cleans up the area. Right, them two are bridging, so we need to get rid of that bridge. Let me just zoom down on that so I can see. Oops. There you go, make it even worse. There's terrible flux on. There you go. Let's get rid of that. Let me check the other sides. Focus this. I don't think there's any bridges on there. No, that one's fine. The one on the right is fine as well. Get the left one in shot. Yeah, it's good. No bridge there. Ah, definitely no bridge there, is there? How the hell did I miss that from top? I don't think I looked, did I? Ah, I think that bridge, you know, when I was doing the cap, that'll be when that bridged. Because I then redid the cap at the side, didn't I? Can't see that. Oh my God. Might have to take this chip off altogether. Oh. There you go. And them two are okay because them two should be touching. Just that one there. It's better. I think that might be it now. Hot air reflow. Yeah, I know. I might have to do the hot air reflow bit. Give that side a clean. Have a quick look at that. Wrong chip. Oh, where's my finger? My finger is there. No, I think that's okay. Are we thinking them second and third pin are connected? I can't see whether that's just flux and crap or whether that is a bridge. No, it's definitely a bridge. Only now if a pickup's got a bigger bend in it than... And this ain't going to point on it. It's definitely... Yeah, that's what I'm just thinking. Blast it with hot air and just see if that'll resettle it. Yeah, good call. Good call. We will get the hot air station out. Oh, we'll just turn it on because it's out already. Get some tweezers. That only pairs of tweezers I can find are either bent or new. I'll do. Oh, we're doing that yet. Right next to some plastic. That was another reason I didn't want to do hot air. Let me get my little covers out. Better to be safe than sorry. I'll just stick those on there just to give it a little bit of deflection. Terrible lighting on it now. That's it.
Right, that's the chip we're going for. We're only after warming it up a bit. Yeah, that melted. I saw them come back into like a grey thing. Cool a second. See if that side's looking any better. Yeah, they're fine. I think these are all fine anyway. That board's hot, burning my fingers. Fine. And that one. That first pin don't look that clever, does it? Is that the blank? Oh, it must go somewhere. I wonder if it's worth putting a bit more. You know that first pin there, you can see. I reckon that's okay or not. Let me zoom down. Let's move microscope down so we get better overall resolution, quality. Yeah, that first pin don't look clever, does it? I think that one needs touching up again. I wonder if that's what the issue was. Might measure from the track to the cap just to see if we've got a connection there. Yeah, it looks dodgy. Just get continuity on a meter and just make sure we have got a connection between the cap and there. Yeah, yeah. It's now connected, so we should be okay with that. Should be okay. Let's move the microscope back up. Yeah, looking a lot better now, isn't it? Just looked a bit iffy, did that one. There you go. Give it a clean. I mean, I'm just assuming that this might have been an issue. Again, the problem is it'll probably turn on and work. That's the crazy thing is it will probably turn on and work. Because it did when I thought I'd mended it before. Okay. Yeah. I think we did check that, yeah. All looking good. Yeah, the bridge is definitely gone now. Right, let's get that rebuilt.
removing flux, I mean. Oh, what was that? I started using those wipes removing solder. They are really nice, aren't they, TFN? They are, for flux, yeah. They are really, really good. Anybody want something amazing for removing this stuff? And I just keep using them as well until they get so dirty. These are just wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. They don't, I mean, they're really stretchable, but they're just wonderful. And I think they're about £6 for 200. Brilliant. A lot better than the Kimtech wipes. I've got the Kimtech tissues as well. But on Druid tissues, they do rip. These are wonderful. Really absorbent. Use them over and over again if you're tight like me. And work absolutely, absolutely excellent. Does it look crooked? I don't know. I didn't really notice that one. I think it did. Where are we looking on board? Down here. I mean, it's slightly off, but in fairness, I didn't actually move it, and all the pins seem good. When I heated it up, I didn't actually move it because I don't think I heated up pins up uniformly, so I don't think it actually moved off its actual pads. What do you think? I mean, that's board level. If it is, it's only extremely marginal. Yeah, light and shadow, that's all right. Yeah, that's good. But good spot. All right, let's get that cleaned up. My magic spray. Figure out where I put it. It's underneath the laptop. I use the Kimtech tissues for solder. Thermal paste, because I only use them once for thermal paste. I dispose of them. So I tend to use the tissues for thermal paste rather than mucking one of those other things which I use over and over again. Let that down. Where's the brush gone? Look at that, better than new. Probably won't work when I switch it on. Need a test drive to put in here as well. Let's put Windows 10 and test it. We can do some thermal testing. Rebuild. Yeah, so Lois video too. I always said, I bought mine from AliExpress. My mechanic solder. I presume you're on about that stuff. Is it lead? Well, I bought this because it was one Uncle Soren recommended to me. It's the same as he uses. Better than factory, yeah. I need to turn that into my saying. I don't think anybody else uses that, do they? Glasses on, goggles on. Let's rebuild and email the customer. Whatever they say. Invoice the customer, that's it. Short gone. I do like Tony's videos. If you don't know what I'm on about, I'm sorry. but I think most people will. Where Tony takes very nice clips away from Alex's videos to make it funny. I think I might email him and see if he'll do me. Would you mind just including me on some of your videos? Because I find it. I might email him actually and ask him if he'll do that. I'm not going to bother connecting too much on because we just want power. Just to see if it'll come on. So let's get the heatsink on and running. Clean the old thermal goop off. Done. So with this being a laptop, I will spread out the compound when I find my little spreading tool. That one's bent, that's not good. Put that back on there. A little bit more. Ooh, just a little bit. Ooh, a little bit more. Gina G, Eurovision Song Contest winner. Win, I think she did. That famous dress. 1999, 98, something like that. It's a bit firm, is this thermal paste. That's what I don't like about the thermal right one, but it'll do. So all I've basically done on that is spread it about. Just to give it more coverage, because you don't get as much pressure with a laptop heatsink. So it just enables it to give it a fighting chance to spread about. If we saw what we did on desktops, because you imagine putting a blob of quite stiff thermal paste. A lot of these decent thermal pastes are quite viscous, quite firm. I know it softens up when you heat it, but it's just easier for the paste to actually do what it needs to do if it's more in line with where it needs to be, rather than needing to move a lot. So I'm not a lover of putting just a blob on and leaving a blob. I'd rather put more on than what we need. I'm not going to put those on because I don't need it. eBay said no, it's leathered better. That's because certain countries need a crap load of documentation for all sorts of skimming. It took me 7 tries to get mechanic flux through customs. You're joking? 7 tries? He's quite good at that, yeah. Like 2 videos ago, he's out and live trolling Northridge. He did one, you know, and he took it down. I think the same day as he put it up, and I was fortunate, I saw it. Where he AI generated Northridge, Alex on Northridge, and did the voice and everything, but obviously did it, and it was on about his flux when there was that beef about the flux, and I know he still keeps digging about that best flux, but it was so funny. And then he took it down, took video down. Don't know why, but obviously it came down. It's like that was just magic. It was just magic. It was really good. Right, we're getting there now. Stick the back on just for lifting up purposes, so it's not going to overheat with the fans on the. It's a bit of metal, that one, so we'll just stick that like that. This will just mean the fans can breathe. It needs some RAM though. Not going anywhere without RAM. Yeah, let's put battery in because I can see current draw. Because one of the issues they were having was he said it wasn't charging the battery initially either. So well reminded, whoever that was, to tell me to put the battery in. Good call.
You know who you are. It was Twitch. Twitch told me. Done. Back on. Over. Power cable. Right, let's see what we are pulling. We are pulling. Keep an eye on screen. 1 point some amps, which is good. We've got battery drain. We've got battery charge, sorry. We've got no on and off though, which is what he said he was experiencing. We've got exactly the same symptoms of. I wonder if he has damaged his keyboard. If you search for Northwest Repairs, you'll get Northridge Fix in YouTube. Is that right? I've actually cleaned a couple with toothpaste on. I have cleaned a couple with toothpaste on. On the. So this is the issue he was having, which was, he said it wasn't turning on every time. So we've got the same issue now. Do you want to go outside? So let me let the dog out. She's looking at me. Morning, Ross. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you're doing well. I'm sure you'll all join in too. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Russie Russ Repairs. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Russ. Have a good day. I thought the power button was on the keyboard. It's not. Separate power cable. That's why it's not switched on. So ignore me. I don't really know what I'm doing. Got my mug yesterday. Oh, there we go. 100% birthday gift. Hey, excellent. You got the. Did you get the ship one or the dolphin trainer one? I think TFN got the dolphin trainer one. I think you went for the little ship one, didn't you, Russ? And I think Phil went for the little ship one as well. Well, it's not so big. It's quite a big cup, isn't it? It's one of the big 20-ounce ones. Every time I think of the beach, I see PCD training dolphins. Yeah, it's definitely me. I do get a lot of messages. I do get a lot of messages off that. You'll have to show me it on your next stream, Russ, and we will have a look at which one you've got. I'm glad it was people that I knew, not that I don't know other people. I don't. That sounds really wrong, doesn't it? I'm glad the people what won them because it's completely generated by Discord. You don't actually have any interaction. You set it off, and then Discord actually draws it. So it's not like you can even influence it in any way, shape, or form, which I think is good. We've got current draw, by the way, if we look on here. So it's now charging battery. That's better. Yeah. I got the Dolphin one. I got the 11-ounce one to match the rest of. Got you. I think TFM was saying that he got the 20-ounce one, and the 20-ounce ones are a big beast. Excellent. So let's plug HDMI in. Just sits over here. There you go. Keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner. Yeah, the cup of peppermint tea was a little bit too big. Have I not got the keyboard plugged in? Is that why it's not playing ball with me on this? Last latest buy, I had an old HP charger till I updated it. But will the keyboard's in? I wonder why that ain't playing ball. Because keyboard's definitely in. Would you trust a motherboard? I thought the BQ chip, but I flash BIOS and done. Well, this is not recognising keyboard now. I know boot device isn't found. Why aren't you recognising keyboard? No, keyboard is recognised because cap locks is working. So keyboard's plugged in and working. Click that down. Get that on HDMI. We've got power light at that side. Have we got charge light at this side? Yeah, we've got charge light and we've got charge current. So everything's working from that respect, but keyboard's not, which is here we go. It is working. You just can't see it on screen. So you just have to tap my word for it until we get onto is it F10 or F9? I can never remember. One of these into F8, F9 or F10 for a boot device. There we go. BIOS setup. So clock's been reset. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested more in boot device virtualization. He wants Iron Man Nash from AliExpress. Actually got my 7800 XT from there and many other stuff. Boot device? Why aren't you finding me boot device, you stupid thing? F9. Yeah. It's for some reason, Arnold, it's not. I put a Windows 10 boot device in it. Right, boot manager. Yeah. Pop back up again, just swap that disk for one of the others. Might be a corrupted version of Windows 10 I've got on my disk. Don't know why it would do that. But for whatever reason, this one's not liking it. I've got to pop battery out now. Oh, I don't want to be taking hard drive out with battery in. That's never a good idea. That's one-way trip to misery land, isn't it? One-way trip to dope. I wish I'd remembered to take battery out. Windows 11. Windows 10. I've got another Windows 10 here. It was seeing Drive and it could see Windows Boot Manager. Just weren't booting into Windows. That's crazy. Put 2 screws into all battery in place. 1, 2. One HDMI. Back open. Yeah, booting again, as we can see from current draw up here. So just wait for that to come on. Show me BIOS data models. I shall do. So resell from Vault. Yeah. Smells secure boot related or date. Yeah, because it could see the drive. Oh, James, are you in chat? Is James in chat? Still. I noticed on your video, James, it was actually seeing Windows on that drive. You know that Lenovo. You just not selected Windows Boot Manager from the whatchamacallit. Meant to say on that Lenovo, because it came with a 128 gig Kingston drive in the Lenovo I was trying to repair. Yeah, Windows B key. This is just saying boot device ain't found. But keyboard's working because Cap Locks is working. But as you can see, and Control Alt Delete, just not letting me. Do you know what this is like? I can't even get into BIOS. That's the problem. Do you know what this is reminding me of? The customer says he spilt the water on the floor, on the base. But I wonder whether he spilt it on keyboard. We've disabled. Yeah, I've disabled secure boot now. Yeah, I'm at 6603. Yeah. It is, but it ain't working other times. So it's stuck on. I know you can't see because it's just been awkward, but this is basically saying boot device not found. And it's not letting me skip that, but keyboard's still alive because Cap Locks is working and my Control Alt Delete light's working. And if I do F9 for boot menu, I'll have to go to F10 because it's missing is secure boot. Put secure boot back on. And UF order is boot manager first. So it's detecting a boot manager. Then let's go back to F9. Rusty Russ tipped, wishing you a happy birthday. Don't forget, like, subscribe. Thanks, Russ. Thank you very much for that. Happy birthday to Russ. And don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Russ is absolutely right. I don't know what his tip were, but thank you anyway. It doesn't show me on screen, but thank you anyway, Russ. Dog, you need to go away. My dog's pestering me now. Okay, our conversation. Oh, Russ on Twitch. Thank you very much. And he's gifted a sub as well. Russ, thank you very, very, very much. You're having some good success on Twitch, aren't you, Russ? I have noticed on yours. A little Twitch spot. I got my first Ryan. It was my first one today, Russ. My first Twitch subscriber. So thank you very, very, very much on there. And Dano is now number 2, and Russ is number 2, and Dano's number 3. However it is, I'm not too sure, but thank you anyway. Just let me set the time on here. So we're looking at date. The date is probably more important, isn't it? And 03 enter. Yeah, that'll do. 05, enter. 28, 26. And let's move back up to device firmware. Time is 03:55. It don't know it's not 55 minutes in the morning. Let me just turn the light out. Move out of the way, dog. And that's what Arnold was asking for. Probably doesn't need a BIOS update because I would imagine it's not been done. I've got to update to Windows 11 for him anyway. Yep. So I've got to update it to Windows 11. I can't. As soon as I get an HDMI, I will pop it on big TV. But as you can see, it's not there yet. Your Twitch is dead, Russ. I thought you were doing well on yours. I'm up to about 80 subscribers on Twitch now, Russ. I thought you were doing really, really well. I know last time I dropped in your stream because I never seem to catch people's streams. It's really annoying. You have that little printer. I love sending little. I know they're only small gifts, which kind of tot up, but I love sending little gifts from different people's names. Certainly when they're in chat. I've done that to a few people. And we all get Mr. Beast and Linus, Sebastian, and people like that coming into his chat and donating money. That's right. Plus, I do try and get you to run out of paper, Russ. F38, is that the latest one? And I'm on F34, so there is a couple above this. We are, I think, where have you left us? I'm not too sure. Mr. Beast, yeah, I've done it to James as well. I think I've done it to a few people. Some exit on Discord. Oh, I will. I'll download it. Just give me 2 minutes, Arnold, and I'll download it and send it over to you. And I'll create USB. Oh, have you done it, Arnold? Oh, right, okay. Discord. I don't have Discord open. Discord. Just open Discord, and I think it's that one there. Oh, go away. And messages. There we go. He's already sent it you a star, Arnold. Thank you very much. I click to continue. Right, I've got that on there. I will put that on there. Run and create a USB. I shall do that. Bear me 2 ticks. What I can't see on here, and we can't get a picture on screen. I've done. Sorry, answer to Just Inspired Kent. We're just looking at this one. This one I actually did on one of my VODs. This was the water damage computer, which we thought we'd repaired. That's me tapping enter, and it's not actually doing anything. Look, not taking us off that screen. It's like keyboard's not working, but it is because we can see it's alive. It's oh, what? I've never seen that before. Let me just do that again. It said it failed to locate and it flashed off. So, failed to locate simple file something or other. I'm going to record that because I don't know what that says. I've never seen it say that before. Video. Do Control Alt and Delete. And then I can put it on pause and play that back and read it. Yeah. Let me just, I'm going to see what this says. Right, failed to load, failed locating simple file system protocol. Has anybody ever seen that before? I've never seen that on an HP when you go to F2 for the diagnostic screen. Never seen that. The last stream on Twitch was good, but mainly everyone watches on YouTube, but it's a long game. It is. I mean, I watch on YouTube, and if it's a streamer I'm on with on Twitch, I'll generally put my phone on Twitch and watch on YouTube, just so they get the viewing rate up. Because I think the more people that do it, the better it is, isn't it? Sent you the steps. I will get that done. That's a diagnostic thing with HP. Yeah, I've just never seen it do that. I'm just going to do the keyboard test. Press any key you would like to test, except function. Enter. Right, enter's detected. Keyboard is fully working. Keyboard is fully working. Storage test. Can you see a hard drive? Test quick. No hard drive installed. Right, I don't think it's got a hard drive installed. Yeah, put light on. Doggy laid behind me. This is one of those where you think it's a simple one again, and it's proven to be problematic. Yeah, James is back in chat, isn't he? No problem, Russ. He's still lurking. Check Discord. Okay. Oh, well, I've got 3 messages. Arnold. All right, yeah, that one. And oops, here's the link. Continue. Last one is the diagnostic USB. Ah, okay. He's just put it into chat for me. Create UEFI USB, then recovery from BIOS, then run. I'm just wondering whether she's back there, isn't she? Look at her. She's back there. Sneaking up me. How's it going, PCD? Scrub the kitchen and algae from liching and algae from my van roof. I can imagine that's a wonderful way to spend an afternoon. Yes, James. Do you know on your video for your Lenovo, you when you're trying to boot into that 128 gig Kingston, it was actually coming up with your network card and also boot manager, but I think you selected network card twice, and you didn't think it had a copy of Windows on because it won't boot into it, but I think it did because it would come up with Windows boot manager. If you have a quick, I don't know whether you saw that afterwards, but if you have a look on the video, so that 128 I reckon probably got Windows on, but that's a result even getting one of those. Let's just take this ouch, I don't like electrocute myself. I think it was just a shard of metal. Take that back out. I'm not going to put bottom. Tell you what this is a SATA, not an M-SATA, but a SATA drive. Where's my Windows 11 one? Put Windows 11 in, and I'm not going to bother with, I will update the BIOS like Arnold's suggesting, but we just want it booting first. Just want to see if I can get booting to Windows. Yeah, it is a little old, but I will check again. But I found new issue. Oh dear. That's part 2 then, James. We won't go into that. We won't go into that. Part 2. Right, it is because I've got no BIOS. I think it must have been that drive I was putting in, which were a bit iffy. No, it's still coming up with that. This is bizarre. I'm going to update BIOS. Right, so we've got boot manager showing here. That's that top one. No boot device found. What? Now I'm really confused. Because that is saying, right, wrong way. Right, if you're not familiar with that, that's basically saying no deboot. Yeah, it's ready, but let me just do a Control Alt and Delete. So my find keys and I'll lay it back down. Right, so we're going to F9. I'm going to F9 it, which is a boot menu. Right, so that's basically saying it can see the hard drive. And I know this is a working drive because I use it all the time. So we'll select that drive and it says boot device not found. And put customers drive in. I reckon turn off secure boot. I've got it. I've had it turned off as well. I've had secure boot turned off. I've had it off and I've had it on. Bit weird, isn't it? That do F10 to get into BIOS. Yeah, there's an OS on them. I think it's BIOS. So let's update the BIOS then. Let me get my BIOS writing USB down. While you're staring at that screen, I'm just going to write this HP BIOS to this memory stick. What Arnold has kindly sent me, thanking you. Downloads, and it is 1729. It's that one there. Run. Open. Yes. Next. Yes. Done. Done. Finish. Minimize. And yes, we want to create one of those, and we want to create a USB flash drive. We certainly do. And we're going to go to that drive just there. Format. Let's hope I put it on. Yep, put it on the correct drive. So I'll just formatted my boot drive and install the BIOS to it. Wonderful. Done that before, haven't I, Dirk? And it's just copying the files. So we'll get this off. We'll update the BIOS, and then which I think is Control B. Is it Control B or Control V? One for diagnostics, one for BIOS. And it's Control B for Bertie. No, that's still writing on there. Minimize that. Right, while that's doing that. I'm going to try updating BIOS first and see if that solves the issue. I've just realised why that thing hurt my fingers, because that's where I wiped that solder away from. That BIOS file's taking an eternity to write to my thing. Manage BIOS is pretty blue. But other thing is as well, it's not responding to any key presses, this. Look, I'm pressing enter to get off that screen and it's not responding to it. Nothing is responding to that. Right, we're done. Let me eject my USB memory stick. Eject that one. Done. Out. Oh, wait there. Only does it off one side, this It must do it off this side because it's only that side. Try Windows B. Yeah, I think it's Windows B, isn't it? Is it Windows or Control? Windows and B for Bertie, so it's that one. No. Windows B on HP. Windows C. Yeah. That's that off. But if the I'm looking at the current drawer. No, it's not that one either. I'm just wondering whether this will allow me to do it on this because keyboard's not working. I'm not doing it right. It is powering off. All right, so it's powered off. Windows B, and then power on. Ah, right, power cord's out. Take power, hold Windows B, insert power cord, and tap power. Ah. Ah, it's doing something different now. Definitely doing something different. Look at current draw. I'm waiting for USB light to start flashing. Doesn't it? Checksum is invalid. The CMOS will reset. Which is different to what it said last time. Just going to try that once more. Take it out from over there, it'd be easier. Windows B. I've unplugged it directly from my power supply. This is B for Bertie, this one. Might need battery in. Yeah, I've not got battery in. Yeah, it might be one of these which goes need battery just in case, even though they know you're not going to unplug battery. Unplug power. Just in case you have a power cut. Right, unplug that. Windows B for Bertie and plug that in and turn it on. Where's the on button? Right, I've now got the battery in and Windows B and that. Hey, it does need the battery, so we are updating the BIOS now. Whoa! That were like patting your head and rubbing your stomach, that weren't it? Let's go! I've got customers driving as well. I've got customers driving, or is that? No, it's customers drive. I left customers drive. I've got my Windows 11 driving. Still puzzling me to why it wouldn't. Why it wouldn't pull that up. Really, really, really strange. Really strange.
Celebrate the results. Yeah.
It always unnerves me a little bit. Top Gun Val Kilmer, let's go. Take me to the
Danger zone. Danger zone. Oh, you know when you drink a pee. Oh, just had a mouthful of tea. Unfortunately, the mouthful of tea had other stuff in it. That weren't nice. It really does unnerve me when you start doing this and you just think, will it work? Won't it work? And even though I've done it, and you know, worst case scenario, I can pull it back because you can do it in a different way. It's getting there. Come on, don't let me down. Don't you dare leave me hanging. Come on, come on. You know you want it. Oh, we've got an initialization screen. We thought it had done this. I still don't know whether this will sort the problem with the... we've got picture. I can't believe it's crazy. It's crazy. As Uncle Soren would say, it's crazy. We've got picture. Let's see if it loads the windows. It's getting there. I don't know why the drive is being detected but isn't being shown, if you know what I mean. Ding, ding, ding. Right one. Antonelli's on pole. Oh, result. That means he's won tomorrow. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he's won tomorrow because this will be the first time he's raced it. I know he raced last year, didn't he? It's an AMD security thing. You got a program? Nah. Yeah, I know. With my program, I was. Oh wait, move dog. Watch out, dog. Dogs can see me. Upon restarting the BIOS, we'll do something else. Yeah. Like I say, even though you can think, well, I can always put a BIOS back on manually, it still always unnerves me a little bit. Antonelli's on pole. That we're doing something there. I didn't see it. System BIOS pending. All right. I think Antonelli's got a good chance of taking title this year. It's whether he can keep up in the second half of the season, because his media stuff will be grueling, certainly as he gets into the European section. A system BIOS recovery has occurred. Well, that's not clever, is it? Please install an operating system on your hard disk. We've got an operating system on the hard disk. What are you trying to do, you stupid machine? So, do we reckon F10? Control Alt and delete F10. Ferrari on six. Which Ferrari is it? Both of them. Have you considered that boot partition on your drive is corrupted? I've tried this. It's third drive I've tried, Sparta. That's the crazy thing. That is the crazy thing. It's the third, and I use them quite often. I mean, it could be, but I do use them quite often. But it's the stupid thing is, it's finding it there. See, Windows boot partition. So it knows it's a boot partition and it can see it. Is the drive in AHCI? I don't think it gives you an option if you're on secure boot, does it? It's Windows 11 disk what I've put in. I've tried Windows 10 and I've tried Windows 11. I'm going to try customers drive just in case. Zoom back out. There you go. TPM secure boot off, clear keys. Yeah, I'm going to try. I don't want to do that in case it screws up the customer's data, because I need to get the data off the disk.
That's one thing I definitely need to do. And again, I'm always a bit reluctant to start messing with secure boot just in case it stops the original disk from reading and writing the data. So just let me take that off. Nick, which Ferrari's on the second row? Is it both of them or just one of them? It's Pitco in. Best name in store. But with Sergio, yeah, I can. Both of them. Oh, so, who else is on first row? Who else is on front row? Sorry, guys, we're talking about F1. I still follow it, even though I don't like Monaco. Let me at him. Let me at him. Let me at him. Scooby-Doo. All right. No, it's Yogi Bear. Yogi Bear. All right. Customers drive back in. So we've got boot. Verstappen. Ugh, don't like Max. Yeah. Do you know what? I tipped Max for win then. Actually, whoever's in third place, I would tip for the win. And I don't know whether that's Lewis or Charles. I think if it's Lewis, it's probably not. But if it's Charlie, if it's Chocolate Eclair, so it's booting now. It's booting with customers driving. At least I can back his data up. Yeah, I've got that one, Arnold. This is the latest one. Run BIOS file, like to create it. Somebody else just messaged me. Or was that just a general thing coming through? I think that were a general thing coming through. Right, so it's now operational. Can't show you that because it's got a customer's name on it. And I need to install Windows 11. Hamilton's third. Do you know if Charlie was third, I would have put Charlie for win, because I think what will happen is Antonello will come off to close Max off, and that's when one of the very fast starting Ferraris, ideally if it were Charlie in third, because I think Antonello will come over to right to close Max off, and Charlie could go outside and take the outside edge around corner turn one. Lewis, I think, is too cautious nowadays. Yeah, apart from when he was with, I can't remember what team he was with before he went to Ferrari. Not Alpine, I can't remember, BWT or something like that, I can't remember. And he had a decent qualifying there where they put it at wall, didn't he? But yeah, date changed. Oh, his date changed. Well, I mean, it will have changed back now because it's on 6th of June on here, so it has changed back on here. So I'm going to get back into BIOS. And then we can show this back down. Sorry, this doesn't need Windows 11. It needs a full reinstall because it's got viruses. Right, so let's get back into the BIOS. F10. Is that 10? No, it's 10. Yeah, he does like his home Grand Prix though, doesn't he? He likes the circuit. Right, date's now correct. Date and time it's an hour. Well, it's half an hour out. It's time, but the rest of it is a month out as well. Oh no, it is. Is it 6th today? Oh my gosh, it is. I'm still thinking it's May. Time's half an hour out, so we'll just correct that, which is 16:24. 16:24. So that's now correct. And save and exit. Where did George finish, Nick? I'll send that. I'll catch it up. I don't think George has got what it takes to lead a team. 16.25. So time's come back, and so we are booting. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy customer data onto my USB memory stick, wipe his computer, and then reinstall Windows 11 for him and put his data back on. But the issue, what it did come in with, which was it not booting and not turning on, seems to now have rectified itself. I'm powering it up, and we're seeing that it's pulling current ampage, so we're good. That 6 for Russell. Wow. So he's on 2, 4, third row, isn't it? Back at third row, really. He won't like that. He's too much of a spoilt child, I think, George, at the moment. He's not handling pressure very well, and scrutiny from crowd and everyone else. That's where it is. Strange. Oh, crikey, where is that gone? No, not that one, you donkey. That one there, and that one. This is my 150th video. 150th video. That's just remarkable, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Done. He's not handling Anthony very well. He's not handling pressure very well. That's his big issue. He's just not handling stress and pressure. They're doing it very well. Right, guys, I am gonna just wrap it up for here because I've got somebody coming at 5, and I need to get ready because we're out for a meal, and I'm not even ready, and they're picking me up at 5. I weren't planning on working anywhere near as long as this today. So thank you very much for everybody who's joined us. Thank you for everybody who's hit that like and subscribe button, and thank you to the people on Twitch as well. If you are on YouTube and you do have Amazon Prime, consider going over to Twitch for me, hitting that subscribe button, and you will get a free membership for a month if you hit subscribe with your Prime as well. So it's earns me about £1.50, something like that, over on Twitch as well. But really, really nice. Well, thank you very much for everybody who's helped today. Thank you very much for everybody who's participated, all the ones who's been watching as well. I'm probably going to stream maybe Tuesday or Wednesday, I can't remember now. But have a good weekend, guys. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you very much for the help on this, Arnold, and everybody else as well on this one, and the other stuff which I've got. And I'll be picking up with some of those probably Monday, but might not stream those because a lot of those are data transfers. But I've put a redirect onto MK. Just pop into MK's chat. He's a really good streamer. Bit off the wall if you don't know who MK is. He's wonderful, wonderful, lovely guy. Pop in there, and we'll drop him a raid as well, show him some love, and we'll send him a picture of a dolphin. But thanks a lot, guys. See you all soon. Take care. Bye-bye now.